Summoned in another world's dungeon with my class. Survive as a shaman that couldn't become a hero. Volume 6. By Hishi Koge Diary. Translated by Foxaholic. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Act 9. Illusion. Chapter 129. Jungle's Historic Ruins. Palace Area's boss. It was a 3 meters tall living armor with tough defense and top-notch skill, but it was tragically defeated facing us who were fully prepared. How should I say, number is power her. Yeah, to be honest, the trio that we encountered before feels stronger than this. I couldn't help but agree with class rep's disappointed remark. Even though it had a bigger physique, the boss fought by itself. On the contrary, all of us were focusing our attack on the boss. Though the boss was the strongest one we had encountered thus far, its offensive ability was completely sealed off by the barrage of our attack. Sorry for putting such heavy burden on you, Futaba-san. No problem, I'm the only one with a shield after all. Rather, I think it's easier to take it down thanks to your light sword, Soma-kun. Futaba-san replied with a smile on her face. True enough, the one who finished off the boss was my cross-caliber, Light's holy sword, and Nero Lightning, instant slash. But it was only because the boss was being held back by Futaba-san that I could land a critical hit. I was more or less starting to master it, but still, my mana still gushed out like a raging stream whenever I unleashed cross-caliber. I also felt that my strength was slowly getting stronger the deeper we dove into the dungeon, and yet, it felt like cross-caliber's power was also growing along with me. Yes, it was only getting stronger. I has yet to perfectly master this skill. Maybe I need more training like swordsmanship. Or something else, something that was completely unrelated with effort. For that reason, I needed the assistance of my comrades to attack with the maximum power of that skill. And Futaba-san was the only one suited for this role. This wasn't the time to bask in the glory of this victory. There were so many points of reflection. Guys, let's postpone our review meeting and use the transfer magic circle first. Class rep could still keep her cool like usual. She clapped her hands few times to break the festive air around us. Thus, we left the palace area as soon as we collected the magic core from the boss. Jungle area, her. The next area we were teleported to couldn't be described as anything but jungle. It's good that we're teleported to outdoor, but it's a little bit warmer in this area, her. Hey, since we're teleported outside, doesn't that mean we're already leaving the dungeon? I'm not sure about that. Even though this area is seemingly completely different from all the areas we came to so far, we can only know the answer after we reach the end of this area. But of course, we still have to follow this magic compass. Yeah, I think Kotori is right about this compass. The same goes for class rep. I mean, this was the first time we saw the blue sky and the sun after we came to this world. It was only natural for us to have various speculations in mind. Natsukawa-san's doubt was right too, but for me, the fact that I could see the green jungle and blue sky was enough to calm my heart. Anyway, even though the heavenly escape gate is failing, I think we can escape by foot from this jungle. Yeah, I mean an even crueler environment such as scorching hot desert or intensely cold snowy mountain might be waiting for us right after this jungle. Class rep was also agreeing with me. We could traverse this jungle as if we did survival training. Though I heard that there was a human country called Astria in this world, I literally had no idea where that kingdom was located. In fact, there was a possibility that we could only enjoy the clean air, water, and comfortable atmosphere in this very dungeon. The outside of this dungeon might be as well a ruined alien world with monsters running rampant on its surface. Just kidding, it seems I read too much SF story to the point that it was starting to affect my train of thought. Yeah, at least we can hope that we're already out sea. At that moment, piercing cries resounded around us. Those cries carried along an overwhelming presence, to the point that it struck deep into my heart. And when I was wondering what in the world were those cries, we saw a huge figure flying right above us. Is that a dragon? I saw it. It was only for a moment, but I couldn't see that figure as anything but a dragon. It had a long and slim neck, streamlined lizard-like head with pair of horns growing from both sides of its head. And then, its pair of giant wings were spread out on both sides of its body. Its vivid red scales glittered as it bathed under the sunlight. Though its name might be something along the lines of a red dragon or fire drake, it was definitely the embodiment of a fantasy creature dubbed as a dragon. If so many of those guys are flying all over the skies, then I guess the outside of the dungeon really is a dangerous place. Yeah, let's assume that we're still inside the dungeon. I spoke that seemingly cowardly conclusion with the class rep. Dragon meat. I want to try it. Somehow, amongst all of us, Futaba-san was the only one who considered that dragon as nothing more than a food ingredient. Section. Since the giant dragon was flying in the air, we decided to explore the jungle, which seemed to be the safest choice. Kaiki. The monsters rushing at us while raising such a loud shriek were the monkey-like monster with sharp claws. Their number was superior, and as they hopped from one top of the tree to another, they came at us all at once. But we're already familiar with this kind of tactic. Asuna, Natsukawa-san, and I cut down all the monkeys that dared to come to us. Futaba-san easily sent them flying with her shield. The poor monkey who received her shield bash ended up in an even more tragic state. It was as if they were overrun by a dump truck. As for the ones that chose to stay on top of the tree watching the situation, became the victims of Sakura's light arrow, and fell as their eyes were dazzled by the blinding light. Maybe because they finally realized that they were no match for us after we annihilated half of their comrades in the blink of an eye, the monkeys finally retreated. This monkey-san is a monster on the same level as Goma. They have no demon core at all. Then let's forget about dismantling their corpse and continue our journey. Currently, Kotaro-san's magical power analysis had already advanced enough to the point that she could see through the magic or monster itself. She could even see the existence of a demon core in the monster body. While it's true that the reason behind the monster's strength was their powerful body, magical power has also played a huge part in it. That's why the monster with magical power was more powerful. Even we knew by instinct that a certain monster brimming with magical power was too dangerous for us to fight by instinct. Hey, that tree over there should be a banana tree, right? Maybe, but I think it's better if we aren't eating that, Futaba-san. It might be poisonous after all. Even though we'll know whether we can eat that or not if Kotaro-kun is with us. Futaba-san, whose focus had already completely stolen by the banana-like fruit on top of the tree, didn't even take a glance at the mountain of monkey corpses. The banana was really big, a mega-sized banana, and though I think it was fine to eat that, I guess it was better to follow class rep's advice of not eating that. We cannot take the risk of eating something strange since we have no idea whether healing magic would work if we get a stomachache from eating it. Banana. I felt bad for Futaba-san, who was looking at the banana-like fruit with an extremely regretful look on her face, but we really shouldn't risk our lives over unfamiliar food in this place. After that, we encountered almost nothing but monsters of the same level as the monkeys from before, maybe even stronger. Green dog-like monsters that were obviously the variant of red dog. Dinosaur-type monsters such as raptors or gores. We also encountered insect-type, Ashidaka-like monster every once in a while. Basically, we always turned the tables against them since there was almost no special individual who could use magic amongst the crowd. We kept advancing into the forest, only dismantled the monster who according to Kotaro-san's magical power analysis had demon core in their body, and then, the scenery that was filled with greenery had started to change. I see now, it seems this jungle is also part of the ruin in this dungeon. The place we arrived was filled with many ruins. One could see the passage of time upon seeing how much the plantations had encroached the crumbled stone building. Somehow, it looks like the ruins in Cambodia. You mean that Angkor Wat? Cambodia has so many historic ruins, Angkor Wat is just one of them. This scenery of the historic ruin in the middle of the jungle is just like the scenery around that place. I harked back to our school life upon seeing Natsukawa-san give a half-hearted reply to class rep's explanation. It seems that our heart was slowly getting used to the situation as we became stronger. It seems we're entering ruin area beyond this point. Is something the matter, Kotori? I can feel the faint amount of mana flow from the activation of the magic tool. In addition, it seems we're still inside the dungeon. Upon hearing Asuna's question, Kotaro-san replied while closing her eyes as if she was sending a telepathic message. All we could see in this place was ruin and then ruin. We're literally surrounded by ruins. The 3-story building was especially conspicuous, but nothing special aside from that one. The non-existence of trap and treasures aside, we also didn't find a trace of another human visiting this place before. Maybe Momokawa or the other classmates never passed this part of the jungle either. I found a place that looks like a fairy plaza. The ruin in this area might be simply just abandoned ruin. There's no way that's true, Ryoko-chan. My thief instinct is ringing. There must be something around this area. The place that Natsukawa-san's finger pointed at was a box-shaped building. Surely, it was different from the other building since it had a cylindrical tower built on top of it. And then, a giant monster appeared right from behind that tower. Sure enough, there's something in it. Awawa, that monster looks so strong. It was a huge, hairy rhinoceros-like monster with a single horn growing out from its head. Naturally, furry rhinoceros should have been extinct animals back in our world. They were the representative of the Ice Age along with mammoth, but no matter how you looked at this guy, it was definitely a violent monster who was ready to rampage anytime soon. From the rough breathing of that rhino-like monster, I guess it was ready to rush towards us anytime soon. I guess it might be a violent monster by nature, or else, it was only protecting its nest during the breeding season, but whichever was the truth amongst those two possibilities, we had no way to settle this peacefully. Asuna, dodge to the side in case that guy is rushing toward us and cut its leg. Understood, leave it to me. Kotori and company should retreat further. Let me stop its rush then. When both Asuna and I stepped forward, Futaba-san stepped forward in front of us along with her mega shield. Futaba-san, trying to stop that monster charging attack from the front is way too The rhino-like monster had already rushed towards us before I managed to finish my sentence. Upon a closer look, it was even bigger than my original estimation, and yet, it was quite fast too. Now it really looked like a dump truck rushing at us at full throttle. No matter how powerful Futaba-san's berserker power, the difference between their mass was too overwhelming. Humph. And yet, she stopped it. The loud crashing sound resounded along with the impact between two parties. Her dark tower shield was standing tall as it stopped the rushing giant monster. In contrast to the giant rhino-like monster who was stopped in its tracks, Futaba-san slowly approached it with her jet-black halberd in her right hand. Despite walking lightly, I could see a terrifying amount of power concentrated in her right arm. By now, I was already familiar with this action. It wasn't some sort of magic, just a skill that enhanced her already abnormal strength. In short, a martial art. Shock strike. Her black iron halberd was swung down with tremendous power. And then, due to its sheer speed, it was as if Futaba-san's halberd transformed into jet-black light and struck the side of the giant rhino's head. Her martial art ended in a flash, which accompanied by an unpleasant sound of cracked bone. At that moment, the giant rhino suddenly whined. The reason being the inside of its head, in other words, its brain had already turned into paste due to the ultra-strong shock it received from Futaba-san's martial art. Shock strike. The blade fired an extremely powerful shock to destroy the enemy from the inside. Futaba-san had learned this martial art after the boss battle against the living dead. Though I could hardly understand its effect, just from the martial art's flavor text or when she tested it, according to Kotori's analytical eyes, it seemed to be a martial art that increased the user's firepower and delivered an extremely powerful tremor toward the target's body from the user's blade. That's why when we tried that skill on a fairly large rock, it turned into smithereens as soon as it received Futaba-san's strike. And that giant rhino was by no means unscathed after receiving that kind of attack right on its head. Oops, it died already? Futaba-san let out a disappointed voice as she saw the giant rhinos fall on its side, twitching for a second, and die. Thank goodness. It turned out this big monster is not even that powerful. Seriously? That giant wasn't actually that powerful? Or else, the Berserker's power was more powerful than my expectation. Yeah, thanks for defeating it quickly, Futaba-san. I decided to play along with Futaba-san, who was smiling a girlish smile. I lost to her. It seems I need to become stronger. Section. After Futaba-san insta-killed the giant rhinos, Natsukawa-san started the exploration of the tower immediately. The inside of the tower resembled that of a lighthouse. The few rooms that we found inside resembled that of a temple. Yup, there was nothing at all. The tower had long since been emptied. To be exact, there was a room on the top floor with something that looked like a small transfer magic circle engraved on a stone pedestal. But it didn't show any reaction when we touched, struck, or got on top of it. Do you know what this is, Kotori-san? This is. Anyway, it seemed that only Kotori-san, the sage, knew what kind of magic circle it was. If she saw it and still didn't know what it was, then this pedestal was nothing more than an object but. This one here. Well, I can somehow understand these parts around this place. Despite what she said, none of us understood what she meant. It seemed that the only one who would react to her statement was the one who could perceive the secret hidden within the magic circle. Surely, the magic circle on the pedestal let out a pale light when Kotori-san touched its surface as if she was operating it. I mean, it didn't show this kind of reaction when I and the other member of our group touched it before. What's the result, Kotori? Let's see. It seems there was a huge castle straight ahead of this place. Or perhaps, a temple. There's something like transfer magic circle. Over there. Wow, you can even locate the position of the transfer magic circle. This pedestal seems to have better performance than our compass note. I see, it's just as class rep had said. This pedestal seemed like a high-performance GPS with a map that was obviously far better than our compass. Perhaps similar kinds of pedestals were built all over this dungeon. Do you understand anything else aside from that, Kotori? Where H.T. there? There seems to be a lot of Gomas living around the castle. The information we gained from the pedestal with the mapping function was a lot more than my expectation. Another thing that I concluded upon hearing her previous remark was the fact that this pedestal not only conveyed a bird's eye view like a certain Google map, it could also relay live footage directly to its user. And then, as a result of seeing the situation, the user could get a rough grasp of the terrain around the location. In addition, the user could also understand the type of monsters that were living around the area. Though keeping a tab on an individual monster was close to impossible, it was surprisingly possible to keep a tab on an extremely powerful monster, or monster that lives in a crowd. For example, Kotori could see the dragon that we saw flying above us when we just arrived in this area and the crowds of monka-like monsters that had attacked us before. And then, the castle where the transfer magic circle was located seemed to be the Goma's stronghold. The scale of their army seemed to have far surpassed the monkeys we saw before. Though she had no idea about their exact number, it was at least around 100 or 2. To be honest, I didn't want to get close to Goma's stronghold due to the difference between our numbers, but we had no choice but to move forward. Because even if, for example, we're looking for another way, we should at least see the situation over there first. Thus, we departed from the ruin, entering the jungle again. Bagheera, Gooba, Gia-Duo-Ba. And just as I thought, we met Goma's core along the way. Though the current us could easily deal with them, I was forced to re-evaluate my evaluation of them after I realized that the core we met was only the smallest part of Gomas living in that castle. Their numbers were far beyond us. Their equipment is rather nice for a mere Goma. I'm sure that they get this equipment from those ruins. We found some treasure chests after we spent some time searching the ruin. Almost all the content was things such as iron sword, spear, axe, sturdy bow, and arrows, weapons that were literally useless for the current us. But it definitely looked like a grandiose weapon for Gomas whose civilization was close to that of primitive humans during the end of the Stone Age. Do WBA. Guru, Zedade. In addition, the third group of Gomas we met was composed of the tall and muscular, warrior-class Gomas, the Govu, in short, elite of the elites. Their weapons quality far surpassed the weaponry of the Gomas we met so far. Some of them were even equipped with magic items. Ice Sagitta isn't working on them. They wore accessories that increased defense, guard ring just like us. It seems that every single Govu of this group was equipped with that ring which invalidates low-rank magic and Natsukawa-san's knife throwing. Rupture. And yet, it was proven insufficient against Futaba-san's power. Rupture the blade severs and smashes the enemy that encounters it. That was the second martial art she learnt after she defeated the living armor boss. According to Kotaro-san's analysis when Futaba-san was testing her new martial art, it seemed this rupture was rather similar to mine, and as soon as flash, it only raised her slashing strike. Strike-type attack with shock strike and slash-type attack with rupture. For Futaba-san, who was equipped with those two martial arts, the elite Govas were nothing more than a target to test her new skill and raise its mastery. 3 Govas with magic item were bisected in 2 at once when she used rupture, another 3 blown back quite far away with 1 strike of her shock strike, and a normal, single swing of her halberd slew another 3. Even if you call them warrior, they're just a bit more powerful than Gomas. Maybe Futaba-san could take down the Goma's castle by herself. I felt miserable thinking of such a cruel plan. Get a grip, me. I've to protect Futaba-san, though I barely got a chance to fight. I have to do my best during the boss battle. Chapter 130, Goma's Castle. 3 days had elapsed since we traversed this jungle. Despite the ruins spread across one part of the dungeon, we hadn't found any fairy plaza so far. That's why on the first and second day, we had no choice but to sleep inside one of those available ruins while taking turns for the night watch. Fortunately, Natsukawa-san found a fairy plaza in the collapsed building on the 3rd day, that is today. As expected, by the 3rd day everyone had come to realize just how great and important the sense of security provided by the fairy plaza was. The reason being no one got enough sleep during the first 2 nights since we'd lookout rotation. Though I've been used to this kind of experience thanks to my experience in sleeping outdoor in the middle of mountains, I was forced to admit that my mental strength was about to reach its limit. Fortunately, we did not encounter powerful monsters in the first 2 nights. But we didn't let our guard down in case that giant dragon flying in the sky above us suddenly attacked us on a whim. In the end, we didn't see that dragon again except for the first day when we encountered it. The first encounter might be just a coincidence, or else, the dragon could really be flying around, but only once every few days over its territory. Since we'd yet to receive the information about the dragon in our email, we still had no idea just how powerful that dragon was. As a result, we were advancing through the jungle without a hitch while beating the jungle's native monsters who dared to attack us. And our encounter with Goma's troop surged the closer we were to their stronghold. On the other hand, we barely encountered any monster the closer we were from the Goma's fortress. Maybe it was better to think that we're already right on their turf. Though I was getting tired of fighting the Gomas and Govas, there was surprisingly a nice loot from them. And that was the discovery of Magic Stone. Magic Stone was slightly different from the core. It was the crystallization of mana. Basically, it was separated by elements such as fire, water, or wind. Applying an impact, or draining the elemental mana sealed inside would give some sort of reaction from the magic stone. For example, fire would come out when you struck fire elemental magic stone. The majority of Govas, the Goma's elite warrior, were using a simple enchanted weapon that had this magic stone in it. It was mainly used as an arrowhead to turn it into a fire arrow or a thunder arrow. Some of them used it for their spearhead. We knew from the male magic circle that telling us that magic core wasn't core, but it was literally a godsend for us due to its utility value. I can use it for a lot of things with only this much. Kotaro-san was fired up as she saw mountains of magic stones of various colors shining like gems. It seems she was going to use these magic stones with alchemy to create an enchanted weapon. It seems that she used the material from the monster with magic stone in its body to create an enchanted weapon. Since the manufacturing process was the same even with magic stones, it seems we could strengthen our existing weapons in that way. My bad, I failed. But it didn't go as smoothly as we expected. Even though combining an iron sword with fire elemental magic stone should have resulted in a flaming sword, and yet the result was a sword with a warm blade, good enough for a butter knife or warming you up in the freezing night. It seems the effect wasn't that significant with just 1 or 2 magic stones. This enchanted weapon couldn't be put into practice unless we used a bigger magic stone or a magic stone with higher purity. On the other hand, the result was the same even after she bundled together a lot of magic stones. Maybe Kotori's mastery wasn't high enough. I guess she'll become more and more dexterous from now on. Her half-failed product opened another possibility. It's done. She finally succeeded after numerous failed experiments. You mean alchemist with magic stone only. This looks like a red ring. The first successful prototype was a red ring made from fire elemental magic stone. It was simply the fire elemental magic stone whose color resembled that of ruby, shaped into a small ring. Yes, it's possible to produce fire when you wear this. Kotaro-san inserted the ring into her finger immediately. Fire. A small fire formed in front of Kotori's small fist along with her shout. Its size was that of candlelight, small enough to disappear just from your own breathing. It far surpassed my expectation, in a bad way. I call it ignition ring. Foo. How's that? Kotori is awesome, right? I was at a loss upon hearing such a confident remark from Kotori. Sakura didn't say anything about this, but she kept glancing in my direction. Hey, don't rely on your big brother at this kind of moment. That's... The heck, it turned out to be just a simple device. If that's all you got, a lighter is still better for us. Asuna, who saw the result of the experiment, stated her unrestrained opinion as Kotori's bosom friend. Moo, Asuna-chan, you dummy. Despite her pout, maybe because of this small achievement, or because her ignition ring had the power comparable to that of lighter, Kotori learned new magic. Magic alchemy formation. Carve the basics of alchemy formation with your own magical power. Now is the time to start the endless journey of magic research. Thanks to this magic alchemy formation, the result of alchemy, which was almost equivalent to losing gacha up until now, could be adjusted to a certain extent in accordance with Kotori's will. But, since Kotaro-san's proficiency wasn't high enough, we couldn't expect a great result for a while. It'd take a while before we could strengthen our weapon with alchemy. But to my surprise, Kotaro-san found a creative way to make full use of magic alchemy formation's potential. Foo. Now, guess what is this? Kotaro-san showed her next creation with the same triumphant look on her face. It looks like nothing but a normal smartphone though. I replied to her. I mean, the item she held in her hand was really a smartphone. The smartphone with a minor mascot character as its wallpaper should be Kotori's smartphone. Correct, Soma-kun. This is a smartphone. Kotaro-san, the battery of your smartphone should have. No way. And then, after showing an even prideful expression on her face, Kotori exclaimed, after I'm done tinkling around with Thunder Magic Stone, now we can recharge our smartphone. Ooh. That was great indeed. Just like me, the other party members were also looking at Kotaro-san's latest invention with great interest. I'd turned off my smartphone ever since we had arrived in this dungeon, which was simply lacking a power outlet to recharge our smartphone to save its power, but then, now we could recharge our smartphone. We can recharge straight to full charge with only this small piece of magic stone. Sure enough, the battery icon of the smartphone was filled to the brim. We took a lot of Thunder Magic Stones from Govus. Our stocks were more than enough to let every single one of our party members' smartphones be fully charged. Now we can use our phone as much as we want to do phone calls. No, Kotaro-san, a phone call is impossible, you know. Though Kotaro-san's expression of opening her eyes wide in wonder was so adorable, to be honest, it made the hair on my back stand knowing her thinking that smartphone being on again was equal to being able to make a phone call again. I mean, a phone call is. Pirururu. That loud ringtone had interrupted my train of thought. Is that your phone, Nii-san? She was staring in wonder at me. Even after the electricity had been cut off, I kept it in my uniform pocket out of the habit. But it wasn't until I was reminded by Sakura I realized that my normally silent smartphone was ringing. It kept trembling inside of my pocket. And no way, it got connected. After I took out the phone in a hurry and opened the lock carefully, the screen displayed the name of the one who called me, Takanashi Kotori. Hello, Soma-kun. It's Kotori. Yeah, I know. I mean, you're the only one who talked with your phone right in front of me while showing such an innocent look on your face. Though I could hear her voice from here, there was no mistake that her voice was also coming from over the phone. It was connected. Now, I couldn't help but agree with her that Kotaro-san's phone and mine were connected. Just how in the world? Maybe Kotori might have changed the smartphone into a magic tool. My question received a direct answer from the class rep. But still, how can it connect just like that? Yuto-kun, Could it be that you're referring that there might be electromagnetic waves inside this dungeon? But of course, when we're speaking about communication via mail or phone with a mobile phone, it wouldn't be connected unless both phones were connected to the terminal via electromagnetic waves. For example, even if I were calling a person who stood right in front of me, my phone would have to connect to the closest terminal with electromagnetic waves first, and only after doing that would my phone call be connected to the other party's phone. Distance had nothing to do with it. So making a phone call was basically an indirect connection via the terminal. The one that directly connected with my phone was the transceiver in the terminal. Well, let's just call it Sage's magic. Yeah, it's just as Kotori says, let's not treat it like how the phone in our world operates. Otherwise, it won't look like magic anymore. Anyway, we agreed to not dig any further. This is so amazing, Kotori-san. Now everyone can get in touch with each other. Let's quickly charge everyone's smartphone as well. Okay, leave it to this sage, Takanashi Kotori. Thus, we obtained smartphone magic. Kotori-san then proceeded to charge everyone's smartphone with magic alchemy formation. Maybe it was the person herself who wished to be able to make a call once the smartphone has fully charged. And that strong feeling, bordering on a wish, was the main reason she turned the smartphone into a magic tool. Maybe because we really could use our phones, even though most of us were still half in doubt, almost all of us were checking the mail, SNS, and phone calls to find out that it was functioning normally. But still, we can't make a phone call to the others unless we're connected to the internet. Well, this is another world. After all, we're completely detached from our world. But still, we'll be able to contact the nearby people as soon as the electromagnetic waves connect to their phones. I see now. You're right. Kotori completely misunderstood the explanation about the transceiver from the class rep. Sadly enough, her understanding of communication technology was even lower than a junior high school student, but still, we might have to thank such a low level of understanding for allowing us to use our phone in this labyrinth. For example, assuming that Kotori-san understood the meaning of transceiver, meaning that we're limited to short-distance communication, that's why her act of erasing the need for a transceiver in the phone communication had enabled us to contact someone from a faraway place. The combination of her vocation, Sage, and her magic formation were the factors behind the creation of the smartphone's magic. In fact, everyone was really happy about this. Except for Futaba-san, who grasped tightly on her smartphone. It'll be even better if I can exchange my email address with Kotaro-kun. She was looking down as she murmured to herself. Section. After Kotaro-san developed her ignition ring and smartphone magic, she kept on developing accessories-type magic items with a small magic stone. The effect of those accessories was negligible, but that was mainly because of Kotori's low-level mastery. The quality of her magic tools would continue to improve along with her mastery. We continued to advance towards the Goma's castle, where the next transfer magic circle was located as Takanashi-san continued her experiment. UWAA, I found it. It really is Goma's nest. Natsukawa-san, who always scouting ahead due to her thief's vocation, had finally discovered the Goma's den. Thus, we were following her and then found the said Goma's den ahead of us. Maybe a hamlet was a closer description for that place rather than a den, and it didn't seem like the castle we're looking for. Gomas weren't the kind of monsters that sprung up from the dungeons like skeletons. It seems they built their own community somewhere, and the Goma's hamlet in front of us was the first Goma's community I'd ever seen. It's more like a hamlet rather than a nest. Indeed. At least, they seem to be smart enough to have construction technology. The trees growing in the village had been cut down to make an open space for the village. Their houses were similar to a tent, made from coarse and slightly dirty clothes, and densely packed. In addition, even though the construction was rather clumsy, they did make a wall around the hamlet by stabbing wooden stakes on the ground and tying them together with ivy-like rope. What are we going to do, Nii-san? They have yet to discover our presence. Surprise attack works better in this kind of situation. Gomas weren't strong monsters by all means, but their troublesome existence since they fought in a group using their number as their advantage to exhaust their opponent. And the class rep was right, the current us could wipe them out with blitzkrieg. But still, no matter how much of a monster they were, when I saw them live their life with their children in their village like normal humans. No, let's pass on this one. Indeed, No need to fight needlessly. Yeah. They don't seem like a threat even if we leave them alone. Maybe I was only playing safe to avoid feeling guilty over this matter. Anyhow, with Sakura and class rep supporting my opinion, we left that place quietly to avoid being noticed by them. This hamlet wouldn't become a problem even if we ignored it. The one who stood in our way was only that castle with a transfer circle. Once we arrived there, it seemed impossible to avoid a huge battle. That's Goma's castle, her. And then, we'd finally arrived at our destination after walking in the jungle for almost 1 week. The thing that was towering like a mountain in the middle of the jungle was a giant pyramid. It closely resembled the Mayan civilization's ruin. No matter how much I thought about it, this ancient, giant stone structure was clearly beyond Goma's ability. The top of this pyramid was the place pointed by our compass. And then, it was guarded by numerous Gomas. With the pyramid as its center, its base was surrounded by numerous tent-like structures similar to the one we saw on the way to this place. What are we going to do, Nii-san? Capturing that pyramid with frontal attack seems to be impossible even with our current strength. As expected, even Sakura and class rep's face became gloomy upon seeing the sheer size of Goma's city, or rather Goma's metropolis. The scale was completely different from the encounter battle we'd experienced up until this point. The scale has increased from battle to war, but we've no choice but to keep going on. Since this place is located outside of the jungle, we can't expect to look for a detour. Right. The transfer circle that I saw from the pedestal of that tower can't be in anywhere but this place. Takanasha-san declared so. Though it didn't mean that I'd never considered such possibilities, at least we're not getting too caught up with the map function of that pedestal since we couldn't find another transfer circle towards the next area around this area. Or else, the location might just happen to be outside of the map. And there was no guarantee that we could find the next transfer magic circle. But that place is a bit, yeah, they've completely outnumbered us. Both Natsukawa and Asuna didn't seem to be too eager to fight an opponent who completely outnumbered us. Aren't just small fry? But Futaba-san was the only one who muttered those words with a usual calm voice. Futaba-san, such rash judgment is. I mean it's just the same as before. It'll be okay as long as we use the transfer magic circle as soon as we defeat the boss, right? There's no need to defeat all of the Gomas, we just need to defeat their boss as fast as possible and escape from this area with transfer magic circle, right? That's easier. Sakura stopped halfway after she realized that Futaba-san was right. In the end, we've no other way than to do that. We've to infiltrate the castle in secret, defeat the boss as fast as possible, and then extract its core. After that, we only need to escape. You're right. That's the best option for us, let's do that. Though I was not too keen on doing that, everything was decided very quickly after we agreed to use the most reasonable strategy. Everybody might be still anxious about this matter, but they raised their weapon to hide their anxiety. Nevertheless, we're not going to infiltrate the castle so boldly. We had to make as much preparation as possible. Chapter 131, Battle in Goma's Castle. If we're going to sneak in secretly, the most reasonable choice is my thief vocation. Yeah, we've no choice but to let Minomi sneak in. But, you mustn't overexert yourself. You must return immediately even if you don't find anything. We entrusted the preliminary investigation of Goma's castle to Natsukawa-san. The first objective was searching for the most optimal route. Fortunately, there was a ferry plaza nearby the Goma's castle which could be used as a hiding place. Though it was located right next to a historic ruin, it was obvious for all to see that Gomas and monsters were avoiding Ferry Plaza. Those monsters wouldn't come to ambush us as long as they had no idea where we came from. There were few things we could do in the plaza as we were mainly waiting for Natsukawa-san to return with information. The best I could do in this situation was sharpening my mind so that I was fully prepared to leap out as soon as I saw Natsukawa-san in danger. If something happened to her, she would notify us with her smartphone. The fact that we could know her situation with a phone call was a great help on our side. And then, the time to take action finally came 2 days after Natsukawa-san started gathering information about Goma's castle. Since the night watch is only stationed around the castle during the night, we can overlook those tents. Those tents were actually the place where normal Gomas lived their lives, but according to Natsukawa-san, it was easy to pass through that place since everyone in that area was asleep at night. Just to be sure, we'd to wear tattered rags instead of a mantle to prevent suspicion when passing through that area. Naturally, the one who stole those tattered rags from the Gomas was Natsukawa-san. As expected of a thief. We were walking through the Goma's residential area while holding our breaths to minimize our presence. Since the Gomas were living a primitive life like that of Stone Age humans, there was no light in the house after sunset. The only one with lighting in the night was only the pyramid castle in the center, and the watchtowers. It might be thanks to my vocation that I didn't have any trouble seeing in the darkness with moonlight as the sole source of light. Though it was natural for Natsukawa-san's thief vocation to show its full prowess in the night, it turned out Asuna, Futaba-san, and I could also see just fine in the darkness. On the other hand, sorcerer-like professions such as class rep and Sakura could barely see in the dark. And Takanasha-san was literally reduced to a normal human in this situation. Takanasha-san, who was walking while pulling class rep's hand, had already stumbled a few times upon trash or scattered tools around the tents, and yet it seemed that none of those slumbering Gomas awakened. Everyone, we're about to arrive. After we infiltrate the castle, it's a race against time battle. Go all out at once. Natsukawa-san reminded us again after we left the perimeter of the tent area, right in the vicinity of the castle. Around the castle was a circular wall made from timber with several watchtowers standing tall in fixed intervals. Every single one of the watchtowers was entrusted to Goma's elite warriors. As if that was not enough, 3 Govas were stationed in every single watchtower to watch over the surrounding. Those Govas could find us immediately if we snuck into the tent area with Lux Elemental as source of light. But thanks to the clever selection of route by Natsukawa-san, who somehow understood the scope of those Govas observation areas, we made it safely into the fortress. I'll leave the fence to you after I fell the warrior above the tower, Asuna-chan. Yes, leave it to me. Then, we're going to rush in at 30 seconds count. Saying so, Natsukawa-san climbed the vertical watchtower at breakneck speed. Exactly 30 seconds later, she had already subdued the 2 Govas stationed in that watchtower. That moment, Asuna had already closed in on the wooden fence and sliced apart some of it to open the path for the rest of us. By the way, Asuna and I had decided on the role of making that opening with a rock-paper-scissors game. I conceded that role to Asuna as the loser of that game. Fast. It wasn't a martial art, just a simple slash that she practiced over and over again back in Japan. Asuna's purification sword cut the log as if it was tofu and made a perfect opening for someone to pass through it. That's splendid, Asuna. Humph, I can even cut iron with my current power. Cutting this log isn't a big deal. Despite what she said, she let out a light smile. I know, right? I mean, I would do the same if I were in her position. Whoops, let's get inside immediately. Natsukawa-san, who descended from above the watchtower like some sort of ninja, sprinted right into the hole. Everyone, let's go. The watchtower aside, we were yet to be found out by the guard since we didn't infiltrate from the gate. Though we wouldn't be able to hide our figures upon passing through the place with a bonfire, at this rate we might be able to slip into the castle without being found out. We ran as fast as possible while doing our best to minimize the sound of our footsteps as much as possible. KYA. Maybe because she was too nervous, Takanasha-san ended up tripping on her feet. Her pained scream when her head hit the ground and the sound of her fall resounded in the silent night. Bujira, Ugoo, Veaa. At that moment, the Gomas raised piercing cries. There was no need for speculation, we had been found out. Damn it, everyone hurry up. SOE. Save your apology for later, hurry up Kotori. Asuna picked up Kotori, who was about to cry, and dashed towards the entrance of the castle. The rest of us were also running in a hurry regardless of our footsteps being heard by the Gomas or not. GEBA. UOJ. Though the Gomas and Govas arrived just a few seconds later, all of us had already entered the castle right at the last moment. Class rep, do it. Great, everyone is already inside, right? Then. Ice wall defense. Class rep sealed the entrance to the tower with defensive type ice magic. Soon after, The entrance was sealed by a double or maybe triple layer of the ice wall. Great, that should be enough to stop them for a while. The boss Goma should be in the room ahead, but I can't say that for sure since this is also the first time I have infiltrated the castle this far. Don't let your guard down, everyone. As expected, not even a skilled scout like Natsukawa-san dared to infiltrate the castle by herself. Nevertheless, the path was simple enough, just a stairway that went straight to the top floor. We continued treading the path that seemingly went to the top of the pyramid, killing any guard that we met along the way. And finally, we arrived at an open space. Goo boo boo, bo ha ha ha. And then, waiting for us on the top floor was the boss of the Gomas. The Gogma. It was big by the way. It looked like a 3 meters tall wrestler with a long twisted horn growing from its head and looked even more ferocious than Govas. Its hands, as big as logs, were grasping a weapon that matched its huge frame. Its weapon was an oversized double-edged greatsword with an emerald green-like gem embedded on its hilt. It could be an enchanted weapon of wind element. But the biggest problem about this Gogma, the one who should be the boss monster of this tower, was the bitter fact that there were 4 of them in this room. Aburu, Zeba, Buruoaa. No, the true boss was the one in the innermost part of this room. I mean, it had a far bigger and taller frame than the other 4 Gogmas. Moreover, it wasn't just bigger, it also only had 1 eye and a pair of twisted horns growing from its head. It looked like the combination of Cyclops and Minotaurs but had an even more conspicuous feature. It had 4 arms instead of 2. Every single one of its arms grasped a different weapon, sword, axe, hammer, and then a magic wand. Leave that 4-armed one to me. Everyone, please take care of the rest during that time. Our retreat had already been sealed by Class Rep's ice wall. We had no choice but to walk forward no matter what kind of enemy was waiting for us. Understood, Nii-san. Not like we've any other choice. The 4-armed Gogma and the other 4 Gogmas looked like 4 heavenly kings. Even though this was the first time everyone fought against a powerful monster who came in a group, they still raised their weapon resolutely. Yosh, let's go. I won't hold back. Take this full power of mine. Thus, the decisive battle of Goma Castle had begun. Cross. Calibua. Buruaa. The shining blade of light got parried due to the combination of 4-armed Gogma's wind elemental greatsword, hammer's impact, scorching axe, and its terrifying full swing's power. The overwhelming mass between us had already given me a disadvantage in terms of power, and now I had to worry about those 4 arms too. In a normal situation, I would have been easily squashed by its 4 powerful arms, and yet, I fought on par against it with a single sword of light. Yes, I was currently borrowing the power of Cross Caliber. Only by doing so could I fight on par against the 4-armed Gogma. Rather than crossing blows with it, I was on defense. The 4-armed Gogma's overwhelming weight and height aside, it had mastered each one of its weapons to an incredibly high level. Though it wasn't on the level of master of martial arts, its attack was the perfect combination of physical attack and magic. On the other hand, I had no choice but to rely on Cross Caliber, which I had yet to master. In short, I was barely hanging in there. No, I mustn't fight it head-on. Bura-digura. Jigurezedudo. A flash of lightning suddenly fired from the magic wand in one of its 4 hands. I had no idea what it said in Goma's language just now, but from the tune of its voice, it was clear that it just spelled some sort of aria. The 4-armed Gogma wasn't just relying on its enchanted weapon, it was also learning magic. This was the first time I had seen a Goma-type opponent using magic. I tried to step out of the 4-armed Gogma's range, only to have this lightning chasing after me. Despite my attempt to protect myself against the numerous crackling thunders that came out from the violet magic stone affixed on the 4-armed Gogma magic wand, I didn't know how long I could hold it back. Goo. Strong. Its strength might rival the living armor that guarded the palace area. And yet, I was already pushed back just with a little addition of wit to my opponent. This was my limit here. I know that haste would bring impatience would bring disaster, but this much wouldn't be enough to shake my heart. I've to persist, for the time being, prolonging our fight. Yes, I'm not alone. I'll trust my comrade and keep this guy at bay. No, WE won't lose. MUGA. I steeled my resolution as I chose to put my trust in my comrade and kept swinging my sword of light. Section. The center of the room where the sword of light clashed against the weapon of the four-armed Gogma had turned into a deadly zone no one could disturb. That's why there were no worries about involving the others in a battle even if the four-armed Gogma rampage continued. The size of the room itself was about as big as a baseball dome. A fierce battle unfolded in various locations of that place. A big one is coming. Be careful. Sakura and Ryuko prepared their defensive magic as soon as Kotori sent such a warning. Ice Alma Shield. Lux Wall Defense. The moment after the ice barrier and light curtain appeared, it was followed by a tempestuous flaming tornado. The blazing hot flame tornado was slowly eating away the barrier erected by the two spellcasters as if licking ice cream. That was so close. Are you okay, Kotori? I'm okay. Though the defensive wall was mostly destroyed, it barely managed to protect them from the flame tornado. The hot wind wasn't the only reason the three girls were sweating profusely. Since Sakura and Ryuko were your orthodox spellcaster type, this was their first experience in close combat. Even though a fire-breathing monster wasn't that rare in this dungeon, a monster that used a magic wand, and magic was actually a rare case. And the one who fought that rare monster, the flame magician type Gogma, were that duo or trio since Kotori was included. The magician-type Gogma who swung around its magic wand which looked like a bishop's staff as it fired one fireball after another had already surpassed Cerberus heat radiation in terms of heat alone. Even though their side had two spellcasters, one hit from Gogma's fire arrow was enough to incapacitate them. On the other hand, in spite of being a magician type with a big frame, the Gogma's toughness far surpassed their expectation. In spite of scalding and bleeding from all over the place after receiving so many Lux Sagitta and Ice Sagitta, it was unperturbed, as if all of their attacks was only on the level of a scratch. On the other hand, the pair of girls raised defensive magic as soon as Kotori sensed that the Gogma was about to fire a spell more powerful than an intermediate spell. The Gogma's timing in invoking its spell was that of an experienced combatant. Both Sakura and Ryuko were forced into a defensive battle by Gogma's firepower. Though it wasn't that strange if they lost to their far more superior opponent long time ago, they barely survived thanks to Sage Kotori's assistance in reading their opponent's move with magical power analysis. Kotori let her comrades know the timing for attack and defense. Moreover, she was also the one who did covering fire for her comrades when they were about to be attacked by Gogma as soon as they showed an opening, and was also assisting Yuto in one way or another. A deadlock her. But we're in a better situation thanks to Sakura's healing magic. Their sole advantage over the Gogmas was the fact that they had Sakura, a healer. Though Sakura was an amateur when it came to close combat as a magician, she mastered a little bit of swordsmanship since she always saw the spar between Asuna and Yuto, their vanguard. Thanks to that experience, she could use healing light on Yuto who fought a fierce battle against four-armed Gogma when he needed it. But now, we're also on the side that needs reinforcement. The best we can do right now is keep this guy at bay. We've no choice but to wait for Asuna and Minomi to make a breakthrough in this situation. It was vexing, but the three couldn't do anything since they simply lacked the firepower to defeat their opponent and assist their ally. We've no choice but to believe in them. Despite her vexation, Sakura couldn't help but accept the fact that she lacked firepower and needed her comrades' assistance while sending healing light to Asuna and Minomi who fought a fierce battle beside them. Oh it's not hurting anymore. Sakura's healing magic her. That was close, Natsukawa. Shankyu, Sakura-chan. Though Natsukawa Minomi seemed to be as cheerful as usual, it was in fact a facade to prevent her heart from breaking under this situation. She was really grateful for Sakura's healing light which came in time, but she barely hanging in there with just a light graze from Gogma's attack. Fuoga. Mugu, Uoga. The Gogma who fought against Minomi and Asuna was a swordsman type with a wind elemental magic sword like the one used by the four-armed Gogma. That Gogma wasn't just big, it was really fast on top of that. The enchanted sword fired air Sagitta which combined with exquisite swordplay had cornered Minomi and Asuna. Nevertheless, this is a tough one here. Still long way to go. In this situation, where the two vanguards fought against one opponent, they were lucky that the battle occurred in wide space. The swordsman Gogma was powerful, but the duo received assistance from Sakura in the form of healing magic and Kotori's warning when their opponent was about to use the ability of the wind sword. Thus, the two could fight calmly while raising their vigilance on their opponent's special attack. Minami stabbed on the Gogma's back with her Wild Van Dead knife, and then released Electric Shock, the Shock Bolt, and added poison stocked in Sea Demon's Water Current Whip. Asuna made an even deeper cut with Purification Sword and forced massive bleeding with Flame Red Saber. The swordsman Gogma, who received relentless attacks of the two, had its movement impeded due to the poison in its flesh. There were countless cutting wounds on its skin. Moreover, there were scalding wounds all over its body. But, the way it acted, as if those wounds were trivial. Booga, Bugo, Vunga. Its war cry hadn't weakened at all. Rather, it seemed to be more fired up the more blood it shed. And yet, it still managed to block the attack aimed at its vital spots such as the head, just like a mad warrior who maintained its sanity in Berserker Mode. We just need to land a critical hit to end this fight as soon as possible, and yet, geez, this guy is so persistent. Just drop dead already. The two of them had no other choice but to keep inflicting wound after wound to the swordsman Gogma while keeping in mind the fact that they're racing against time. Namely, the fact that they couldn't go to help Yuto and their comrades unless they defeated their opponent as fast as possible. Yes, everyone's thoughts in that place were united. Everyone did their best, fighting a desperate battle that they never experienced before. Sakura, Ryoko, Asuna, Minami, including Yuto, everyone was completely focused on the opponent before them. Thus, they failed to realize. The giant four-armed Gogma versus Yuto. Magician Gogma versus Sakura, Ryoko, and Kotori. The swordsman Gogma versus Asuna and Minami. They forgot the fact that there were still two Gogmas left in that place. The hammer-wielder Gogma and the axe-wielder Gogma. Even with the best party composition, they fought one Gogma at most. They failed to realize that it was a fight in which one single enemy was enough to overturn the stalemate. But every single one of the party was too occupied with the enemy before them. Thus bringing a question, where had those axe-wielder Gogmas and hammer-wielder Gogmas disappeared to? Or rather, why they didn't help the other Gogmas? The answer was, because they're too occupied with the enemy in front of them. A fierce battle to death unfolded in one corner of that extremely spacious room. The Berserker, Futaba Maiko, fought against those two Gogmas by herself. Section. Ha. As expected, it depleted her stamina at a rapid pace. They were blessed with successive victories as of late, including powerful enemies like Living Armor, but thanks to their powerful lineup, they never experienced hardship during the battle. But now, in a situation in which she couldn't hope for the other party members' assistance, she was pitted against two Gogmas at the same time. Defeating both of them might be as hard as defeating the four-armed Gogma. She didn't even receive healing magic from Sakura. No matter how powerful her base stats had become after receiving Berserker Vocation, it didn't mean that she didn't have a hard time fighting against two Gogmas at the same time without any assistance at all. I've never experienced this kind of situation aside from the battle against the armored bear. She recalled that the last time she fought with her life on the line was when she fought the armored bear right before they met Soma, Sakura and company. I wonder what is Kotaro-kun doing right now. The only moment she could relax her mind was when she recalled about him. Her chest was overflowing with love whenever she thought about him, and that joy would turn into dread and anxiety that was enough to make her cry in the next moment. In short, she was showing signs of emotional instability. Ironically, the person herself was aware of that. And yet, Maiko kept swinging her weapon, burying one enemy after another. Her face was as docile as a sheep despite facing storms of weapons that were brandished with killing intent to kill her, as if the battle itself was a trivial matter to her. Uoga. Sure enough, the blazing axe-wielding Gogma started to increase the power behind its attack. But due to how skillful Maiko used her black shield, adjusting the angle of her shield right before the moment of impact, the attack ended up sliding down instead of striking down the shield. The blazing edge of the edge ended up striking the stone floor in vain instead of striking its real target. Muga. The other Gogma used that chance to swing its hammer, which could pulverize everything with its powerful impact towards Maiko. Whoopsie. Maiko used her jet black halberd. Though the blade that was attached to its spear-length handle was too big for humans, it was still too small compared to the hammer that was forged to match the Gogma's huge stature. Maiko skillfully manipulated that halberd with one hand, crossing blows right from the front with the hammer that was swung with Gogma's both hands, repelling it. Every single one of her swings was not only empowered with her berserker strength but also added her martial art, shock too. Fu-ha. BGR. MGGGRR. Strong. Both Maiko and the two Gogmas felt the same. Their battle might look like an unfair battle of 2 against 1, but, in fact, it was a deadlock for both sides. As a berserker, Maiko had the highest physical damage amongst the member of Yuto's team. It wasn't self-conceited, but a fact. Even Maiko realized that fact. And her power was enough to kill a Gogma who was far higher and heavier than her in a single hit in a one-on-one battle. But from the Gogma's perspective, Maiko with her superhuman strength that rivaled them despite being a human was their greatest threat. Their instinct had told them that they would lose against her in a one-on-one battle. They actually felt relieved that the two of them were the ones who dealt with this terrifyingly powerful woman, allowing the battle to enter a state of deadlock. Since their side was starting to gain an upper hand in the other battle, all they needed to do was hold this woman in this place until their comrades finished off the woman's comrades. By then, they could use their superior number to defeat the woman, a despicable but just act. Strangely, the line of thought of the Gomas was no different from Yuto and Co., the humans. If it's going to be like that time, I guess I've no choice but to use that. Knowing that her side was the one that was slowly being cornered, Maiko reached the conclusion that she needed a temporary power-up to break the deadlock. Maiko made that decision as she parried her opponent's onslaught. She wasn't scared. Instead, she felt some sort of joy within. The reason being the trump card that she was going to use was the one given by Kotaro. "Lend me your power, Kotaro-kun." She took out a small leather bag from her pouch in the gap between the two Gogma's attacks. The content of that leather bag was a white powder. This was the second time she used it after the battle against the armored bear. Yes, the thing she took out was Goma's infamous doping, the reagent X, which was given to her by Kotaro as the trump card in case Maiko was overwhelmed by her opponent. Chapter 132, Resounded Voice. Ooh. The howling of a berserk beast shook the entire hall. All the fighting stopped right at that exact moment, looking at the source of the bestial roar. And then, they saw it. The figure of Futaba Maiko enveloped in blazing, dark crimson aura. Yes, that was the true, unsealed power of Berserker. OOA. She started to move at an extremely terrifying speed, leaving her aura trailing behind her. The axe-wielding Gogma could barely react to the incoming attack from the crimson raging beast in front of it. View, NUGA. It was just a single attack from a female human who was even smaller than it. And yet, the moment it received that female woman's attack, its stance broke. To be exact, the Gogma was blown away. Even though their strength was supposed to be on a par up until now, even when it was lowering its stance to gain more stability, it was far from enough to withstand the female woman's extremely heavy attack with her halberd that was wrapped in a dark crimson aura. Byugu. The giant flame axe that was used to receive the halberd's strike flipped from the Gogma hands and fell behind it. Naturally, the female berserker wouldn't let go of such an opening, but the other Gogma wouldn't let the berserker finish off its comrade. BUNGA. It swung its super shock hammer toward Maiko, who was about to finish off its comrade. If Maiko kept going on, the result would be her killing the axe-wielding Gogma and then being crushed to death by the hammer-wielding Gogma. But, maybe because the drug was a modified version, she could still maintain her composure even in a berserk state, or maybe for the sake of efficiency, she turned around to face the incoming hammer. GOA. Against the hammer that came from above with a power that enough to crush any human into nothing more than bloody spots on the floor, Maiko simply received such attack with her Dark Tower shield. Even though the clash between the hammer and shield resulted in a loud metallic sound, the shield of the living armor received that terrifying attack without even a single scratch on its surface. UUO. Even though the floor below her feet was crushed due to the force behind that attack, Maiko's stance didn't even flinch. The toughness of her body no longer that of flesh. Currently, her body was as tough as tempered steel. And then, she launched her counter. The hammer-wielding Gogma who went all out with the previous attack couldn't react in time since its powerful attack from before stunned it. And that opening was fatal in this kind of battle. Buga. The halberd that swung by Maiko was loaded with her martial art, shock, and it came from below the stunned Gogma. The attack that came from below like scooping up struck Gogma's crotch, mercilessly pulverizing its horse-like genital into nothing more than bloody mist. The pain caused by the total annihilation of manhood was simply beyond imagination, but that Gogma was fortunate enough not to have the chance to feel that pain. The shock attack came from below, and the moment it touched the Gogma's nether region, whether it's fat, bulky muscle, or innards, basically everything beneath the skin got pulverized by ultra-high-frequency shockwaves. And then, its abdomen exploded as if there was dynamite in it. The Gogma that lost its entire lower half silenced right in that instant. The light in its eyes faded as it drowned in its own sea of blood. Without even looking at the upper half of the hammer-wielding Gogma that fell on the floor, Maiko had already leapt to reap the life of the axe-wielding Gogma that tried to stand back on its feet. If its hammer fellow could stop Maiko for another second, it might be able to rebuild its stance. But it was in a completely defenseless state when trying to stand on its feet. By then, the Berserker had already raised her halberd high into the air. The Gogma shouldn't be able to perform defensive martial arts either. As a result, Maiko's downward swing, which was empowered by rupture, easily decapitated the Gogma's log-like neck. With a shower of fresh blood from the beheaded Gogma serving as the background, Maiko kicked the head of the Gogma that was rolling on the floor. It wasn't that she resented her opponent, nor did she want to desecrate the dead. That head just happened to be the easiest throwing tool available to reap the life of her next prey. Due to the amount of force put in her kick, the skull of Gogma's freshly severed head dented, and it flew toward Maiko's next target with force rivaling rockshot with a catapult. Muga. The Gogma that wielded wind magic sword warded off the head of its comrade who flew from its side. The swordsman Gogma turned its back toward its two opponents while complaining to the one who disturbed its battle. The Gogma who fought on par against the combination of Asuna and Minomi has no leeway for even a second distraction. That's why, the moment it turned its back toward its two opponents, its fate had already been sealed. The thing that came right after the severed head bullet was a fatal strike from the female Berserker. Facing against a mass of killing intent wrapped in the dark crimson aura, not even a Gogma could let its guard down. Putting it prudently, Asuna and Minomi should have used that chance to inflict a critical wound toward the Gogma. But the two of them were just standing still in their place. Rather, they couldn't move at all. Minomi's feet cowered in front of an overwhelming show of Maiko's power. As for Asuna, she was trembling from head to toes like a newborn foal. Forget about attacking, she couldn't even move due to her trauma. As a result, it turned into a one-on-one battle between the Berserker and swordsman. The two whose bodies were engulfed in killing intent clashed. And the battle decided right in the next moment. Gaiga. A single slash drew a dark crimson trail. First, cut its ankle to stop it from moving around. Then cut its right hand to remove its weapon. By the time its body fell on the stone paving, the blade of halberd had already struck into the crown of the head of the swordsman Gogma. Bara Barada. Burduva. That moment, the sorcerer-type Gogma chanted an aria. As expected, it prioritized the opponent who slaughtered its three comrades in less than a minute. Toward the trio of Sakura, Ryoko, and Kotori who became its opponent, the sorcerer Gogma erected a firewall to hinder their movements while focusing its firepower to annihilate the incoming Berserker. Thereupon, flame tornadoes surging forth, its heat was enough to reduce anything it touched to a cinder. Oh. But the other party unexpectedly chose to break through from the front. Maiko set her dark tower shield in front of her as she charged into a fire tornado. Maiko had a large build for a girl, but the living armor's shield could cover her entire body. Since she barely had the time to pick up her halberd, that blade buried in the skull of the swordsman Gogma, Maiko solely relied on her shield as she charged toward the sorcerer Gogma. Uga. Maiko, who was charging through the blazing fire tornado, then slammed her shield toward sorcerer Gogma. A dull sound resounded as her tower shield struck the Gogma's body. Buuga. Ogaa. Gogma was also divided by its own class such as swordsman and warrior, and what Maiko did was suppress those two classes with her brute force. Even though Sorcerer Gogma was a Gogma too, its physical strength was far lower compared to its comrades. The Sorcerer Gogma who received such a powerful body blow fell with a thud. That moment, the Berserker pulled back her fist. Ha! And punched through the Gogma's face with her pile bunker fist of dark swirling aura, reaping the Gogma life. With this, all 4 Gogmas had died. The only one left was the giant 4-armed Gogma engaged in fierce combat against the hero. Futaba-san, the enemy is all ready. That's enough, no need to fight alone anymore. The victor was already decided. All that was left was cooperating with everyone to subjugate the 4-armed Gogma. But Yuto swallowed back the words that he was about to say. Fu. Maiko unsheathed her sub-weapon, Assassination Kitchen Knife, as her breathing getting disordered. Not even Yuto or 4-armed Gogma dared to see Maiko's eyes that emitted crimson aura. She couldn't be stopped with words anymore. And most of all, everyone had finally realized that no one could stop the Berserker who had lost its mind, not even Yuto. Uoa. Ooga. It wasn't clear anymore which one was the monster. The Berserker and the 4-armed Gogma clashed as they raised a deafening war cry. As soon as both of them closed into each other, the sword, the axe, and the hammer attacked Maiko all at once. Regarding Maiko's weapon, compared to her halberd, her kitchen knife was really small in terms of size. Moreover, her weapons were also lost in terms of size. Naturally, her kitchen knife wasn't just a kitchen knife, it was Assassination Kitchen Knife. Its bloodthirsty blade was clashing against the 4-armed Gogma's weapons. Fu, Gu, Nu, Guhaha, Uoga. But of course, she was pushed back since her opponent's arms were double of hers. Even though she could unlock her dormant power with Kotaro's Reagent X, defeating the powerful 4-armed Gogma whose arms surpassed her wasn't a simple matter. Bura Digura Digura. Jigur is Adudo. That moment, the magic wand clasped in the 4-armed Gogma's 4th arm fired lightning. The surging lightning was fired at Maiko, who was fighting a close combat battle against the 4-armed Gogma. At the same time, the other 3 arms of the 4-armed Gogma were also sweeping down at Maiko, locking her in place. Repel, Reflector. At that moment, the hero's sword cut in. The lightning strike that was about to attack Maiko was deflected with Yuto's slash. Sorry for the delay, Futaba-san. Let me to no, I'll cover your opening. Maiko didn't even say thank you. All she did was send a sidelong glance, but that was enough for Yuto. Ha. Uoo. Slash. The situation had reversed. Now it's 2 vs 1. Originally, the 4-armed Gogma could fight toe-to-toe against Yuto. So when Maiko joined in, it was clear that the 4-armed Gogma would lose. Mugaa. Bugu, Nugaa. Even if the 4-armed Gogma attacked, as long as it fought against the Berserker and the hero, its power was reduced to that of normal Gogma. In addition, both of its opponents were as powerful as the 4-armed Gogma itself. Gaa. Humph. Take this. Tri/. The Assassination Kitchen Knife clad in dark crimson aura slashed 4-armed Gogma's right arm. The 3 high-speed slashes from the shining sword slashed the 4-armed Gogma's left arm. Thus, the 4-armed Gogma lost both of its sword and hammer-wielding hands, reducing its combat prowess by half. The table has turned against the 4-armed Gogma. Nugugugu. Gaburu Zen Jiburafuga. Wa watch out. Soma Kuan. The boss is about to do suicide bomb attack. Yuto's leg stopped as soon as he heard Takanashi Kotori's warning. The boss might have realized that the winner was already decided. Their side had lost this battle. Since that was the case, it might as well drag some of its formidable opponents along to hell. Despite being a monster, it had the pride of a king who led his people and the pride of a warrior who fought till the bitter end. That pride was something that Yuto, its enemy, recognized, but Yuto had no intention to die along with it. Therefore, he stepped back. Uwoaa. But the word retreat never existed in a berserker's wisdom. As the lightning came, shining even brighter as if it was ready to explode at any given moment, the boss brandished its axe, the only remaining weapon to stall for enough time to complete its suicide bombing casting time. Futaba-san. Damn it. The boss had yet to die. Even the current Maiko wouldn't be able to kill the boss within the several seconds before the suicide bombing magic activated. On the other hand, if Yuto tried to stop Maiko now, both of them wouldn't be able to escape from the explosion. Enya-san, run. At that moment, Yuto felt really ashamed of himself for almost escaping due to Sakura's voice. Should I escape? In this situation, he could only escape by himself. Should he escape despite the vow he made to protect Futaba Maiko? Should he escape when this was exactly the time when he had to fulfill his vow? When he decided to protect Maiko, he felt some sort of power bursting forth from inside. The shine of his sword increased even further. Nero lightning, brilliant white light surging forth along with Yuto's slash. The giant shining sword blasted the hand of the boss that clasped the thunder magic cane. One would wonder if that pinpoint super-killing move was only a coincidence or a newly awakened power born inside the hero to protect his comrade. Guga, Bujiaa. Yuto and company could only guess whether the four-armed Gogma's scream was that of the agony upon losing its third arm, or a wail of the loser who failed to activate its suicide bomb magic in the last second. But such a scream wouldn't stop the Berserker from finishing off the four-armed Gogma for good. At this moment, not a single voice entered Maiko's ears. Not a single one, whether it was Kotori's warning for Yuto, Sakura's warning to Yuto, Yuto's war cry when he decided to protect Maiko, or the death throes of the enemy before her. She didn't consider that as herself running out of control because of the drug, because inside Maiko's head was as serene as the surface of the water in the well. The same went for her mind. The reason was that she heard a voice. Kill. It was someone's voice, filled to the brim with killing intent. Slash. It wasn't her voice nor her comrades'. Cut, slash, kill. It was an enigmatic, seemingly genderless voice. But that voice definitely resounded in Maiko's ears. No, it resounded in her mind, just like God's voice. Eslawai. That killing intent-filled voice was received by Maiko with a calm heart, not even causing a ripple in her mind. Fine. She replied calmly to that voice like a mother trying to pacify her child's selfishness. Slash. Kill. This hand. Sparing no compassion or whim, Maiko understood that. That they're taking the best advantage of each other. Yeah, let me help you, assassination kitchen knife. And then, Maiko, who received the power from her cursed weapon, the assassination kitchen knife, reached out and pulled it out. One who hears the voice, the ability to hear the unreachable voice. Neither refusing nor going mad because of that voice, just accepting it with a calm mind. It was the third skill she gained upon changing her vocation to Berserker. Just as its flavor text had said, Maiko, who heard the curse's voice, got a new power without rejecting it or went mad because of it. Therefore, she felt some sort of power surging forth from the hand gripping on the assassination kitchen knife. Black aura surging forth from the knife's blade, smoke rose from it as if it was burned. Her dark crimson aura that had already been released, and the jet black aura which personified curse were mixing together, giving even more sinister darkness to the crimson color, which then surged forth from the knife's blade. That power was ready to be fired at any moment. Or rather, there was no need to hold it back anymore. The reason being there was a perfect target for that power standing right in front of her. Black calm. That strike decapitated the four-armed Gogma's head, sending the one-eyed twin-horned head flying high in the air. That one killing strike beautifully ripped the life of her opponent, cementing Maiko's victory. But that was far from enough to calm the power that exploded at once. She pierced the headless body with a returning blade. The blade sank without any resistance at all. The four-armed Gogma's hard skin, bulky muscle, and armor, all of that were cut apart from above to below. The assassination kitchen knife easily sliced all of those parts as if opening a zipper of tunic from the top. The four Gogma's entrails and blood were gushing out from the part that was cut open by Maiko. Seeing that, Maiko slashed her knife again. Uga. Cut, kill. Cut and tear it from limb to limb. No one could stop Maiko's madness. As if dancing, she kept on cutting and slicing the four-armed Gogma's flesh apart in the midst of a rain of blood. Not even Yuto's voice could reach her ears. I'm hungry. Just when everyone was wondering for how long that gruesome dismantling show would go on, it suddenly ended with Maiko's muttering. At the same time, her body suddenly crumbled down like a doll whose strings got cut off. Futaba-san. When that happened, Yuto was the first one to rush toward Maiko. Following her was Ryuko, who just snapped out of that gory show. Hang in there, Futaba-san. Calm down, Yuto-kun, she's fine. I saw similar symptoms like this one before. Maybe she just exhausted her stamina after she used Momokawa-kun's drug. She's just sleeping right now. Ryuko recalled that the same thing had happened when she first came upon Kotaro Maiko's combi in the dungeon after the former abandoned the heavily injured Maiko a few days prior, since there was no way to treat Maiko's injury. That time, she heard from Kotaro that Maiko was only sleeping from exhaustion due to the aftereffects of Goma's narcotic. Thus, she guessed the reason for Maiko's current condition in accordance with that experience. DR drug, you say? That's a dangerous thing, right? No matter how you look at it, that drug caused more than Futaba-san's madness. Momokawa-kun is a shaman. There's a risk in using it, but it's not strange even if he can make a similar, but an enhanced version of that drug. I've said about it before, right? She was okay the last time I saw her using that drug, but let's just observe her for now. It seems there's no problem with her breathing and pulse. Most of all her injuries healed right away thanks to her berserker's toughness. That matter aside, let's take out the core to escape from this place as soon as possible. Yuto couldn't help but agree with Ryoko's calm judgment. They had no time to worry about the hidden danger of Momokawa Kotaro's drug that was given to Maiko. Though they managed to beat the boss, Maiko ended up fainting from exhaustion. Everyone was exhausted too. Maybe because they didn't wish to interrupt the battle of the four-armed Goma and company against Yuto and company, the Gomas had yet to step inside the hall. But it might be just a matter of time before they're rushing into the hall. Minami was moving in accordance with Ryoko's instruction. She retrieved the core from the four-armed Goma and the other four Heavenly King's Goma. They also picked up the weapon, but since the size was simply oversized, they planned to give up. Well then, let's go. The room with teleportation device should be right beyond that stairs. Yuto and company followed Minami's lead, leaving behind the spacious hall in which a deadly battle had ensued just a while ago. Damn it. In the end, I'm relying on her power again. Yuto, who was carrying unconscious Maiko on his back, didn't feel a shred of happiness from overcoming this deadly battle at all. For the current him, Maiko's body which he carried on his back felt as light as a feather. Yes, nothing more than the body of a normal everyday girl. That fact made him lament his powerlessness even more than before. He failed to notice that he was falling into a depression. Moreover, the weapon that Maiko used to kill the four-armed Goma, assassination kitchen knife, started to show a change. Its blade, which wrapped in black aura, had evolved. It became longer, bulkier, and more sinister than before. Dismemberment demonic butcher's knife, whether it's human or monster, all shall be butchered equally. Chapter 133, Strong Man. When I opened my eyes after the dazzling light of the teleportation circle settled down, the ghastly expression of the Goma's army was no more. It was replaced by the serene scenery of the Fairy Plaza. It seems everyone has transferred properly. TCH, that shitty Raina returned right before we're going to transfer. Even though this shitty girl could return immediately, she deliberately delayed her return so that she wouldn't get involved in a boss battle. You think saying I barely finished my job along with your childish acting could trick me, huh? Thank God you're safe, Raina-chan. Thank God. But since Yamada-kun celebrated that bitch's safe return like a grandpa celebrating the safety of his granddaughter, the atmosphere ended up preventing me from scolding her. Whatever, I'll overlook her fault just this once. Let's blame all of it on the timing of the appearance of our opponent. I mean, I didn't wish to create too much friction like Kensuke Asuna and Soma Sakura's case. Anyhow, that's it for today, everyone. Let's rest our tired bodies for now. Don't ask for food and a bath, please. I'm really tired right now. I mean, who fights at midnight, after all? Thank you for your effort too, Momokawa-kun. The fact that you defeated the boss by yourself is awesome too. And yet, none of us could be of any help to you at all. It's okay, everyone did their best in their own way after all. I just happened to have an effective way to kill the boss, that's all. In fact, I used up the stock of my Spirog's poison in that battle. Now I wouldn't be able to use it again unless I replenished my stock. But still, you're amazing back then, Momokawa-kun. I don't think we could achieve this result if it's just us. Well, you almost got it right. I mean, like hell you could beat that guy with that kind of a mess party. Fuwa. Ah, sorry, it seems everyone is already dead tired. You may sleep, Momokawa-kun. I'll do the watch-out job. Ah, sorry, I'll leave the watch-out to you. My mana consumption aside, it was only natural for anyone to wish for a long and comfortable sleep after running for their lives like me. Ah, I didn't want to do anything anymore. That's why I accepted Yamajun's offer, and bid a good NI. Section. Long time no see. When I opened my eyes, I was already inside the space-time of a black god. The last time I came to this place was when I received Witch's Kettle and Vessel of Poison for subjugating Basilisk on my own. Our follower, Momokawa Kotaro. Yes, it's an honor to meet you after a long time, Ruin Hilda-sama. The one who appeared along with the usual was the god of curse with a jet-black skull, Ruin Hilda-sama. Since I could see her clearly in this space, I was not scared of her terrifying, death godlike face, and managed to show a proper manner towards my god's patron. Good job on accomplishing what you should accomplish. Thank you very much. Maybe because it was a compliment, it sounds like she was more lively than usual. To be honest, it felt like a dream that I managed to lead that mess of a party to overcome the Goma's fortress. Well, gaining her recognition was enough to make me happy. You managed to build your position in that place. Yes, maybe now was the moment, but was there some sort of taboo or creed about worshipping Ruin Hilda-sama? I have imposed that upon myself, thus that covenant has become the source of my power. Whether it's king or god, they have no choice but to abide. She turned out to be a personage who respects an individual's freedom. Maybe it's something like giving a handicap since you're too OP. I shall grant thee a new curse. It finally came her. My body stiffened once Ruin Hilda-sama's hands tapped my shoulders. This. Somehow, I had a bad feeling about thigh. BZ said TTT. Before I noticed, I was staring at myself. My figure got split into two. Yes, my body was divided right into a half. Wait a minute. You must be kidding me, right? I mean this pungent tar. You were. Section. The first thing I realized when I opened my eyes was the fact that I was wrapping my arms around my body. This experience was too shocking for me. I mean, the pain that came after the world-shaking shock of seeing myself split into a perfect half. Yes, perfect, which means my penis too. To be honest, I wanted Ruin Hilda to stop with that gruesome ceremony whenever she wanted to grant me a new skill. But knowing her pattern up until now, I guess that was impossible. I, who was experiencing a dilemma of wanting a brand new OP curse but wanted to be spared from the gruesome skill-granting ceremony, really couldn't do anything as long as I fight in this world. And now, the new skill that I got after experiencing that gruesome experience was, I heard someone speak. What made them speak in such a loud voice? I set aside my curiosity about the new curse that I wanted to try and looked at the source of that loud voice. There, I saw an unfamiliar figure. What? Who's that? The moment I saw that other figure, all my sleepiness was blown away that very moment. Since unknown guys suddenly appeared out of nowhere when I was sleeping like a log, it was only natural that my tension rose to max. Wait, the one who comes first is... have you woken up, Momokawa-kun? Foo. Good morning, sleepyhead. There are two of them. Both were men. As my sleepiness had already blown away, I looked at the situation, fully alert. One man had a shaved head and rusty knife-like eyes. Though his grim air made him look very much like some sort of biker gang member from a long time ago, unlike Tendao-kun or Higuchi, he was a true sportsman. He was a member of the karate club, Uyama Daisuke. The other man standing beside Uyama, who, despite his name, actually was of average height, a tall man, the tallest in class 2-7. Despite his soft Mohican hairdo, the eyes behind his round glasses that seemed to be always smiling gave him the exact opposite air from Uyama-kun. But his smile always gave some sort of psychological pressure due to his height and bear-like physique. He was a member of the judo club, Sujino Takashi. Why are you two in this place? Are you still half asleep or what? It's you guys who suddenly occupied this place when we just got back. Frowning, Uyama bit back upon hearing my question. It seems you guys were transferred to this place while we're out to explore the area. That's what happened, right? Sujino, on the other hand, was replying with a vain smile on his face while looking down at me. It couldn't be helped. He really was taller than me after all. I see. So you guys arrived at this place first, huh? I ignored their severe glances. My brain was working at the fastest speed to probe their situation while I feigned my ignorance. I guess they didn't need to lie just to claim this place. In short, Uyama Sujino and company had arrived before us in this place and were in the middle of exploring this area when we happened to arrive at this place and claiming to be the first. Let's calm down first. As long as I'm looking around the ferry plaza, there were indeed traces of people living in this place before us. Damn it, because of the sudden sense of security after that deadly battle, I ended up sleeping like a log instead of properly inspecting the place. If only I had inspected this place beforehand, we would at least know and be fully prepared for the classmates who might return to this place, but... Okay, let's calm down first. The negotiation has just begun. I was just caught off guard, that's all. You look like you're still half asleep there. Are you still sleeping, Momokawa? If it is negotiation, let's leave it to Yamajun. Don't mind us, Momokawa. Get some more sleep. You look like a dead tired salaryman. I had no idea whether they actually cared about me or were looking down on me. I mean, Uyama looked like he was always angry and Sujino was always full of smiles. It was really hard to gauge their true feelings. I'm happy with your consideration, but I'm not the only one who should be involved in this negotiation. Our leader is Momokawa-kun, after all. As I expected, the one who spoke to the two was none other than Yamajun. The totem pole trio was watching with a curious look on their faces from behind him, and Yamada-kun was watching from behind the trio. And sure enough, Raina was hiding behind Yamada with a scared look on her face, using Yamada as her shield only in this kind of moment. What a bitch. Or, shitty entity bitch over there. This ain't the time for hiding. Come out and greet your fella. Momokawa? Oi, ain't ya guys feeling ashamed for relying on that pipsqueak? So that's mean he's blessed with a strong vocation. From his tone, I knew that Uyama was trying to dismiss me as a nobody, but I heard that he was overly fixated on manliness. Judging from that, it was normal for him to hate someone like me whose gender could be mistaken, including my age. Well, the misanthrope or mental trauma patient aside, dissing someone else like this right from the get-go was no different from looking for trouble. On the other hand, though not as much as Yamajun, Sujino was quite sociable thanks to his mild personality, which was the exact opposite of his face. But he was also one of the people who survived the trial of this dungeon up until now. He had obviously raised his guard towards me. No need to raise your vigilance. How about we start with introducing our vocation? Mine is Shaman, yes, definitely not a combat-oriented vocation. Even if you say that I'm the leader, it is just the situation that forced me to take that role. I'm a healer. There is no mistaking it. Momokawa-kun's combat power is weak, but he is really proficient with the know-how to survive in this dungeon. We only managed to reach this place thanks to his wits, thus he's the leader of our party both in name and reality. Hey whoopsie, this isn't the time to get flustered. As expected of Yamajun, he gave a splendid follow-up to my suspicious introduction. After Yamajun explained to those two, they seemed to realize that I had become a leader due to my wits. I see, Mumumu, Momokawa's unexpected talent blossomed in this place. Then, I guess we've to introduce our vocations too. I saw it now. It seems the conversation was completely stirred by Sujino. This was clear from the fact that Uyama didn't pass any sarcastic remarks after Yamajun and I introduced our vocations. In short, Uyama was troubled whether he had to introduce his vocation or not. As if to follow that, Sujino calmly rode on my suggestion. Sujino was definitely far from being an idiot, despite his idiotically huge frame. It was easier to find his grade if you're looking from above rather than below, and most of all, He had this poker face smile which made it pretty much impossible to read his expression. No doubt about it, he was rather similar to Higuchi, a black-bellied person. Definitely not someone who I wanted as an enemy. If possible, no, let's try to recruit them as our allies. My vocation is Pyromancer. I'm a heavy warrior. I expected at least that much if we went by their stature alone. Maybe because he left his Gakuren in who knows where. Uyama was only wearing a bright red tank top on his upper half right now. Though it couldn't be seen when he wore his uniform, he did have a fit body befitting a karate club member, or not. His body was clearly far beyond the level of a normal member of the karate club. It was a body that undergoes strict training. The chest part of his tank top was almost bursting out due to his incredible pectoral muscle. Even his arms that weren't covered at all had splendid muscles. His overall physique was taut, compressed, which gave him a slender frame and sharp aura befitting the protagonist of a kung fu movie. Uyama, who was really proud of his body, didn't carry a single weapon with him. Since he only wore the school trousers and tank top, I knew that he didn't have any kind of hidden weapon with him. If he used a hidden weapon, he had to wear extra clothes, such as Gakuren. Assuming that he didn't summon his weapon from another space like Tendakuan, Uyama was definitely the type whose fighting style was relying on his own limbs. Assuming that it was a weaponless vocation, there was a high possibility that his class really was a sorcerer. Well, assuming that he wasn't lying, of course. And then, moving on to Uyama's partner, Sujino, but his appearance. Honestly, I wanted to crack a joke upon seeing his appearance. He was literally half naked. Even though he wore his trousers, he was literally naked from the waist up. The very thing that blew my sleepiness right away due to the impending crisis was none other than Sujino's topless fashion. The talk went uninterrupted until this point, but I was really glad that I didn't interrupt the conversation midway. Their appearance was the very proof of that. Sujino's vocation was the same as Yamada, heavy warrior. I mean, it was only natural for him to have a skill that increased his defense by twice with such physique. Since his body itself was as tough as steel, it was only natural for him to abandon armor or clothes. But still, you could at least wear a shirt, please. See, I can understand that your shirt might be torn beyond repair even with a mimic silkworm after a fierce battle, but you can at least put on some Goma's clothes, RGHT. In contrast to Uyama, Sujino's muscles expanded fully. His muscles were comparable to a judo Olympic athlete. As if such a mass of sickening muscle, for me, wasn't enough, he equipped himself with a huge mace. Its handle was connected to a long, metal chain that coiled around his body. Yup, I don't even know where to look. The trio in turn from above were swordsman, warrior, and aquamancer. Yamajun introduced everyone's vocation on my behalf. Meanwhile, I was thinking about our next move. Well, that's fit them, I guess. And then, Yamada is also a heavy warrior. That's the first time I met someone with the same vocation as mine. Lately, Aya-san is a spiritualist. What, there's still another person? Come on, don't hide yourself. Right, stop hiding yourself, shitty neat. Well, it's natural for her to get scared as the only girl, yeah. Wait a minute, stop pampering that fucking neat. Doing that will make her get ahead of herself. Well, I think we should work together to escape from this dungeon. If possible, I want you two, Uyama-kun and Sujino-kun, to join us, but in the end, I decided to cut to the chase and ask them without beating around the bush. If possible, I wanted to have these two in our party. I mean, the fact that the two of them alone managed to arrive so far had already become the testimony of their strength. Even without that, I felt that Uyama and Sujino, in addition to our team, would create a balance in our team. They would be able to counter Yamada and the Totem Pole trio. Yamada and the trio might have lost if the two sides fought. And if Raina didn't join the fight, they wouldn't have the chance to win against the two. Now then, let's see what they're going to do when they meet their match. Are they going to fight, or escape? Since we could talk to them, it gave us another choice. Everything would end up peacefully as long as they could reason like Soma Sakura by using friendship, peace, and justice, working together to get out of this dungeon. Their addition would help us a lot in traversing this dangerous dungeon. In addition, from my perspective, Sujino was a leader whose leadership power surpassed mine. To be honest, I was tired of this position. It was slowly chipping away my mental strength. I managed to get away so far by snatching everyone's initiative with my craft and glib of tongue, but I was afraid that it was only a matter of time before they would backstab me due to my weak power. I doubt everyone in this party would always follow me of their own will. But if the leader was Sujino, whose power surpassed mine, he could at least rein in the party members from going overboard with his power. It was a primitive yet simple ruling class. Well, my expectations aside, I wondered how these two would answer my suggestion. It seems you really are still half asleep, Momokawa. Yup, cooperating with you guys sounds wonderful indeed, but unfortunately, we're not interested in working with you guys. We think it's pointless to form a party of more than 5 members. Now then, what are you going to say next? The reason we refuse isn't that we're afraid of you guys are going to backstab us, you know. If that's the CA. I see, your refusal is related to the condition to escape from this dungeon, huh? Correct. As expected of Momokawa-kun, it seems you're not the leader of this party for nothing. Sujino's mouth formed a wide grin. Almost at the same time, I felt a chill running down my spine. He looked like a carnivorous beast finding its prey, or rather, like a beast finding a rival in his territory. It seems it was my fault for rushing in without beating around the bush. I should have prolonged the conversation, explaining our situation. Thanks to that, Sujino raised his guard against me. In short, these two were unwilling to negotiate with us from the very beginning. The reason being only 3 people were allowed to leave the dungeon. Sujino and Uyama were most likely planning to leave this dungeon with just the 2 of them from the very beginning. If that was the CA, or I see now. So the rumor about these 2 being a gay couple was right after all. Understood. We will not bother you more than this then. We're going to leave this fairy plaza immediately. Otherwise, do you guys want to go ahead? So that means you want to avoid pointless struggle, right? You should feel the same way. I wonder about that. My vocation is Shaman. Anyone who kills me will die in return. Whoops, worry not, Momokawa-kun. We've no intention of killing our classmates, you know. Sujino maintained his poker face smile. Damn it, even though finding a common ground is just the norm, why in the hell have these 2 refused to do so? Sujino, did he actually plan to fight us, or did he want to kill us? Just what in the hell is this foo? Oi. Don't waste your time trying to talk to them, Momokawa. These fuckers want us to hand over all the cores that we've been gathered so far. I see. Things have already reached this far, huh? Short-tempered Aoyama answered for me before I reached a conclusion. Well, that's the case. What do you think, Momokawa-kun? Are you going to hand over all the cores that you've been gathered? Even though we're just focusing purely on defeating the boss or capturing the dungeon, we somehow had gathered a large number of cores. If they only thought about escaping from this place, then it was only natural for them to focus only on gathering as many cores as possible. Well, our side was also gathering cores for that purpose. In my case, it was for the sake of strengthening Rem. Even though I planned to escape with everyone, there was no way I would just hand over the cores that everyone gathered together painstakingly. Half of it. Foo. Being too greedy isn't good for your health, you know, Momokawa-kun. I wanted to end this as peacefully as possible, but Sujino's figure blurred for a moment, and by the next moment, he was already moving outside my field of view. Fast. How can he move so fast with such a figure? I tried to follow Sujino's movement with my eyes. UWA. UO. Sujino moved so fast, and by the time my eyes caught his figure, he had already sent Ueda and Nokai, the peanut gallery, flying with a pinpoint tackle. Perhaps because he had no intention to attack, the 2 were only blown back without notable injury. If that was the case, his aim must be UWA. Okay, what the hell is wrong with your brain? By the time I noticed that Yamada had already been caught by Sujino. Yamada had this painful expression on his face as Sujino's arms went around his neck, locking it with a move that resembled a choke sleeper. Now then, Momokawa-kun. Hand over all your cores. Oh stop, it's her. UUGH. Yamada, who was strangled to the limit, fainted before he finished his sentence. Fufu, looking at your group, Yamada-kun must be the strongest in your group, right? The toughness of heavy warrior is something that I'm extremely familiar with. Sure enough, a pure martial artist could win so easily against an amateur. I mean, the fact that he incapacitated Yamada in just a moment. Well, that's why I also know his weakness. Even if his body is as tough as steel, the inside is still flesh and blood. All I need is putting him into chokehold till he incapacitated. The moment Sujino released his chokehold, Yamada's body fell to the ground. Okay, you win, I'll give you all the cause. Thanks for your wise judgment, Momokawa-kun. With this, we can get the cause without having to rob our classmates. Seeing Yamada down so quickly, we had no choice but to give them the cause. Because none of our party members had the strength or mental power to beat Sujino. At such a time, having someone stubborn like Soma Sakura would only result in even more discord, like when I made a deal with Yokomichi. That aside, having to hand over the cause obediently like this was really humiliating. Damn it. Even though I managed to get my revenge on Higuchi, I ended up experiencing the same humiliation at the hands of another person. Humph, it's lesser than my expectation, but, well, that must be how weak you are. Oi, are you still hiding some cause on you? That's all of it. Try to check by yourself if you don't believe me. What's with that cheeky tone, Momokawa? Ho ho ho, you better fess up the rest before things get more violent, you know. Sujino tapped Uyama's shoulder, preventing the latter from using violence at me with his usual expressionless smile on his face. It was just a casual gesture, but the way Sujino caressed Uyama's shoulder was purely disgusting. Ah, did he just caress Uyama's clavicle just now? That's scary in so many ways, you know. TCH, guess I'll let you off for now. I feel the same, but, if possible, I don't want to fight or kill my classmate. That's why be a good boy and hand over all your core. I know. It's not like I want those cores back. I mean, they might kill us for real if we tried to regain our cores. I didn't want to die, but I would happily kill them once I got a chance. Contrary to his meek appearance, Sujino did look like someone who would do that. Well, we're leaving then. I really wish from the bottom of my heart for you guys to be able to leave this dungeon too, you know. Whether it was sarcasm or their real thought, they left the ferry plaza leaving behind those words. Chapter 134, Cloud Zone. Ahem, so I know we had the cores stolen, and really easily at that, but I believe it's time we move on and proceed to exploring this new zone. I had on a dead, glazed look as I declared in a dead, monotone expression. The cores, which could be called our lifeline, were all taken, but no party member had been injured. Thinking practically, we should start moving again so as to not fall behind. The Goma Fortress battle had us running around a ton trying to somehow escape, so we hadn't gotten any good weapons or parts from there. I'd personally very much like to have more parts to add to Rem, since, depending on those, she might become strong enough to fight off Sujino and Uyama. Rem was, in my belief, the most reliable ally I had, and the stronger she could get, the more at ease I could be. Come on guys, it's not the end of the world, give me a response. It feels worse, dude. Right, I felt the same. My motivation was at an all-time low. Like we'd gotten super rare gear after finishing off a raid boss only to have said gear stolen by small fry punks. I know you feel down, we all do, but we've had enough break time. We should get moving, staying here will only keep us depressed. Ha, he's got a point. Ah, this day fucking sucks. Ueda and Nokai stood to leave, despite their irritation. Shimokawa followed, and the usual trio was all convinced. Yamada-kun, you alright? If you're still not feeling up to it, we can stay a while longer. I'm fine. He was insta-KO'd by Sujino, so the shock of it must have been getting to him. He had a dark look on his face. It was probably the first time in a while that he felt pain since his heavy fighter job granted him a lot of immunity to it. Now the question was whether Yamada will become scared and useless for our battles to come, or whether he'll use this experience to grow. I wanted to hope positively, but, shit man, it'll be a problem if our tank can't tank. I'll have to make sure he doesn't go down that path, such a pain. I'll throw this one at Yamajun. Everyone set. Let's go. Those homo lovers Sujino and Uyama had left a few hours ago with their stuff, so I didn't think we'd meet again. They looked like they knew how to get out of this zone while we had to start from scratch. If we did meet again though, I had no doubt it'd become a bloodbath. Let's try not to let that happen. But rather than those super strong gays, we should focus on how to clear this zone. We'd literally just gotten shown that we hadn't become tough stuff in the least. And if our caution and morale also drops, we might really get annihilated by a bunch of small fry monsters. Whoa, what's with this place? Shit's bizarre, it's all fluffy. Dude, it's like some kinda theme park. War, it's clouds everywhere. Right outside the square, we all voiced our impressions of this area that was completely new to us. Raina was right, it did look like clouds everywhere. Like some sort of cloud kingdom that you could maybe find in an amusement park recreating a fairy tale land. From the size and shapes of the passages and empty rooms, it seemed like a normal dungeon zone was covered by this soft and fluffy stuff all over the walls to make it resemble clouds. I tried jabbing my knife into one of the cushion-like walls and it slipped through easily. The wall had the consistency of a sponge. This isn't the sort of place we're used to, and I think we'll be seeing new types of monsters here too. Keep an eye out. We advanced through the cloud zone, wary of our surroundings. Some time passed, and we hadn't encountered anything. I considered if Sujino and Uyama, who went ahead a while ago, thinned out their numbers, but then there were no signs of fighting anywhere, not one corpse, or any blood. The place was pure white and spotless. Man, I was kinda getting sleepy with all the soft and white around. Crew. When my attention was waning, Raptor gave a cry from beside me. I was going to have Raptor act as proper combat potential for us, so I was not riding on it. Rem, what's up? Oi look, something's coming out of the walls. Before Rem could respond, Ueda, who was on point, gave the answer. Looks like we got company. Oi, what's up with this stuffed costume fella? This cloud thing's giving me the creeps. Our two vanguards, Ueda and Yamada, were the first to let out their impressions of these new monsters. Monsters that looked like fluffy costumed people, cloud creatures. They seemed to be made of the same cloudy stuff that constituted the walls, and they were around as tall as a short man. With a big head and small arms and legs, these cloud sponge creatures looked pretty deformed despite the overall human shape. They had no weapons, and moved slow like zombies. But there were way too many. Momokawa, do I go up front? No, they're coming from the back too. Stay here, Nokai-kun. You'll need to help Shimokawa-kun and Raptor. Got it. Sure thing, dude. Rem, arrows, Yamajun, some Sagittars please. We'll start off with ranged. They looked like arrows wouldn't affect them at all, but let's test out how much punishment these cloud creatures can. Moa. Rem's arrow and Yamajun's bolt of light each struck a different cloud creature. And as they did, the creatures let out low-pitched, sort of pathetic-sounding groans as they collapsed. Wait, they're weak. Let's round up some kills. After Yamajun's second shot, go for it. I put down Rotten Bog behind us while casting support for the Vanguard duo. I also had Rem switch out to Nonomiya's lance and join them. Now, Geo. We finished off the cluster of cloud creatures in a matter of minutes. They didn't heal if damaged, couldn't revive when killed, and hadn't shown any ability to get super strong or fast after a certain point. They were simply defeated, nothing more or less. They really were weak. Weaker than Skeels. Their slow, dawdling gait made them seem like Matango but without the poison. Like, I could beat them in melee, and that's saying something. They were by far the weakest monsters I'd ever seen in the whole dungeon. Fuck, not one damn core drop. Not really unexpected, these things are weak as kittens. Literally too weak, my dudes. We hadn't sustained a single scratch, but then again, hadn't attained anything either. We couldn't hope to get any level up bonuses beating these either, it just felt like a waste of effort. Wait, what if we somehow arrived at a noob zone of the dungeon? That's what I began thinking as we monotonously BTFO'd the occasional collection of cloud creatures coming our way as we carried on walking. Well, this doesn't look suspicious at all. We arrived at a large hall made with the same fluffy cloud stuff on its walls. But inside, it was filled with this pink smoke. I'd seen a bit of fog in the Basilisk's acidic swamp zone, and we'd seen it for days in the Goma jungle zone, and every time, it looked like naturally occurring fog. Meanwhile, this not so thick, but clearly pink substance in the air was in no way not suspicious. Or, what is this even? It's gotta be something every time. Doesn't stink at least. Seems alright dudes. Ah, retard. Why are y'all smelling that shit? I couldn't believe my eyes. Those 3 idiots just waltzed in there. Come back. Don't be such a wuss man. Yeah, this pink stuff's got nothing on us. Momokawa, dude, chill a bit. It apparently didn't smell, and the trio seemed to be fine walking inside. I'm just glad it wasn't some instant kill smog like the stuff that Basilisk released. You 3 would be dead if this was poison gas. Even if you don't feel anything now, this might be the slow-acting kind. You never know, right? It just might. Ah, I'm so sorry, I don't have any meds for this. You'll probably die very painfully in the next half day or so I'll hear out any last requests if you have them. Quit that BS. You trying to give us a Liel scare? Maybe you forgot, I have a little thing called Intuition Pharmacy. 8. Wait no, really? I don't think it'll help, but you wanna have some antidote anyway? Oh, no. Dude, Momokawa, dude, you're kidding, right? I am. You little fuck. Fuck you, Momokawa. Dude, I thought I was gonna die. Yeah, sorry I lied, but please try not stepping inside weird smoke from now on, alright? If it's some new kind of trap, we'll all be done for. And so, after convincing those 3 to not rush in blind, we stopped and started thinking on how to make it through the pink. So, you're sure this fog isn't poisonous, right, Momokawa-kun? Dono, quite honestly. Intuition Pharmacy isn't reacting, and well, those guys just proved that it's at least not the fast-acting sort. Now, whatever to do. My lie could actually be a truth, and it might just be slow-acting poison gas, but I didn't buy it. It wasn't Intuition Pharmacy telling me, but my plain old intuition. That said, I couldn't believe it'd be just harmless, colored fog. It might not directly cause death, but could have any number of other effects on us. At times like this, I'd really appreciate if we had Takanashi Kotori, the Sage's, mana analysis skill. That really was the better version of my Intuition Pharmacy, wasn't it? If the thing had mana, whether it be spells, items, or even phenomena, she could get all the info she wanted. I'm actually more worried about any monsters that could be hiding inside than what the fog itself might do. True, I can't see that far inside, it's thick. Shimokawa-kun, can you? I can only see through the one my magic makes, dudes. Well, can't say I didn't try. This place looks too risky. You guys want to try another way? No, I kind of feel like every path in this zone will lead to a place like this. Okay. So we go in? I really don't want to jump in without any plan first. Although, speaking of other things we could try, I got it, we can send in Rem to scout. Sounds good, nice idea, Momokawa-kun. No, come on, don't flatter me so. Actually, you could even blame me for being slow in the head and not thinking of this first. That aside, in addition to being immune to poisons, it didn't matter if Rem died physically, so she was perfect for this sort of job. Go for it, Rem. Goo-ga-ga. And once she dashed away inside, we endured the task of waiting for a whole minute. Goo-ga-ga. Wow, back so fast. I had no reason to doubt Rem's diligence, which just meant that the hall wasn't all that much inside. Is there a way out? Gaga. She nodded and made a circle with her hand, the sign for yes. Only one? Ga. She shook her head and made an X. There was 2 or more exits, meaning multiple paths could be merging here. Fork in 2. Ga. 3. Gaga. Any obelisk or object of interest. Ga. Any trees or cover that monsters could hide in. Ga. Nothing at all. Gaga. Is it bigger than a forest dome? Ga. Less than a dome, but double a fairy square. Gaga. You see any boss rooms ahead of the 3 exits? Ga. Okay, got it. Thanks a bunch, Rem, Atagirl. I gently stroked her skull top while summarizing the earlier conversation. We're gonna find exits on 3 directions after we enter. There's nothing of note inside, and it shouldn't be a big deal. I think we should go for it. No one seemed particularly opposed. I decided our current destination to be the exit opposite to where we were. We should reach it by just walking straight. Just for extra reassurance, I had Rem go and make sure. Yup, we just had to walk in a straight line. Okay, since I said it's fine, I'll go in first. Are you sure, Momokawa-kun? You might get attacked suddenly, so maybe we should start with Yamada. No, it's fine. I know you're all feeling nervous. Besides, I trust Rem. I claimed, as I straddled Raptor, leaving the worried-looking Yamajun, and the fidgeting as they wait their turn others, behind. Since I'm on Raptor, I won't lose my way or stray from the straight path. As for Rem, it'd be her third time going, so there was one more assurance. And we're here. Literally, nothing happened. Googa, gagaga. Rem nodded vigorously to that. Now the three of us, Rem, Raptor and I, had safely traversed across the pink room. I figured they could all come over together, but we did say we'd go in turns, so let's stick to that. I couldn't be sure there wasn't a trap that triggered if there was 2 or more of us going at once. Hey, whoever's next, you can go ahead. It felt like I was calling the next in line to a rickety old rope bridge. The distance wasn't very big, so they should hear me if I shout. Got it. I'm next. The reply was from Ueda. Now that he knew I'd crossed over safely, his voice didn't hint to any nervousness. He was taking a while. The path should have been a straight line, but Ueda still hadn't arrived. I confirmed on my G-Shock watch that we'd gone past a whole minute already. Strange. This was too strange. The path across wasn't any more than 50 meters. There was a trap, something happened. But I couldn't hear anything indicative of that. Damn it, I'll call him myself then. Ueda-kun, you alright? Got it. In spite of my worry, he'd responded immediately. He didn't sound particularly in trouble. He'd replied normally, like the first time. Did you get lost in there? Got it. Alright, but I'll send in Rem to get you. Wait where you are, okay? Got it. I'm next. My spine instantly froze over. That wasn't Ueda talking. The voice was just like his, but he kept saying the same thing. The exact same thing, in fact, that he said in reply to my first call. It was as if his voice had been recorded and played back. Shit. Rem, we gotta go. I got on Raptor again and went back inside the pink room. Maybe Ueda was attacked by a well-hidden monster. I'd gone in ready for the fight of my life, but what the? There's no one here. I'd made it back to the passage I started at. And none of the people who were supposed to be waiting their turn were there. Why, how did they? Hey, guys, anyone? My yelling only echoed on the walls, uselessly. But there was one thing. As if it was reacting to my voice, all the pink gas in the hall dispersed. Shit, we've been had. No one's there anymore. The fog gone, I could confirm with my own eyes that the room was exactly as Rem said. I could confirm that there wasn't any form of cover, so my party wasn't hidden anywhere in the large hall either. The place was empty. Chapter 135, The Merciless Fog Trap. All my comrades had suddenly and unexpectedly disappeared, basically like a suspense horror, but this was no time to whine or worry. What I needed to do was take fast and decisive action. Phew, okay, relax. As long as it's not a pitfall or teleport trap, they shouldn't have wandered far. It'd be hard to reach them if they somehow fell into a pit leading them to a lower floor, not to mention a teleport would make their location completely indeterminable. So I'll just not think about those possibilities. That would leave other possibilities such as, like with me and the Arachne, they could have been kidnapped by some monster, fallen into some kind of illusion or hypnosis, or simply wandered off with their own 2 feet. I mean, that pink gas really gave the impression that it'd make you see things. They either went back from where we came, or took one of these forks. There was always the possibility that they sensed some great danger and left me as a decoy while they ran to save their skins, but I kind of felt like that wasn't what happened. This was nothing like that intense trust towards their friends that shonen manga MCs tend to show. There was a clear trap here, this pink smog, and whoever designed it wouldn't let the people who showed up simply escape it. And then the fog cleared away since the foolish prey did in fact fall for the trap. The trap had worked and that is what mattered. I was fine because, well, I had my handy-dandy venomic vessel skill. Let's start from the right. Googaga. Yeah, going solo was a bad idea, but I'd done it a few times. Everyone was missing, and the merit of finding them outweighed the risks of searching. I steered Raptor into the large hall now cleared of fog, and went into the right-hand path. The passage was fluffy as usual, no different from the stuff we've been seeing throughout the zone. Moa. Out of the way. There was the occasional cloud creature blocking our path, but Raptor just trampled them over as I continued to search, for a while. Shit, why's this place so big? Actually, this was my first time not following the compass, and blindly looking for someone in an area. I had experience scouting out the areas around a ferry square or a boss room, but nothing like this. It's at times like these that you realize the importance of mapping. There were no peculiarities to any of the walls. This cloud zone was insanely easy to get lost in. So before I really did get lost in here, I started scratching down the path in my notebook. I was not about to let myself get lost too. Guess this is it. I should go back and follow the left path. I did sort of have disastrous luck, so I thought I'd picked the wrong path and wasted time, and was about to go back when... I heard it, a voice. Rem, you hear that? Crew. Oh, so you got the better ears then, Raptor. I'd discovered something unexpected, so I relied on Raptor's hearing that was clearly better than mine, and tracked the voice to its origin. It was still faint, but we'd definitely hit upon someone's whereabouts. Finding them after that was easy. It's here. It was a room like any other, an empty room with one entrance. From inside I could hear a man's moaning. Wait. It was Ueda. The voice wasn't screaming, so I doubted that he was being gruesomely tortured or eaten alive by Goma. From the tone, I suspected that he was in a situation similar to mine when I'd been cocooned by the Arachne and struggled to escape. Also, other than Ueda's moaning, I could hear no cries of footsteps of a monster thought to have assaulted him, so they shouldn't be more than a couple of them if they're even there. I checked my surroundings again so I don't end up getting ambushed. Now, I just hoped that this Ueda wasn't a fake or illusion. Gotta do it. Rem and Raptor nodded. There's 3 of us, so we would likely be able to quickly subdue the monster, I hoped. Please don't let there be an Arachne tier or higher mid-boss inside, I prayed as I charged in. Eat this. Black hair by Sakura. Sakurate. And there he was, screaming out butt naked. What the even how in the... I'd seen a lot of bizarre things in the dungeon, but nothing this hard to swallow. Okay, calm as an ocean, let's take this at face value for now. Ueda, check. Screaming Soma Sakura's name for some reason, check. Naked, check. This is where I'd stopped thinking at first, but this should be a mental condition brought about by the trap, so I considered the situation seriously. The depraved figure of Ueda was on all fours in the middle of the room, moving vigorously, especially at the hips. This would normally lead me to the conclusion of him beating the meat, but just below him, I could see this extra fluffy, humanoid form. A cloud creature. There was this one little, tiny chance that he pushed down and subjugated this weak monster. But I should think this more as the creature seducing him somehow. Ah, I see, so it was a honey trap. This was the most logical conclusion I could come up with given the whole picture. That pink gas put a sort of suggestion into the target's mind, and this made those who'd fallen for it see the cloud creature as someone they liked, or someone they found the sexiest, the end result being Voiler. I couldn't tell exactly what would happen to them were they to continue being under the lustful spell, but it won't be anything good. Could be like, the cloud creatures were sucking their mana out, or something. Aside from that, what if I'd fallen into this myself? Maybe I'd have this sort of experience with the illusion of Mei-chan or Randu-san. I'm sure that if at some point down the line, I'm dying with no hope for survival, I'd be regretting not dying this way with every fiber of my being. Can't a boy dream of booby harem heaven? Curse you Ueda, hogging the fun stuff. Eat this, black hair bind. And die you, fake cloud Soma Sakura creature. Aura. Die Sakura. I was cursing in completely and utterly personal feelings, something Ruin Hildesama was likely to scold me for, and used black hair bind to restrain Ueda, swipe away the cloud creature, and had Rem finish it off without a moment's delay. The nude Ueda listlessly fell as I released my bindings on his arms and legs, which is the same time when Rem decapitated the cloud created with one sweep of her knife. Moa. Making a low, airy sound, the creature deflated like a balloon and disappeared. Now then, the main issue now was if Ueda, who I'd forcefully pulled away, would wake up properly. I was pretty mad and really yanked him with all I had, but there was a chance that this was the type where if the hypnotized person woke up in the middle, they wouldn't be able to distinguish reality from dream. If this honey trap turns out to be like that, my actions may just have resulted in indirectly killing the guy. Oi, Ueda, rise and shine. NNH, you. S. Sakura? No, you're retard. Do I look like the hottest girl in class to you? Rise and shine already. Ha. W. Wait, Momokawa. Why the fuck are you here? Where'd my lovely Sakura go? Phew, that actually worked. This hypnosis was the type that came off after a few slaps to the face. Ueda-kun, you got tricked by the dungeon. What you were seeing was an illusion. Illusion? Don't lie to me. I was doing it with Soma Sakura. I was yeah well. Okay, haha, yeah, a dream, it was just a dream. Shit man, I've never seen anyone look so dead. It was probably not as funny to him. If I had some kind of futabarandu fun time myself, I would have undoubtedly cried, even begged, to have that dream last just a bit longer. Ueda had accepted reality relatively fast, so I didn't have much right to complain. Anyway, you can do your depression and explain what happened after you get some clothes on, alright? Whoa. Oh, yeah, sure thing, sorry. And to make matters worse, he was now quickly gathering his uniform and undies that were scattered about. Looking at that, I just felt sad. That's what I know, so everyone else should be caught in this kind of trap too, or more like, catching some, if you get my drift. Momokawa, I don't really need the dirty jokes right now. And together with depressed Ueda, we set off on the search. Ueda being here meant that they hadn't gone that far away. The cloud creatures probably lured them an appropriate distance away after they'd been hypnotized. And knowing that they should be close by made for good motivation too. While following and updating my handmade area map, we slowly extended our breadth of search. Oh, I hear someone. This should be Nokai. Though not as sharp as thieves, a swordsman like Ueda also possessed strong senses. His hearing was apparently better than Raptor's. This way. Following after Ueda for a while, I could now hear it too. Yuoichi. Asuna. I'm gonna come inside. Fumu. It appears that Nokai's girl of choice was Kenzuki Asuna. Just what did he see in that crazy sword bitch anyway? Looks like he's close to the climax, so you wanna let him finish? That kindness will only backfire on him, Momokawa. What? Are you jealous cause you didn't get to finish? You trying to pick a fight? My dirty joke finishes left Ueda agonizing while holding his head. Yeah, fuck you. I didn't even get 1 second of those dreams. Coming. I'm see you. Oki, black hair bind. Now go, swordsman Ueda. Finish off that cloud creature playing as Kenzuki Asuna. Kill her. Heh, hee. You're kidding, man. Where's the hidden camera? Like Ueda just now, after we force-dispelled his hypnosis, Nokai tried denying reality, and looked deflated, dead in the eyes. Nokai-kun, we aren't lying to you, sadly. Aura Nokai, snap outer it, ya fag. Shit, fucking shit. Why damn it. I was serious too, me and Asuna, we were gonna be. Come on man, enough of that, get your clothes on. Oohoo. While crying like a little bitch, Nokai gathered his, also similarly, scattered about clothes and put them on. Seriously, stop with the beta orbiting around a girl like Yamada. As a third party, it just feels like a pain in the keister. No, I should at least try to have a little more sympathy. I see, so it wasn't just the sex, you had a whole scene play out for you. I asked Ueda and Nokai to explain what they'd experienced in detail. First, right after I'd gone ahead through the large hall, the pink gas filled the whole place all the way to the exit passages. The gas was thick, and they couldn't see anything or anyone. They then started hearing sounds of monsters from every direction. Panicking, they simply ran, and basically, everyone got separated. Then, when I was like, oh man, I'm in some deep shit now, I saw Asu, Keikenzaki coming from the other side of the passage real hurt. For me it was Sakura-chan. That's when the real act started. The girl they'd been crushing on had chanced upon them and the two started their shattered and tragic new lives with their new partners. The fake Sakura and the fake Asuna that Ueda and Nokai saw respectively, both said that her whole party had been eliminated and she was the only one who escaped with her life. I'm alone, help me please, you're the only one I can rely on, they begged, tugged at the guy's heartstrings, and transitioned to bed scene. I think you only see loose, desperate women like that in Hollywood movies. Socket Momokawa, you don't even know how it feels. Yeah, I even fucking swore that I'd protect Asuna with my life. Don't you think it was too easy? It was, alright. It was, yeah, but come on man. No, sorry about that. I can kinda sympathize. I can't say I'd be able to take it as well as you're doing if I experienced that kind of situation. Still, this hypnotism was oddly powerful. I can't imagine the cloud creatures being smart enough to pull it off, so they could be using our memories. Like, self-suggestion? You imagine a good enough reason to sleep with your girl, and no matter how convenient the situation is, you won't feel anything off, or notice it in the middle. Actually, you probably won't want to notice, you won't want to accept the sweet, sweet dream as a dream and wake up. Which could mean that the pink gas, rather than being like an hallucinogenic drug, it was more a form of telepathy inducer. Maya, we got magic and curses, so adding telepathy to the list doesn't sound off bounds at all. Wait, won't that mean that when Takanashi Kotori, the sage, saw into our real jobs, it wasn't actually like she was looking at our status screens like in an RPG but actually reading our thoughts with some sort of telepathy? Even if she wasn't, a sage sounded like it'd have no problem having a telepathy skill or two. She could have been reading everyone's minds without anyone noticing. I dismissed her as a scared little wimp, but I should be more careful the next time we meet. Actually, speaking of whom, so, Shimokawa-kun is probably with. Yeah, you guessed it, Takanashi-san. Totes. Now 3, we heard traces of Shimokawa's voice after another 15 minutes of searching. Ha, Keikotra-chan, we can't, we really, oh dude, oh, I was getting tired of this already. I didn't want to hear any more dude moans. Like seriously, stop with the solo male porn already. Momokawa, let's do him mercy. We'll do it. Okay, I leave it to you too. In all honesty, this sort of work of trying to manage a manic and naked young man was difficult, dirty, and dangerous. 3DS I want to divert away from. If they want to switch with me, they can be my guest. Shimokawa-kun, you have such nice friends who'd go to these lengths for you. I'm jealous. No really. That actually kind of sounds like something Higuchi would say. Anyway, we got the totem pole trio back. Chapter 136, Dream Come True. This is. I'm not. We returned to the room with the gas traps, and after attempting to search the left-hand side passage, we soon found Yamada. No, really. Please, keep this a secret, from Raina-chan. Right, no problem. You can rest assured that I won't tell her about you committing illicit acts with elementary school girls. We'd found Defendant Yamada surrounded by multiple cloud creatures. UOHH, elementary school girls are the BST, he shouted, clearly deranged, and we quickly subdued him. Upon further investigation, the accused made such claims as, I don't really remember, and even started to repeat nonsensical gibberish such as, I'm their Oni-chan and they're all my cute little sisters after all. His pedophilia, Lolita complex, was quite chronic it seemed. That was expected though. Now we just need to get Yamajun and Aya-san. Yamada looked dead in the eyes as he listlessly followed us in our search. So many forks. Looks easy to get lost in. Do we split up? No, we might get into more traps if we go separately. I know this is slower, but we have to stick together here. We hadn't had any pitfalls yet, but I shouldn't be so sure about finding everyone so easily. Like, what if we find Raina next, but then Yamajun is missing? I wasn't sure I could manage the party without him. As he was a pivotal member of the party as well as a good friend, it was essential we find Yamajun. Maybe my honest-to-goodness feelings reached him, as we quickly got a lead. I can hear Yamajun. Oi, where? Wait, shut up a bit. This way, let's go. Ueda's acute hearing picked up on Yamajun's voice, and we headed in that direction immediately. Everyone here liked Yamajun. He'd been a good friend and all-around nice guy to all of us in class and in the dungeon. We were a lot more serious about finding him than we were for Yamada. We quickly checked the surroundings before entering the target room, and deeming it safe, we entered promptly. It was the 5th time already. I was used to it. There we saw, as expected, Yamajun was lying on the floor together with a cloud creature. We can't, no, it's just that, I've always. Holy fuck, Yamajun still has his clothes on. That guy's legit got balls of steel. A dude among dudes. Unlike them who'd been yelling and swinging their hips like dogs in heat, Yamajun, though a bit disheveled, was still in his uniform, and it only looked like he was lying in bed with the creature. I was pretty astonished, to say the least. Yamajun was a guy too. He should have been the same as us hormonal teenagers, but he was actually resisting the blissful temptation that the cloud creature was showing him. Amazing willpower. Or perhaps, this girl he was seeing was someone he was very hesitant to defile. Anyway, I was in deep admiration of his psychological duress. Yamajun, we'll save you now. I swiped the evil creature away at once using Black Hair Bind, and the Totem Pole trio, along with Yamada, gave it a severe beat down in spiteful anger. It was overkill, yes, but this was its just desserts for laying a hand on our Yamajun. Okay, rescue complete. NNH, you. You alright there? No, sorry, I can't take it anymore. I love you so much. Yamajun suddenly made a heated confession of love, as he embraced me. Ooh-wah. Hey, you guys, Yamajun's still not out of it. Help. Or, get a hold of yourself. Wake up, man. That's no Judette, that's Momokawa. I was this close to get my second kiss from a guy before everyone could drag Yamajun off me. That was close. I'd thought that would get him back since we beat the cloud creature already, but since it was a dreamlike hypnosis, there was a chance that he'd still be confused right after waking up. I hadn't considered that. Yamajun, how are you feeling? Momokawa-kun. What's? Yamajun looked listless as he returned to sanity, and for the 5th time, I explained the hypnosis trap. That's. I'm so sorry, Momokawa-kun. No, hey, don't cry. It happened to all of us. Don't worry so much. That's right, Yamajun, you did great. Yeah, he was the only one who wasn't already fucking when we found him. Hehe, who's the girl? You can tell us, dude. I don't think it matters. Me, I was even, cool. We all pitched in, giving him our own words of consolation. It was surprising seeing this guy actually cry, but no matter, he soon straightened himself up. Sorry, I gave you guys so much trouble. I'm fine now. Yamajun put on his usual gentle smile and stood up. Okay, that's everyone, let's get out of this place. Oi, Momokawa. What Ria doing forgetting Raina-chan? Dude, you're doing that on purpose, right? After that masterful trifecta of retorts from the Totem Pole trio, I reluctantly got ready to search for Raina too. Guys, wait, if Raina-chan's in this trap too. Oi, you don't mean? Oh ho man, can we legit? It's like a live porno, right? You fags better not look. I mean it. Boys please, leave the lewd fantasizing to your private time. Like really, haven't you guys had enough sex time already? Give me some of that goodness too. I want the big titty harem experience. Well, if Raina is naked when we find her, it's best if you put your jersey on her or something. Yamajun. Why me? You're the best choice we have. If our only girl in the party, Raina, had fallen under the same mind control, she'd definitely be with someone she liked. That someone definitely being Soma-kun. Sure, she looked like an elementary schooler, but she was a proper girl of age. Well, she was our age. If Soma-kun were to strongly reciprocate her feelings, well, they'd do it. There was a big chance we'd find quite the sight once we get to her. I personally would like to use my phone, it was turned off and was probably low on batteries, to take a video and use it as blackmail material for later, but I don't think that's a good idea. Or, come on, Momokawa, can't we look a little bit though? Like, as a side benefit to finding her? Accidentally, you know? Like, dude can't be helped if he makes a mistake. I'ma kill you fags. No, I get what you mean guys. As for Yamada whose pants were reacting even as he tried to deny their desires, I don't even want to know. Yeah no, I think it's better for all of us if we don't see her sex scene. Why the fuck not? Have a heart man. Seriously dude. What's wrong with you? It'll be by accident, it can't be helped. Oi Yamada, you cut the crap. I wouldn't care if you were alone and tried to assault Raina after seeing her in her birthday suit, but WE will have to stop you, won't we? Stop being a pain. Listen, if Raina gets shocked after finding out that we saw her naked, we're all gonna get barbecued by Ingard. Everyone went silent. Of course they did. They wouldn't risk seeing a naked girl if it meant turning into roast chicken. So we need to take the utmost precaution when we're going in to rescue her. Agreed. They all agreed, and we set out on finding her whereabouts. After a while, we realized that we couldn't find her no matter how long we searched the area connected to the left-hand path. So she'd most likely gone through the center, I guess. By the time I noticed the problem and ran back, Raina was likely already walking along the central path. We might have even passed by each other unnoticed. I was honestly hoping she stayed missing like this, but the others looked like they were genuinely worried. But we'd searched all we could in this area, and found nothing. We had to look for another way. Damn it, can't find her. Raina-chan, where are you? Yamada whined in a hopeless tone. We'd been at it for a while now, no leads. Shit man, I can't hear anything. Can't she be out of your range? Wait, what if she got teleported? It'll be impossible dudes. Shimokawa had a point. There was a non-zero chance that Raina got herself wrapped up in a teleport. This dungeon did in fact have transfer points other than inside boss rooms. For example, the sacrifice portal device that Higuchi tried to use, there had to be more like that. I bet there were teleport traps lying around somewhere or other. Look there, I think that's a fairy square. We should rest up for a bit. After walking a while through the front-facing path, we could see a door to a fairy square. We'd been walking for ages, and our mental fatigue had surely built up from how we hadn't made any progress towards Raina. Everyone readily agreed to resting. We walked tiredly, as if the fatigue had caught up to us, and stepped inside the square. Yukuin, I love you too. Raina was there. We couldn't see the fountain from outside the entrance, and they were right beside it. A cloud creature was there, holding Raina in a tight embrace as if she was being buried in its fluffy body. Her uniform was on. Her clothes weren't even disheveled. She was smiling innocently like a child being hugged by her mother. Raina-chan, Yamada and the trio shouted almost simultaneously. She was under its spell. Even without me asking, they would quickly run to their precious princess and unleash their rageful blade into the insipid cloud creature. Or not. Ah, you boys. Why, are you here? Raina noticed us. Obviously she would since these guys had shouted out her name so loud. But that wasn't normal. Raina was currently under the cloud creature's hypnosis, having a sweet reunion with her beloved Soma-kun, so there was no way our words would reach her ears. Something was wrong. But I seemed to be the only one noticing the discrepancy. The guys who leaped into action in order to save her just answered normally. Raina-chan, we're here to save you. We'll fuck up that cloud mofo. That dude's not the real Soma Yuto, yelled the totem pole trio, followed by Yamada who screamed. Whoa. I'll save you Raina-chan. Countering that, Raina replied. No, no. Utter rejection. As if we were terrible monsters who came to ruin her happiness. She screamed in tears as she buried her face into the cloud creature's chest. No, don't, I don't wanna. Get away. I'm with my Yukuin. What are you saying, Raina-chan? That's a fake over there. Dudes, she might be in hypnosis again. Got it, I'll just fucking kill him. I wonder, was she really? Couldn't she be doing this fully aware? I can't imagine Raina of all people being thankful to us if we separated her from that thing. I'm sure she thought of us as a bunch of loud and obnoxious boys prancing around her for no reason. She literally had no idea how much we were helping her, being careful not to offend her, and basically protecting her. I'm with Yukuin now. Isn't that fine? Why? Why do you keep getting in my way? The moment I heard that, I felt like I'd finally understood this girl called Raina A.I.S. Raina didn't mean any harm. She wasn't the type of scum that trampled on other people's kindness. She was simply too pure, her heart too childlike. Like how a child wouldn't understand the troubles of their parents. Children in general basically just didn't understand an adult mindset. Kids had their own sense of value, of good and bad. In that sense, seeing as how she hadn't a need once she was with her Soma-kun, it was kind of sad that they'd gotten separated for so long. Basically, if crying and screaming got her to keep being with Soma-kun, that was good enough for her. But no matter how big or small her feelings on the matter were, this cruel isekai dungeon wouldn't just let that happen. In reality, her and Soma-kun had been placed separately from the start. That was reality, and no matter how she begged or cried, that reality wouldn't change. No, I won't leave Yukuin ever. I hate you. I hate everyone who wants to take Yukuin away from me. Save me, Yukuin. Please protect me. Don't go away. No, really, I told you, your feelings won't reach that thing. Shouting won't make it real. Soma-kun isn't here. Sure, Raina, I'll protect you. But then I heard it, Soma-kun's voice. Impossible. Don't tell me he actually transferred over, at this perfect timing no less. No, there's always a huge flash of light when that happens in a fairy square. Nothing like that happened. No one had come. But then, Yukuin, I'll never go away, Raina. I promise. Promise, Yukuin. Thank you, Raina. That binds us in promise, contract. It was the cloud creature, it spoke. The thing slowly stood up, Raina still in its embrace. It was like its fluffy body was a costume of some sort, and the real Soma-kun was inside with how fluently it spoke with the same voice as the guy. What the hell are you? Towards my strained question, it continued boldly. I am Soma Yuto, protector of Raina, guardian beast Soma Yuto. Instantly, the white cloud body burst. And from inside he appeared, looking like an exact mirror image of Soma Yuto. Chapter 137, Soma Yuto. OOI, no fucking way. The flying fuck is this? Are my eyes fucking with me? Tell me I'm not seeing Soma over there. He looked the very image of Soma Yuto. To the level that if you told me the hero extraordinaire suddenly teleported inside the cloud creature and literally burst out from inside, I'd actually believe it. But the entity himself had announced otherwise. Guardian beast, Soma Yuto. What I won't believe though is that there already existed a guardian with a perfectly coincidental perfect matching name. The most likely possibility is... Don't get distracted, guys. I think he's something that cloud creature evolved to. Evolved? What do you mean by that, Momokawa-kun? I mean that when that thing tried to attack Raina, she turned the tables by taking control of it with some spirit master power. Maybe with a skill to dominate monsters and another to make them evolve, she used both in tandem to create a fake Soma-kun as one of her guardian beasts. That was all conjecture, but that was the only conclusion I could draw from my observations. Whether my hypothesis is right, or it just so happened that her patron god stepped in to save her with a miracle, the reality of the matter wouldn't change. It looked like an exact duplicate of Soma-kun, but on the inside, it should still be the same cloud creature. We didn't have to have any qualms about defeating it. I didn't know how far gone Raina was under its hypnotism, but we should first kill it, and then try to get Raina to rights. We gotta beat that fake Soma now. That thing's not human, it's definitely a monster. Hell yeah, you got it, Momokawa. Heh, guess it'll make up for all the shit the real Soma put us through. That faker's dead meat, dudes. I'll beat Soma, and win over Raina-chan. Nice, it was looking like everyone was on board. If the thing had transformed into one of the cute girls from class, I don't think these guys would be so pumped up about it. Sorry, Soma-kun. Looks like we won't have a problem kicking your ass. Go. Black hair bind. I wasn't going to underestimate it just because it could be called the weakest of the bunch. The cloud creature had now been evolved via Raina's spirit mastery. We had yet to see how much stronger it had become. Therefore, I didn't just leave it all to the vanguards, and properly added black hair bind as a measure of support. I directed my black hair tentacles to swiftly crawl like snakes in an attempt to immobilize Soma Yuto, who stood there gallantly with Raina behind him. Okay, I got both his ankles. With that timing, Ueda, Nokai, and Yamada used their experience from all our group battles to pincer him from 3 directions. He was done for, was what I'd hoped. Gah! Yelled the 3 in pain as they were sent flying. Shaha! Guga! Not missing a beat, Raptor and Rem also went for it under my command, meeting the same result. He dodged Rem's spear tip in a flowing motion almost like the real Soma-kun would, and delivered a punch as counter. While at the same time, he used one of his sturdy legs to precisely kick Raptor across the solar plexus as it had leaped high and came at him from above. Yes, legs. By the time I noticed, the black hair binds around his ankles had been completely shredded. Fucking bastard, eat this. As Soma was about to continue attacking our felled members, Shimokoa and Yamajun fired spells as deterrents. The accurate shots of water and light element bolts literally disappeared right before they hit. TCH, so this guy's the Wind Guardian. Both when our melees got blown off and when the arrow spells were nullified, if I wasn't seeing things, I'm positive I saw light emerald wind-like thing around him. That green wind looked identical to the spells used by Nishiyama-san, the Aeromancer. We'd thought that Soma Yuto was weak since he wasn't using a sword, but he in fact had a powerful weapon called Aeromancy. I will end anyone who goes against Raina. The new guardian, who said dark things despite wearing Soma-kun's refreshing smile, now had mildly glowing emerald green gusts surging around him. Oi oi, this guy's hella bad news. Woo do we do. We can't handle this thing. Damn, fuck you Suma. Our 3 vanguards who had been blasted off hadn't actually taken much damage and were now standing. Raptor and Rem also weren't broken, and quickly got back into battle formation. Soma was admittedly strong as an Aeromancer, but our difference in strength wasn't absolute. He wasn't able to kill everyone in one strike. That in mind, we had to defeat him now by all means. Raina already had those dumb animals, in guard and Ramdane, looking out so she didn't so much as scratch a fingernail. So if she then got another one that actually spoke, I could see it as nothing but more trouble. Most importantly, this Soma Yuto had taken the form of Soma Yuto, meaning that Raina, who was already delusional, was now on a one-way ticket to La La Land. Give me a break already. I finally got this shitty entity working at the Goma Fortress capture and now this. I had my issues with her, but we still needed Raina's power from here on out. No, wait a second. Everyone, stand down. Retreat. This time, I wasn't running away while yelling retreat. As the commander, I needed to be at least the second one to run. I could say I learned from the battle with the Orthus. Retreat now? You sure? Oi, Momokawa, now ain't the time. Ueda and Nokai quickly backed off. They didn't want to challenge a guardian beast if they didn't have to. As for Yamada, he was yelling like an idiot again, but even he wasn't bold enough to do this alone, so now changed his focus to defense. Shimokoa, who had finished chanting his next spell, exhaled to calm down. Naturally, Yamajun too had lowered his hands. Okay, for now, we hadn't gone with the flow and entered battle. We were now at a position to initiate talks. Raina, we mean you no harm. We'll leave right now. Right, we were having the talk about parting ways with Raina. Oi, Momokawa, what the hell are you? Guys, look, I know you have complaints, but we need to back off for now. We're not gonna get off easy if we fight here. I knew that they, especially Yamada, wouldn't agree to my choice of separating with Raina, but I spoke first to shut them up. These guys should have realized too, that if we fought here, we'd most likely be the ones to end up dead. Come on, man. Momokawa, dude, we can't just leave her here. Look, Raina doesn't even want our help right now. If we try to force it, she'll get upset, and when she does, she'll definitely send in Ingard and Ramdane. 2 guardian beast, no, 3 if we included Soma Yuto. These guys who'd been with Raina much longer than I had should know the meaning of taking all of them on at once. Right now, Raina wasn't even being held hostage by Guardian Soma. She was willingly by his side. If we tried to meddle, and she got mad, she'd have no problem unleashing all her guardians on us. It's just for now, let's fall back. Raina had the overwhelming advantage. Fighting here wouldn't get us anything. So for now, we'll go back, and make a good plan to save her is what I'll have them think right now, while I was actually planning to just give up on her, and later convince them to do the same. In the first place, Raina was very uncooperative, and having her stay as a party member gave us more trouble than she was worth. Sure, her strength from the Spirit Master job was a great merit, but she was a girl whose uselessness completely negated her positives. Also, she hated me. I was constantly worried if she'd suddenly have one of hers bite my head off. My reasoning also included these personal circumstances. Starting with Yamada, Raina had been revered in class as the cutest of little girls, and quite a lot of boys cared so much that they'd lay down their lives if it's to protect her. Thanks to her looks and charm, she'd been treated with the utmost care and affection, no matter how uncooperative she tried to be. On the other hand, there was me, someone on whom her charms had literally no effect. I simply had no compulsion to keep such a pain-in-the-ass nuisance around. That's right, now was the perfect time to kick Raina Ais out of the party. She now had Soma Yuto, an illusion in the guise of the boy she was crushing on, and there was no way she'd want to wake up from that sweet little dream of hers with any of our convincing. I didn't know whether she was still under the cloud creature's control, or if she was intentionally manifesting Soma, but what I did know was that the girl was absolutely refusing to look at reality. At this point, there was nothing else we could do. My guess was that we'd somehow have to get the real Soma-kun here to break her out of the spell. She would refuse to leave from here, simply because this place was now a paradise she could spend with Soma Yuto. Yeah, this shit ain't worth it. Ditto, we're dead meat if we take her on. Tactical retreat, dudes. Great, the totem pole trio got the message. Keeping a cautious eye on Guardian Soma, Ueda, and Nokai, being as close as they had to be as frontliners, started slowly edging backwards. Naturally, I also made Rem and Raptor withdraw. Damn it. Raina-chan, wait for me, I'll save you soon. The lump of regret known as Yamada couldn't possibly fight alone, seeing as the others had backed off. He also didn't make a fuss and positioned himself to retreat. Momokawa-kun, is this all right? Yeah, I can't think of anything else. Yamajun was perhaps the only one here who realized my intentions. He wasn't looking at Raina as someone we were regretfully leaving behind, but at me, who had made the decision to exile her. Yet, even understanding the nature of that cruel action, he didn't stop me. Thanks man, I appreciate it. Raina, tell your guardian to back off. We're going away and mean no harm. I promise you we won't bother you anymore. My chief concern right now was Soma, who hadn't shown any sign of switching out of battle mode. It'd be no joke if the moment we turn our backs, we're sliced in two by his air jitters. I let Raina know of our intentions so she can withdraw her creature and guarantee us safe passage. I mean, she probably didn't want to start a shitshow either, so with the hope that she'd actually listen for once. Lies. Raising her thin brows, Raina spoke towards me with an expression that was clearly that of anger, yet still could be described as cute. Lies, liar. Momokawa-kun, you can only lie. What now? I heard her all right. Just that I had no idea what she was talking about. You liar, you actually are gonna get in my way, aren't you? What are you even talking about? Why would I be lying to you, right en? You never tell me the truth, not one time. I had not a clue why she had chosen now to go shrieking cunt. But her words strangely started to ring true. Yeah that's right, I'd not once told Raina my true feelings. Damn girl, when'd you get this sharp? I hate liars, you liar, you always trick me, you bully me, I hate you, I hate you, Momokawa-kun, I hate you. So fucking what? I told you, you aren't going to see me again. Like I give a fuck if you hate me. Liar, you'll bully me again, I know it. Just when I finally met you kun again. Momokawa-kun, I know you will get it our way. Raina screamed half in tears as her emotions exploded. This was honestly becoming stupid. I'm so done. If she was claiming that every word I said were lies, I'll just stop saying them. We're bidding sayonara to this bitch right here anyway. I just need to shut up and leave. I understand, Raina. I'll go kill Momokawa. What? I suddenly felt this electrifying chill all over my body. Was this that so-called bloodlust? Or maybe an afterwave of mana? Soma Yuto, that guardian beast, had declared his intent to have me dead. Momokawa, you hurt Raina. What, you? I will not forgive anything that hurts Raina. Soma's casually raised hand had abnormally thick green magical spunk swirling around it. Holy mother of, this level of air spell will send me to oblivion. Wait, just wait, I don't. I protect Raina. Air Curis Sagitta. I had no time to get a word in. Soma had already launched his powerful blade of wind at me. Dead, I'm so dead. Given the awful state of my motor reflexes, I simply couldn't dodge an incoming spell after I actually saw it coming. No way of blocking it either. I didn't think I had the time to even pop out a single black hair. Ah damn, I should have made either Rem or Raptor stay by my side. They were both sent on the offensive, so they were a little too far right now. I could see them rushing to protect me, but they won't make it with their speed. That's why, at this point, I had no choice but to stay defenseless and let that kill shot hit. Momokawa-kun. The sound of impact, I don't know if I heard it right as I was pushed away, or when I was rolling on the grass like an idiot. But at some point, I was just staring at the flower of fresh blood blooming just a few feet away. Yamajun. Ua, ah. Momo, Ka. Blood violently spurt out from Yamajun's body as he collapsed. Yamajun. How, why? Got away. Fine. I'll hit this time. I could maybe hear Soma speaking in a nonchalant tone. I should have understood what his words implied, but my head wasn't working. Yamajun was right there, blood drenching him. Why did he do that? Aqua missed. Aside from me, whose time seemed to have stopped, everything else was progressing as usual. At some point, I was surrounded in a thick fog, unable to see much of anything. Momokawa, get a grip, dude. Or, run for it, bow eyes. Yamada. Fucking run. Shimokawa had grabbed me by the forearm and forcefully made me stand. That's when I finally understood that Shimokawa had conjured ice mist to aid in our getaway. The dude really pulled through for us. I was really glad, and also, my head, that had stopped ticking for a while, started working again. Yamajun's still breathing. Lift him up on Raptor right now. Gotcha, Nokai, legs. Roger, go, go, go. Though the process could have been smoother, Raptor had practically come sliding and crouched down while Ueda and Nokai hurriedly lifted Yamajun onto its back. Raptor could carry him much smoother and faster than we could. And the more time we took, the more time Soma had to find and kill us. Shimokawa-kun, lead the way. This way, dudes. Following Shimokawa, who was both the caster of this mist and the only one who could see in it, we withdrew as fast as we could from this deadly fairy square. I could hear the voomps of air blades rushing by here and there, but it looks like the Guardian couldn't see through the fog either, and all his attacks missed by wide margins. Spread out, rotten bog. As a last stopgap, I put down a rotten bog at the door to the square as we ran away with our tails between our legs. Chapter 138, Confession Unmade. We quickly made our way to the starting fairy square of this zone. Yamajun was hurt bad. I wanted to help him as soon as possible, but we couldn't risk it away from the safety of the square. At the time, I performed basic first aid with the salves I had on hand, and to lessen the bleeding, I wrapped him in black hair. Black hair bind was also useful in carrying him on Raptor's back so that he didn't fall. And the moment we arrived, I began his treatment. I say that, but I'm neither a doctor nor do I have a calling specializing in healing. I can't really do much. Gently now. Sure, careful guys. Why Yamajun, stay with us. We set him down by the fountain and took off his outer wear. Unbuttoning his gakurin and shirt, I pulled up his blood-soaked undershirt. It's bad. I despaired. The wind blade had sliced into him from the top of his right shoulder all the way to his left hip. The large gash kept gushing out blood, tinting him scarlet. Can my ointment really handle something like this? Even if it healed, what if he lost too much blood by then and... fuck it, do now, think later. I quickly cleaned the affected area with water, dumped the contents of my bag and grabbed the desired ointment container. Applying more doesn't necessarily do more, but I wasn't feeling frugal. I practically buried the wound in ointment. You. Yamajun groaned in pain. Maybe it stings. Just bear with it, this time only, promise. Oi Momokawa, tell me he's fine, right? Shut up, Yamada. Yamada, panicking and desperate, was seeking reassurance I couldn't give. I then realized that it was better to tell him it's fine anyway, but Ueda was a step ahead and I'd lost my timing. Momokawa-kun. Are you there? Yamajun, though tinged with pain, Yamada spoke in a clear voice. It was a small voice that felt as if it would disappear any second, but he was conscious. Don't force yourself, alright? The ointment might work faster if you... It's okay. Do just listen. I might not get another chance. I suddenly thought about how I've read this scene in a lot of manga. The useless thoughts buzzing into my head must be how I was trying to deny this reality. Be that as it may, I still had a duty to hear a dying friend's last words. I couldn't look away from this. An important friend was on the fine line between life and death. I couldn't even imagine ignoring his parting words. I wrote down everything I know about the ancient language. It's in my notebook. I'm sorry, Momokawa-kun, I couldn't teach you properly. No, you did great, really. And thanks, I'll read it. Shit. Why are you talking like you're leaving behind your will? Ueda-kun. You're the bravest one of us. I know that you'll be the first to charge in no matter the enemy. Shit, fuck you Yamajun, why do you gotta say that now? Nokai-kun, you, haha, you're great at reading people. You handle our vanguard. If it's you, we can take down any monster. Hey, so you did notice. That's right, it's thanks to me we have great teamwork. Shimokawa-kun, you're the best at making decisions on your feet. Thank you, we escaped just now thanks to you. No. If I was a little faster, we would've. And Yamada-kun, I've known you the longest among the guys here. Thank you, for being a great friend. You, dumbass. You say that like you're gonna die. You're our strongest. Protect the guys. So don't worry so much, trust in your friends. I know, I got it. So Yamajun. Don't. Yamada was sobbing like a baby, but so were the rest of us. It just couldn't be helped. Momokawa-kun, you're the leader, and I know you're a good one at that. I'm nothing like that. I could just barely manage, and even that was because you were there. You are. Despite your weak calling, you're brave, intelligent, and kind. Even if you had to kill someone, yeah? So he'd realized that I killed Higuchi? I believed that you did the right thing. I still believe it. How can you? I've never done anything so great. It's because I've always cough. As if his time was nearing, Yamajun started coughing violently. Blood came out, dirtying his mouth. Sorry, I can't. Yamajun, it's okay. It'll be alright. I put on lots of ointment. This thing saved me after I was almost done in by an armor bear, you know. You'll be alright. Yeah, I know. Thank you. His life was fading away. Yamajun slowly closed the eyes on his pale white face. Momokawa-kun. Can you hold my hand, please? It's cold. Of course. I gently held Yamajun's hand in both of mine, as if in prayer. Thank you. This isn't that scary now. Yeah, you'll be fine. When you wake up, you'll be all healed up. Shit, don't cry. How are you supposed to put him at ease looking this sad? I had to believe. Even if it's just me, at this moment, I had to believe that Yamajun would stay alive. But good night, everyone. Yeah, good night, Yamajun. Ueda was the first to speak. Guys, we shouldn't leave him like this. Right. Yeah. Nokai and Shimokawa also stood up. Wait up. What the hell are you trying to do? Seeing the totem pole trio like that, Yamada began to yell. The hell are you talking about? Calm down, Yamada. We feel the same. Yamajun, his. Shut your traps. His not. Yamajun is not dead. Ah man, what's with this dumbass? Yamajun is fucking dead alright. He stopped breathing already. His heart stopped, and I even checked his pupil reflex. They're the 3 signs of death apparently. They'd remain wide even with light entering, meaning that he was completely brain dead too. Since pupillary reflex is governed by the brain, it'd remain if just his heart had stopped. Yes, by medical standards, Yamajun as a living person had completely ceased. Yamajun is dead. So I told him the unvarnished truth. He looks peaceful. They say the dead may look like they're simply sleeping, and it's how it looked to me too. As if he could wake up any moment. Which was only selfishness from those left behind. I confirmed Yamajun's passing with my own hands. So that I could be sure that putting on more ointment won't help. So that I could convince myself that praying to God at this point won't cause any miracles. Don't deny it, Yamada-kun. I stood up. Our first course of action was to give Yamajun a burial. Shit. Yamada was crying his heart out while still helping us dig a hole at the base of a fairy walnut tree. He was, after all, the closest friend to Yamajun among the 4 of us. As for myself, standing near such passionate mourning, my tears had pretty much dried up. My head was already filled with a different emotion. For us, Yamajun's death was painful, regretful, and tragic beyond words. It's the type of thing you see in a drama show. And yet, his death had no meaning. Honestly speaking, Yamajun had died for nothing. Of course, he did end up saving me by getting hurt fatally himself. But that's it. The act of saving someone's life is truly valiant, yes, but if you died in the process, then it's all for nothing. You shouldn't have to offer up your own life to save someone else's. There's no meaning if only one comes out of it alive. No, rather, I can't accept something like that. Why did you save me? You knew that wind blade was fatal, didn't you? If it was me, I wouldn't have done it. I definitely wouldn't. I value my life the most. Whether he knew he was sacrificing himself to save me, or he was a good enough person to not even think on it and did it on reflex, at this point, who knows? The ends are all that matters. My feelings on the matter are, in the end, just reasons tacked onto a result. The boy known as Yamakawa Junikairu had died. That was everything. This isn't fair. I can't accept this. He didn't have a single reason to die. Yamajun, the heart of Class 2-7, absolutely no one had anything against him. This wasn't supposed to happen. This should not have happened. What do you call this emotion? It was anger. I stopped being simply sad. I stopped shedding tears. We laid Yamajun in the grave, and as a send-off, we took flowers from the ones growing here and placed them over his body. Finally, we shoveled dirt over that and buried him, everyone still sobbing. I wasn't the same but wasn't about to blame them for it either. I was the only one who wouldn't cry. Because, unlike everyone else, I was mad with rage. Raina, I will kill you. This was the second time. My second oath of killing someone due to pure grudge. For the sin of letting Yamajun die in vain, Raina Ias will face the full extent of my curse. Chapter 139, Liar. I put aside the jumbled mess of emotions bubbling up from Yamajun's death and hardened my heart. I thought only about what I needed to do now. Calmly, coldly. So, what now? They'd been sitting listlessly ever since we finished the burial. I was the first to speak. What do you mean what? What can we? Very dull reactions from Ueda and Nokai. They were not thinking about anything. That was, of course, normal. A good friend had just died in front of them. If we were back in Japan, we could have slowly gotten over the shock and come to terms with that reality. But we weren't, and we didn't have the luxury to waste time on stuff like that. We still have to get out of this dungeon. Yamajun died, it's sad, it's sudden, and it's hard to accept, I know. But we can't keep mourning forever. You ain't wrong, dude, but now's, kinda, yeah? Yeah, you can't control your emotions just like that after all. Which kind of made this good timing. They were not fully thinking straight right now, and will be easier to manipulate. I'm not saying we go now. We can rest a while. But I think it's better to talk about what we should do. Shut it. It's all fucking useless. Yamada griped irritably. It was understandable. Someone just died and I started yapping on and on. Aren't you guys worried? About Ayase-san, I mean. Even Yamada couldn't talk back after that one. Since his heart should have been a complete mess right about now. Raina-chan her. I mean. That fake Soma's the dude that killed Yamajun. Why Yuri right, he's the culprit. We'll make him pay. Their responses were honestly disappointing. These guys, they still couldn't blame Raina for what happened. Even if they were not exactly on her side, they just couldn't go against her delicate and ultra-cutesy half-Japanese charm. Ridiculous, they weren't seeing reality. That's right. Ayase-san is. She's still under that smoke bastard's hypnotic control. Shit, just like I thought. Of course not, dumbass. But please go ahead and believe that. They should listen better if they think we had a good cause. Humans can commit any and every evil by just believing themselves to be right. Believing in yourself, such a great motto. So, we need to save her, right? Why yeah. Oh, you bet we will. Momokawa, dude, aren't you just saying that cause we need her in the dungeon? Ahaha, yeah, can't deny that's part of it. Looks like Shimokawa's sharper than the other two. Though if you looked at our interactions up until now, they'd obviously notice that I didn't exactly treat her like a princess. Shimokawa had realized that I only thought of her as a pain and a burden, only, reluctantly, keeping her with us because of her strength as a spirit master. I think he also realized that I'm the type of person that valued merit over feelings. He'd be half right. I was in fact trying to work with Raina for the strength she provided, but I didn't necessarily think we should expel her from the party even if she didn't help. Though the fact was that her beasts did play a major role in capturing the Goma fortress. But I too had limits to the amount of bullshit I could wave off. Yes, we need Ayase-san's power to progress in the dungeon, but aside from that, you guys don't want to abandon her here, right? Damn straight. I'll save Raina-chan. And I'll take revenge for Yamajun. Yamada got jumpy instantly, as if the depression and heartbreak from just now was all an illusion. I gave him a convenient interpretation of the situation, and he took it hook, line and sinker. His anguish from Yamajun's death was replaced by the desire for revenge. Maybe it's because that was easier on the heart, to hate instead of hurt. If there's an enemy, someone to despise, you can target them as the root of your grief. Plus, if he also got the bonus of rescuing his proverbial princess, that is, Raina, then of course Yamada's energy would shoot through the roof. But to do that, it's gonna be our toughest battle yet. What do you mean? We just gotta beat that fake Soma, right? We just got surprised back there. If it's just him against the 5 of us, we can do it. That dude's an aeromancer. Easy stuff compared to the real Soma with his stupid sword. True, I didn't think Guardian Beast Soma Yuto was that strong either. If we went all out, we could probably beat him. But mostly because he wasn't the real Soma Yuto, the hero. There wouldn't be any last-minute save the day for him. But it's not just Soma. Right now, Ayase-san is still under his control, so she'll likely see us as enemies too, meaning that we're up against her in guard and Ramdane too. Maybe also the water-type Seiram that had the shape of a lady. There was a chance that Seiram couldn't be used or was weak if there was no water around, but we can't bet on a chance. If Raina got serious, she could sick all 3, fire, water and thunder-type guardians on us. We'd be facing them plus the wind-type Soma Yuto. It was us 5 vs 4 of them. But practically speaking, the numbers advantage was meaningless. In terms of power, we were at a massive disadvantage. Wait, we aren't sure if Raina-chan will think like that. No way she'll be controlled by that level of... She is, and she will. I'm absolutely certain that Ayase-san will see us as enemies and try to kill us. I said firmly to cut down any budding misunderstandings Yamada might make in that sugar-coated head of his. I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but Ayase-san just isn't fit for the stress of living in the dungeon. I mean, that's just how she is, you know. What she is a spoiled bitch, that's what. But I left that part out. She's like that, so when that cloud creature hypnotized her, she got to live a dreamlike life with her beloved Soma-kun. Of course she'll turn like that. If it was just that, I could leave her be. But that wasn't all that happened. And I can't leave her be anymore. Right now, if we try and wake her from her dream world, she'll fight to protect it. Heck, if she hears that she'll have to go back to the harsh survival life, she'll think we're demons. Presumably, the reason why her guardian beasts didn't do anything about the cloud creature was because its illusions were showing Raina what she wanted to see. And as a result, that such a mob it doesn't even get a name cloud creature also evolved into guardian beast Soma Yuto, became loyal to Raina, and entered the Guardians team as a colleague. Soma was acting as a healer for Raina's heart that had been crumbling from the harshnesses of reality. But if we all try our best and call out to her, I'm sure Raina-chan will open her eyes. Yumoda-kun, that's what we all want to believe, but it just won't work. Why the hell not? Why? Because Yamajun died, that's why. This was the crux of it. Raina, that girl didn't actually think anything of us. She knew that her guardians used violence to carry out her own desires, selfish whims, but wouldn't do a thing to stop them. Raina, you were the only one who could have saved Yamajun back there. With just a word, you could have stopped Soma's attack. Hell, you could have just had a stray thought about not wanting it, and that might have just worked. It would have been so easy, and yet, that bitch, she refused to see the reality in front of her eyes. And that naivety of hers had cost a life. Yamajun's life. Our voices just won't reach her. Well, do you get it now, Yumoda-kun? One of us had already died to this. There was no more maybe. Which meant that we couldn't harbor any more stupid hopes or think up convenient realities. We'll call out to her and she'll come back to her senses. Give me a break with these stupid plans. Shit, even if I had a time leap ability and could do that over and over, I fucking guarantee it won't work even after 1,000,000 tries. That's why we need to prepare and plan as if we're fighting all 4 of her guardian beasts. No way, all 4 of those powerhouses. Yeah, not possible. But dude, then we gotta leave her behind, yeah? No fuck you, and fuck no we're not. We already lost Yamajun, and I'm not gonna stand losing Raina-chan too. Yumoda's lines may sound the most badass, but reasonably speaking, Shimokawa was right. Leaving behind Raina was the safest choice for us if anything. And if Yamajun hadn't died, I would have been the first one to suggest it. And you better believe I would have convinced everyone that it was the best option too. That she was too strong for us, and that we were in over our heads if we thought we could beat her. But I couldn't do that now. That's just how much I hated her. I couldn't ever forgive that bitch. Whatever may happen, I'll kill her. If Yamajun was here, he'd surely tell me not to go. He'd convince me about how meaningless something like revenge was. He wouldn't want me to go down that path. I knew that. That's why, this was all for me. I wasn't going to justify my revenge by saying it's for Yamajun's sake. I couldn't forgive her, and with that rage, I'd kill her. And on another important note, Raina also thought of me as her enemy. I'd almost forgotten from the shock of Yamajun's death, but I did attempt to leave her there, in that fight. I didn't want to fight her, but she just couldn't forgive the fact that I tried to run away. Raina wanted me dead. We were mutual enemies at this point. I couldn't let someone as dangerous as her live free. Even if not for revenge, Raina was now an enemy that I needed to kill. We can't beat Guardians in a straight fight. Dude, you can say that again. Everyone nodded to that. Even Yumoda wasn't thinking we could somehow manage beating them with guts and willpower. It's pretty risky, but I have a plan. Oh, right on. Come on Momokawa, don't leave us hanging. His plans were great in the Goma Fortress too. Dude's great at those. Anything, I'll do anything if it'll save Raina-chan. Nice, everyone's on board. Guess it helped that there's the precedent with the fortress. That feeling of everyone trusting you. It's great. It's nothing complicated. Since, I think, Aya-san is still holed up in that fairy square. Her, along with Soma, still being in the other fairy square was the most important condition for this plan to work. If, for whatever whim, Raina was long gone from there, we didn't have any means of tracking her. If that happened, even I would have to give up on exacting my revenge for the moment. But I know she won't. Raina, see, her personality was like a hardcore recluse, hikikomori. Now that she had her, although fake, Soma-kun, she wasn't going to let go of her happy and fulfilling environment for no reason. So I'm sure that even now, Raina was still over there, idling away and flirting with the fake Soma-kun. First, we randomly provoke them so the guardian beast Soma chases us. If that one came at us alone, it was the best case scenario. All we had to do was gang up and beat him. We try to separate Soma as far from her as we can. And we kill him. But dude, you don't really think he's gonna come out alone, right? Yeah, my guess is Ingard and Ramdane will come along too. It sounded like a last boss multi-boss round from the get-go, but I really did think it'd turn out like that. Raina wasn't the type that went easy on her enemies. If she felt like we were being a pain, she'll come at us with everything. Actually, if Raina so much as thinks that she doesn't like us, her guardian beasts will come attacking on their own. Raina thought of me as a liar and a bully. It was a truly childish sense of pure hatred. So if she saw me, she was sure to get riled up and seriously try to get rid of me. Man, quite a bit hated, aren't I? Yeah, I hate you very much too. And if all those guardians do come out, we run. We what? What do you mean run? We just want them to come out and chase us. It's to buy some time. The hell do you mean buy some time? If we can't beat him, we can't get to Raina-chan, can we? That's it, Yamada-kun. Hey, he's on point for once. Basically, if we can get to Raina, we win. We only need to release her from the hypnotism. With all her bodyguards out chasing us, she'll be alone. And once alone, Raina, the spirit master, was all but powerless. As she was still the weak, delicate girl she started out as. We have to separate Raina from her guardian beasts. The decoy team will hold them back to buy time, and the rescue team will go release Aya-san. This is the basic outline of the plan. But you know, those guardian dudes ain't gonna be stupid enough to ignore that rescue team. They weren't mindless beasts after all. They were smart enough to consider it. If one of us hid while the rest played decoy, it might work but wasn't guaranteed to. If they noticed that one of us was missing, they might leave one of them, say Ramdane, behind. Right, so for the decoy team, it'll have to be all of us. Dude, then who's gonna get Raina-chan? Me. You. How? You're a shaman, remember? You can't run that fast and can't stay well hidden either. Geez guys, you don't gotta rub it in. They're right though. Don't worry, I happen to have a curse that'll trick the guardians. This one, I got when Ruin Hildesama tore my whole body in two. The new curse magic I'd obtained with the cruelest handover ceremony yet. This curse was the reason I could imagine a way to actually kill Raina. It's my new curse 2 shade. I can clone myself. Chapter 140, Traps for Guardians. With everyone now on board with my plan, we were starting the preparations right away. Our biggest hurdle will be slowing down that all-star guardian team. Right, the plan's fine and all, but we can't even fight those things head-on. And even running away isn't gonna be easy. The frontline fighters, Ueda and Nokai, added, quite seriously, despite themselves. They were right, of course. I knew firsthand how strong those spirits were. Talking about the time they completely obliterated the superior Rem, created from Tendakuan's drops, and even one-shot the versatile Arachne. Their breath attacks were seriously bad news. If they hit us with those when we're on the run, we're pretty much dead. I wasn't sure even Yamada, with his defensive calling, could withstand that sort of damage. Dude, what about my ice mist? Don't think we can use that when they're chasing us, right? If they lose us and head back to Raina, you're as good as dead, man. Nah, I'll be fine if they end up coming back. But for this plan to work, we need to make sure they chase after us. In the chase scene, Yamada will hold the rear as our primary defense wall. In front of him, Shimokawa will be in charge of slowing them down with his barrier spells and Rem is to support with arrows. Then, we'll have Ueda and Nokai who can't really do anything other than run, and after them, me and my 2-shade clone, taking the lead riding on Raptor. Right, aside from our positions, I also plan on setting some traps, don't expect too much though. This put me in a real bind. The fact that this cloud zone was pretty much empty. Unlike the jungle zone before this where we had lots of trees and stone to work with, this place was just white gas. Other than that stupid cloud creature, we hadn't seen any monsters either. So monsters drops were off the resources list too. We had to make do with the scarce materials in our square. Yeah, so, where are we gonna be leading them? Is it the room with the gas trap? That's a good place to fight. If we were trying to literally stop them, we would have fought them in the fairy square Raina was in, as Nokai had suggested before. But in a head-on fight, we'd be the ones undeniably on the losing side. So that was not an option to consider. We bring them here, to this fairy square. The plan is to imprison them here. Get real, Momokawa. How are we supposed to do that when there's no door? Wow, even Yamada caught on. I shouldn't make him out to be that stupid, honestly. We'll need to draw away as many of them from as possible. Step 1 is trying to isolate Aya-san. If they get all the way here, dude, you don't think they'll get worried and go back? Then we'll have to pause the operation. I'll use my clone to see if they come inside, and only then go to Aya-san. So even if they came back, I'll be okay. If this part of the plan failed, we'd just need to retry with a different room. This wasn't anything problematic. My second reason for choosing here is that this is where we can block the entrance best. And go on. We'll make it look like they caught us in a dead end by running here. Then, when all of the guardians are inside with us, Shimokawa, you'll cast the thickest aqua mist you can and you'll all run out of the square. Once you make sure everyone's accounted for on the outside, use aqua armor shield to block the entrance. The rest of you will use logs to make a wall behind the water barrier. This way was much safer than trying to fight 3 guardian beasts at once. Ingard was the only powerhouse among them. Ramdane was bird-shaped, so I don't think it can push down a wall, and Soma didn't seem so physically strong either. So long as we can withstand Ingard's tackles from the other side, the barriers should hold. Correct me if I'm wrong, but your water magic is stronger and easier to use if there's real water around, right? Not exactly like that, but if I had to keep up the shield for a while, having the water around totally helps. But where are you planning to get those logs? Yeah, we ain't in the jungle anymore. Look around you, we've got lots. I gestured at the fairy walnut trees all neatly lined up around us. Hey, is it really alright to cut these down? Feels like one of those faux pas. And we won't get any more walnuts either. They were surprisingly adamant about it. I guess having fairy squares as their only safe space all this while made them a bit attached. Me too. I wouldn't cut down the trees or break the fountain or ruin the water just for the heck of it. I'm sorry for Miss Fairy too, but there's no choice. Life or death and all that. To err is human, to forgive divine, yeah? I sent that little prayer to the statue on the fountain. And don't forget, whether the plan succeeds or it doesn't, we can't stay here that much longer. Worry about food later. Our survival depended on whether we could beat Raina. Alright, let's get right to practice. The team cheered in response. Also, I'm back. Someone casually entered the square. It was me. Mounted on Raptor, he was a shorty wearing a gakuren. He had a cheeky look to him, with a face that may or may not look too girly. There was only one boy with this face and body type in our class. Welcome back. I greeted myself. I got off from Raptor and walked towards me. And once in front of me I vanished like an illusion in a puff of black smoke. To be exact, I returned back to my shadow. Dude, this shit still creeps me the fuck out. Really? Once you get used to it, it's kinda fun, actually. While I was describing the plan, I'd already started practicing movement with the clone from my new curse magic, which would become a critical facet of the operation. Two shade to your 2 shades. It speaks, walks, and feels apart from you, but in the end is a simple shadow. As always, the description was vague flavor text. So I went and tested it for what it's worth. To conclude, T's a clone. T's a true shadow clone. I still had one self, but when I used 2 shade, I had 2 points of view and 2 bodies to move and 2 mouths to talk with. I can't even describe the dumb look I saw on myself when I first used this one. It really did do that speaks, walks, and feels apart from you thing. I'd panicked a little when my senses suddenly doubled, but once I thought how it was like controlling the player in a video game, I stopped being creeped out. It's me, yet not me. I move it, but it wasn't me. Pretty much like holding a controller. 2Shade was much more precise than a mere game controller though. The feel, the degree of freedom and sensitivity that's at work when I'm moving the clone. It was like I'd leaped past the bleeding edge of modern VR and entered the future era of gaming. Tears of appreciation aside, I was quite satisfied with the practicality of 2Shade. It was perfect for acting my part of the decoy. I worked with everyone on the preparations while also getting in more practice with the shadow clone. I had it be carried on Raptor and go back and forth between our and Raina's place. It was easy enough to move around in, but moving myself at the same time, there's where it got tricky. It was like trying to control 2 pairs of hands at once, not quite something you got to do every day. Currently, it's at the level where I can walk around with the clone while talking with my own mouth. But I can't walk both quite yet. Luckily, as per the plan, once the clone made it here, his job would be done. After that, I'd go myself for the last face-off against Raina. Basically, at no point in time did I both had to move. That didn't mean I'd stop practicing though. Who knows what the future might hold. I'd be very glad to have the ability to fully control both Ms. It was just going to take a while to get the hang of it. But I felt like it had come with enough practice. So I'd been doing that. But just running around in it wasn't so productive considering our lack of time. Since I shared POVs with the clone, I was fully using it as a scout. Yeah. Still being a lazy-ass bum. If I closed my eyes I could focus in on the clone's senses. But on the other hand, if my eyes were open, I didn't really notice unless I actively thought on it. I was currently spying on Raina from the half-closed door to her fairy square. Of course I made sure to make myself small in a corner, with only my head sticking out. But the walls in this cloud zone were all white and fluffy-like, and my black hair would stick out like a sore thumb, so naturally, I was wearing camouflage. With those fluffy bits I could easily cut out from the walls, I'd made a ghillie suit. This would be my second time doing this since the basilisk. I simply held the stuff together with black hair bind, but with this, if I stuck to the wall, I blended in quite a bit. One day as a camo spy, I made this observation. I could see Raina on the far side of the square, laid down beside the fountain and cuddling with guardian beast Soma Yuto. She wasn't moving much but not asleep either. It looked like they were having some pillow talk. There's the question of exactly how much of a conversation you could have with that fake Soma-kun, but the cloud creature was originally something that used your desires to put you in a paradise-like dream. Soma surely had this power too, and at this time, he must have been only feeding her answers that made her happy. It was as if she'd completely forgotten that we're in a fricking dungeon with how she was blabbering on like they were back at the classroom. I could see it as confidence, as she had all those powerful guardian beasts on her beck and call. I could also see it as a pitiful girl trying to escape reality. Doesn't matter. You better enjoy it while you can, bitch. Savor those dreams for now. Right. That instance of observation over with, I returned to my main job. Attention, one and all, I'll now be going over the traps, listen up. I called out to the guys sweating it out as they chopped down the fairy walnut trees. I'm the brains of this operation, so that kind of physical labor wasn't in my job description. Right person for the right job, right? Shit man, why do we gotta do all the work? Come on, it's not like that, Yamada-kun. I'll help out as soon as I'm done with this. I admit, part of me was trying to avoid it, but I actually had a job only I could do, so I'd appreciate it if you didn't complain every time. Anyway, look at this. I opened my notebook after everyone gathered at the fountain, which had become sort of a muster point. This is a rough map of the route we're following back. These marks over here are where we set the traps. Unlike at the Goma fortress, this time we knew the lay of the land. It was pretty much a straight line, so although I didn't think we'd get lost, having a picture in your head should be helpful. You'd be better at escaping at a place you were familiar with. Didn't you say the traps aren't gonna be much use? Isn't it just his acid pits? I also thought about laying on rotten bogs here and there to try and slow them down. But then I got an interesting idea, and once I tried it, it worked pretty well. Men like a challenge, as they say. Shimokawa-kun, let's show them. Right on, dude. I wasn't the only one skipping lumberjack duty. Shimokawa, our other magic user, was the same. The two of us had used this time to conceive one particular trap. Now, feast your eyes on what happens when you put together Shaman and Aquamancer. Acid Shield. The mud-red liquid in the rotten bog I set up previously jostled violently. Waves formed in the bog acid as it got pulled up to a single area. The whole thing quickly clumped together in place and formed the same shape you'd see in an ordinary aqua shield. But it wasn't ordinary transparent water, it was my bog acid that this shield was comprised of. In other words, it was a shield that could melt flesh and bone to the touch. This is Shimokowa-kuin's aqua shield but made with the stuff in my bog. And man is it awesome. Shimokowa and I were all smiles. But alas, the frontliners simply went her. Geez, these muscle-brained warrior types just can't. Anyway, leaving aside my complaints at their non-reaction, I did have to do a lot of thinking before coming up with this rather plain-looking combo spell. First, an Aquamancer didn't just control water, but any kind of liquid. We even knew that he could control hot water, as we had found out when he magicked up a water gun to mess around in the bath. Which meant that his magic didn't distinguish between hot and cold water. Furthermore, he had no problem with sugar water and salt water either. Heck, he could use the soup in my boar stew for his spells. As for my rotten bog, the acid in there wasn't a form of liquid but a product of my curse magic. As just demonstrated, Shimokowa even managed to manipulate that, but it didn't come so easy. The first trial was a complete failure. Rotten bog was curse magic and not recognized as a viable liquid for use in water magic. As Shimokowa was making a fool of himself, pouring his mana into the UN-reacting red mud in a dead serious face, I hit on an idea. What if we mixed the acid with water? Couldn't he do it then? And the result of that, another failure. It wouldn't move when we added some water. When we poured in enough to highly dilute the bog, that did do the trick. But then, it wasn't really bog acid anymore, it was water with a little acid mixed in. The most it could do was give you a light sting. So if water didn't work, let's just mix in other stuff. That thought, and subsequent trials, led to something that actually did the trick, Shimokowa's blood. Shimokowa was really, and I mean really, reluctant about cutting himself though. But my instincts as a shaman were screaming that I absolutely must try the mage's own blood, so I may have been a little forceful getting it out of him. Teary-eyed and looking like he hated my guts, Shimokowa chanted his magic and, lo and behold, Acid Shield was born. All that trial and error later, we'd finally managed a way to, conditionally, control Rotten Bog with Shimokowa's aquamancy. I could say we only succeeded because Shimokowa was talented in his calling. I could also say I knew squat about aquamancers out in the world, so the previous opinion was moot. Regardless, this was a big boon for us. I was happy about it, but there's also the fact that this turned into a weakness for my Rotten Bog. I needed to be careful if Shimokowa turned into an enemy somewhere along the line. Or if we met an enemy aquamancer. Shimokowa-kun here will be erecting his usual aqua shields and mixing in these acid shields while we're on the run. Ingard could probably bust through a normal aqua shield without breaking a sweat, but if he were to get hit with acid after one of his attempts, he might opt for other, slower methods. And even if he does bust through them anyway, he'd have to be sustaining slight amounts of damage. It's unknown how well my bog acid will work on a guardian beast, but it's the best trap we had. It's all we had. Well, maybe not. Now that we could combine aqua spells with Rotten Bog, a lot of new possibilities will likely open up. Basically, we have to use these traps so that they don't catch up to us. Actually fighting any guardians will be a last resort only. Right, sounds like a plan. We don't want to fight them if we don't have to either. Great, so we'll go back to our magic practice then. The hell, you weren't gonna help after all. Yamada complained, but left it at that. Now, back to work everyone, no time like the present. Looking at their parting backs, I felt a momentary pang of guilt. These guys were working so hard because their goal was to save Raina. I'm quite the villain, I guess. I was using their good intentions not only to put them through harsh labor, but even have them fight life and limb for my own cause. Was I really so different from Higuchi, who used violence to keep Masaru as his slave? But I couldn't let this bother me. I couldn't let it loosen my resolve. If I wasn't making the plan, Maybe they'd have made their own rescue mission. Who knows, they could have tried to simply talk with Raina, which was less a plan and more an unintentional suicide. A shaman absolutely needed friends if he wanted to survive the dungeon. And honestly, we've been through a lot together now. I couldn't deny at least feeling a reluctance to let them die. So both logically and feelings-wise, I can't let them die here. I won't let anyone else die, especially because of a bitch like Raina. I will get my revenge soon. My flames of vengeance were still burning high. But somewhere within that intense hate also lay the deep sorrow of losing an important friend. Chapter 141, Guardian Beast Decoy Plan. Between preparing everything and rehearsing our spells over and over, 3 days went by. All that's left is to pray. Amen, ruin Hildesama. On our last supper, which sounds more ominous than it needs to, I used all the remaining preserved boar meat and we enjoyed this feast before the big day. Let's go. I sat my 2-shade clone on Raptor while I went on foot. We exited the square and double-checked on all the traps while we carefully made our way through the path where that stupid cloud creature ambushed us. We never did encounter that bastard after the first time coming this way. It could have a long respawn time or could have been a unique monster too. Anyway, the fact that we can't predict monster encounters, this randomness factor will work for us in this operation. We quietly walked while being wary of any monsters. Nobody felt like talking. We were all getting increasingly nervous as we approached the ferry square Raina was holed up at. This is my stop. Good luck on the rest, guys. Sure, don't sweat it. Yeah, you work on convincing Raina-san. Dude, this plan is pretty much perfect. We'll buy the time you need. Momokawa. Save her. Promise me you'll save Raina-chan. Yeah, I won't let you down. I took in everyone's well-intended blessings and replied through a cool facade. You guys too, don't die on me. I then put on my white ghillie suit and sat down against the wall in a small depression near our destination. I laid still, closed my eyes, and concentrated on controlling the clone. I have visual. You. Don't talk so suddenly with that thing. Kinda feels a bit gross with 2 Momokawas around. Seriously? I'm hurt. Looks like they got a fright when my clone that was still bobbling on top of Raptor suddenly came to life. Though I admit having 2 of the same person in the same place would creep me out too. This clone is neither transparent nor has any sort of player 2 tinting, so appearance-wise at least, you can't tell the difference. Wait, what if they see through this fake with the flow of mana or a sixth sense or something? I suddenly got concerned if the plan will really work. But I'm already in standby mode, and there's no way we can backtrack now. We'll reach our field of battle in under 30 seconds. There she is. Raina-chan. The door was ajar and we confirmed Raina's presence, as always, flirting with Soma. I've seen this for 3 days now so I'm used to it, but Yamada was devastated at the scene. It's his usual immature jealousy, but I'll be glad if it will work in fueling his hate towards Guardian Beast Soma in this fight. Okay. Operation Start. I call it the reverse Aminoi Wato. It's pretty similar to the story you hear in grade school. When Amaterasu the sun goddess stayed reclusive in her cave, everyone threw a grand party outside which caused her to be caught when she curiously peeked out. But instead of catching her interest with fun, we'll be acting as villains to coerce her into coming out. Basically, we're threatening her. Alright, time to get my villain on. I stood at the entrance to the square, inhaled, and loudly declared war. Aviina. You stupid NT, get a Jubilee. Raina, in a cat-like reflex, instantly shifted her head towards my yell in a fluster. That goes the same for Soma who was embracing her. You lazy spoiled brat. I'll beat that uselessness out of you if it's the last thing I do. You better be ready. I was shouting my heart out. It's meant to be threatening, so I can really go all out, and the others won't bat an eye. Now, everyone together. Raina-chan, come back to us. You're better than that. The Soma-kun is a fake you knew. Come at me Soma you bastard. I'ma fucking kill you dead. Yamada was similarly speaking his heart, so at least he gets a pass on intimidation. Now, what'll she do? No way. Why does everyone keep getting in our way? I hate this. I hate you. Get out. Sure thing Raina. I will. No, We will quickly remove these pests for you. As expected, Raina cried out like a mentally unstable child. And heeding her emotions, Soma stood to face us. At the same time, the space left and right of him lit up in magic formations. One, a torus that blazed like an inferno, and the other a square that crackled with purple lightning. These were, of course, the summoning circles that called forth Raina's primary battle force, the Infernal Lion, in guard, and the Thunderhawk, Ramdane. Just as I thought, she isn't calling Seiram, her water spirit. Yukuan, Chan, Ramkuan. Protect me, okay? Of course, Raina. I'd never forgive anyone that made you cry. I'll be back right away after quickly defeating them. Soma, still looking the exact replica he was, put on a refreshing smile while Ingard and Ramdane roared their fury. Looks like shouting won't do anymore. It's unfortunate we couldn't get Seiram out too, but we can settle for this. What's wrong, beasts? Scared of losing to us superior humans? You'll make fine pelts after we're done with you. On my cue, Rem launched an arrow. I didn't tell the others, but I'd instructed Rem to aim first and foremost at Raina. Now if only we could get a one-shot kill here, or of course, we won't. I will remove anything that hurts. Soma silently cast wind magic to steer Rem's arrow staggeringly off course. There's no time to fire a second. My Raina. Get back. The guardian beasts rushed us, and I immediately ordered a retreat. Everyone, ready and reacting instantly, turned and ran like their life depended on it. It was now tag, you're dead. Aqua shield, Dwa. The enemy simply had more speed. So to slow them down, Shimokoa quickly cast Aqua shield, but it was instantly nullified by Ingard's fire breath. Damn, this is looking tougher than I'd planned. At this rate, we might lose one of us before we all escape. Run. I shouted from Raptor's back. I'm the only one guaranteed to be safe, and they're already running desperately as is. Obviously, I'm being redundant. Shimokoa-kun, get ready, Rotten Bog. My curses work fine even as a clone, but it's through a proxy so it feels slightly different. The casting speed falls a bit, and since I have to maintain the clone, I have that much less mana going into the curse. If I push too hard with the curses, the clone won't break from the pressure, but it will break from the lack of mana. Anyway, I'm the decoy, so I'll have to do enough to make it believable. Alright, eat shit, acid shield. Trap number 1. We waited till they were close enough to a spot I previously dropped my blood on, and Shimokoa erected an acid shield. Grrr. Thanks to Shimokoa's superb timing, Ingard, who'd been the closest, saw that he couldn't blast it away with fire from so close, probably thought a mere shield like this was child's play for him, and attempted to bust through physically. And, there, with a loud sizzling particular to Rotten Bog, toxic scarlet scattered everywhere. That of course was the sound of acid shield that couldn't withstand Ingard's powerful tackle and dispersed. But the acid should have had some effect. I hope. Ingard emerged, roaring furiously, from beyond the shower of acid and deluge of white smoke. He looked like he hadn't taken any damage, but he was a bit slower. Only temporarily though, as he quickly regained his vigor and continued to give chase. He's tougher than I thought. Looks like we'll have to really squeeze through this one. We were treading on thin ice, so anything to slow their assault was helpful. Right as Ingard got out of the acid shield, Rem shot another arrow, causing it to flinch. It wasn't meant to damage but merely surprise, and it worked. But we weren't so lucky that they would only be chasing us. They had magic too. Aqua Shiro you. Close call. Soma launched wind blades, and Ramdane used Thunderbolt. Shimokoa's spell was interrupted, and Yamoda skillfully blocked the deadly attacks with his high defenses. Fuck dude, they're really laying it on us, Aqua Shield. Having escaped that close shave with death, he cast his barrier spell anew. But this wall of water spread out to block the passage was also instantly broken. This time it was a large air Sagitta from Soma that cut apart his shield. This strong. It must have been a mid-tier variation. Oi Momokawa, they catching yup. We gotta do something, damn it. The pressure emanating from our pursuers was intense. Ueda and Nokai, who weren't supposed to do anything but run, cried out impatiently. I feel the same, to be honest. We'll soon be at the widest area on this path. It's the place with that pink gas. Come this far into the passage, and the guardian beasts had to consider their attacks so they didn't hit friendlies. That goes double for Ingard and Ramdane since, if they used big AoE attacks, the whole cavern could be scorched or electrocuted. Doing that was a surefire way to beat us, but they could hardly stand damaging their friends against small fry like us. They're underestimating us, but that's good. Otherwise, we wouldn't have gotten as far as we have. But the place we're about to reach is pretty wide. Once there, they'll lose the handicap of accidental friendly fire. And worse, they could use the area to split up and surround us. Ingard, who was the biggest of the bunch, was first in the line and covered almost the whole width of the passage while Soma and Ramdane were following behind in single file. The ceiling wasn't too high so Ramdane couldn't shoot down at us either. But that too would end once we enter the next area. They can and will come at us with the full range of their strength and dexterity once we get there. Honestly, it's not like we were going there without knowing the risks. But we didn't have a better choice. Momokawa, we're toast if we go there like this. Shit, this isn't looking good at all. Shimokawa and Yamada were yelling in despair. They're right, at this rate, they'll catch up. Alright, guess it's time. Rem, you're up. Gagaga. We'd gone inside. Rem dropped her bow and drew Masaru's sword, her figure oozing with determination. I'll have to leave behind not only Rem but also Raptor here. Rem would be insta-killed against 3 guardian beasts, but the 2 of them should get us some time. Go get MU2. Promise I'll get you even better bodies next time. Leaving some proverbial last words, I rolled off Raptor's back and started running. I didn't look back as I made a break for it. My clone body has no concept of stamina, so I could run at top speed indefinitely. From a pure speed perspective, the clone that only needed mana to move was clearly superior to my real self. So even a low-energy boy like me could maintain a steady pace. We're out of here. This time was critical, and we all knew it. We ran across the large area without a thought to spare. Gaga. GYOA. Behind, I could hear Rem and Raptor's war cries, followed by booms of fire and crackles of lightning. It was the sound of a genuine face-off against the guardian beasts. Their strengths were leagues apart after all. Even the best Rem I'd constructed from Tendakuin's collection paired with Arachne were instantly beaten by just Ingard and Ramdane. A simple Raptor and a Rem made with Raptor parts were even more hopeless. But maybe that dishonorable defeat became important experience for Rem. Those 2 were lasting longer than I thought. They'd lasted a whole 10 seconds. Which, as it happens, was more than enough time for us to get out. You did good, Rem. We were out of the danger zone and back to running through the passage. The goal was in sight. Awesome. Here's the last one, Acid Shield. We practically leaped into the ferry square with Ingard's roar behind us. Almost at the end game now. Once in, Ueda and Nokai split up and quietly hid behind the few remaining fairy walnut trees. Shimokawa and Yamada did the same. As for me, I alone ran to the center of the square and boldly stood in front of the fountain. End of the line. With a cluster of wind blades, the acid shield set at the entrance was broken down. As one of Raina's, he probably knows that this place is a dead end. Soma entered the ferry square with a composed gait. Grr. Kiowa. After him, Ingard entered with a low growl, his fur slightly unclean from continuously bashing into acid, and Ramdane let off sparks as if to intimidate me. Relax man. Let's talk about this. It's great that they aren't in a hurry to kill me. So I used this chance to strike up a random conversation with Soma hoping to drag this out as long as I can. Momokawa. You are an enemy. We kill enemies. No, I'm not. I'm Raina's friend, you know. If I died, she'd be missing a lot of conveniences, right? Raina wishes for it. So you must die. Don't you see? I was intentionally playing the heavy role of villain, for her. You guardian beasts are strong, I'll give you that. But can you cook a variety of delicious food and instantly prepare a hot bath? If I'm not there, Raina won't have any of that luxury in this dreary dungeon. Who knows, she might not even be able to survive without those, you know. I got an idea, flash of inspiration really. You're a fake, but you're still Soma-kun, right? So maybe she'll listen to you if not us. Tell you what, you go back to her right now and tell her to listen to what I say. How about it? If she comes here and give me a genuine I'm sorry, I might just start thinking about kind of slightly forgiving her. You get my flow? Raina only needs me. Anyone who interferes is an enemy. You are an enemy. I will kill you. Here, now. Guess no more talky time. This guardian beast Soma may look and talk like a human, but deep inside, it's the same dumb monster as the others. He couldn't even consider what Raina, as a human being, needs in order to survive in the dungeon. He only acted on her wishes with no semblance of a will. He was less her dog and more an unthinking slave. Our back and forth just now happened probably because, as Soma was made to feel human, he was instinctively compelled to hold conversation. He came here under orders from Raina to kill us, and probably didn't possess any thoughts besides that. He was not angry thinking how selfish my speech was, nor could he think I may have a point. He didn't have a heart to consider Raina from, practically, like a robot. In the end, he was still that cloud creature that Raina forced into servitude with her spirit master powers. It's better for me if he isn't too bright. Alright, have it your way, faker. You, that stupid mutt, and the dumb bird too. You're in for an ass whopping. I talk smack to get the 3 guardians ready to focus only on me. I didn't need to though. Their primary target was me to begin with since Raina hates me the most out of all of us. So these beasts that are so in tune with her must hate my guts just as much. Goa. Engard leapt at me before any of the others. Looking back, he was the first guardian beast I had the misfortune of meeting. When I'd killed Higuchi and activated the sacrifice portal, it was this mangy mutt that attacked me as Raina stole my portal. The next time when we encountered Raina in the jungle, the bastard again attacked me and turned superior Rem into ash. Quite honestly, I'm itching to tear him a new one. And I make due on my grudges. Yeah, guess I should mention this. I have no real way of actually beating this thing. Engard pounced at me like a real lion, not with magic, but with its teeth and claws. I couldn't do anything to stop the huge but agile monstrosity. I was easier than a baby deer. Easily knocking me down, Engard buried his claws into my body, and bit down on my neck with its large maw lined with razor-sharp teeth. I would be literally dead if I wasn't a clone. There's no pain. Obviously there's no pain. That in itself is a tremendous plus, but the lack of pain return would be a minus. That and intuition pharmacy and any other curse that uses my body, I couldn't use with the clone. But it's enough to do the job. I've completed my role as decoy, so I calmly gave the final go-ahead. It's all on you now, guys. With that, my windpipe was chewed up and my link disconnected. The clone now destroyed, Two-Shade was over and I immediately woke up in my real body. I'm coming for you, Raina. Chapter 142, Shaman vs. Spirit Master, 1. I'm quietly creeping along the walls in my white ghillie suit. The goal is only one, murder. Raina is the only one in this fairy square and I'd very much prefer ending this in a fast, preemptive surprise attack, since she still has Seiram, the water spirit, guarding her. Okay, they haven't noticed me. I take a quick look inside from the entrance. She's there. Sad, holding her knees, she is a small girl that evoked strong feelings of wanting to protect her, but to me, it simply makes her an easy target. Hehe, I'll make quick work of this. My greatest advantage over her, if I had to say, would be the simple fact that I feel no sympathy or affection in the slightest for that pretty face. Her charming looks have been granting her the favor and goodwill of others for as long as she was alive. That's what she expects from the world. So yeah, someone like me can be considered her natural enemy. TCH, not close enough. My modus operandi is to use black hair binds with a knife to kill her from a range. But I'm just barely too far to make it fatal wound. There's no problem with my control of the tentacles, but I doubt I can accurately hit her in the vitals from here. Should I dash in and close the distance? No. Raina herself aside, if the spirit beast even slightly notices me, it'll react automatically. So I should use this chance I have while they still haven't noticed. Crawl in, black hair bind. I sent out a black hair tentacle, armed with a knife, let it move like a snake and stealthily make its way across the grass. I made sure to be completely silent, but the grass was too short to hide it completely. Watts, is someone there? Raina noticed. Shit, I was almost there. Th, should have stayed still bitch. I leap in from the entrance and have my black hair spring into action, its knife in a dead set course towards her neck. Kaya, she screamed, and from the fountain, something jumped. No, not out of the water, but the water itself. Cool. What came out, making that strange breathing-like noise, looked like a woman. A semi-transparent woman made out of water. Long hair flowing like a stream, a sculpted, inhuman face like a storefront mannequin. She had the figure of a model and wore a fashionable watery one-piece dress. This is the last guardian beast, water spirit Seiram. And she easily fulfilled her role of guardian. Can't say I've ever been counter-tentacled before. From her hand, Seiram extended an aquabind wrapping around my own black hair. The knife was smothered in water and wouldn't budge. Damn, I've been out-tentacled. Enno. Why, are you here? I wonder. But you understand what I came here to do, right? I say as I undo black hair bind. I couldn't move it in that state anyway. Please, don't do this. Why can't you just leave me alone? I didn't do anything bad at all. Ah, so you get it after all. You see, Raina, you didn't do anything at all. That's exactly why I can't forgive you. If I can't overpower it, I'll use numbers. I released the seal in both my palms and let loose numerous red hair twines. Each of these is quite thin, but they should be enough to hurt Raina. If just one of these can touch her, she'll... No. Help me, Seisan. Rururua. On her call, Seiram responded in a sing-song voice. Raising her arms as if to cast magic, she instantly creates a huge swirl of water. So this is how she plans to counter my numbers. Faced with the raging current, my red hairs, thin as needles, were easily rinsed into non-existence. They're only tentacle forms of my rotten bog after all. Naturally, they'd dissolve in so much water. I can't see any way of breaking through the barrier and reaching Raina with my acid hairs. Shit, full points in defense too. Think, what can I try? I didn't get the time to think. Uggo. Just then, I felt a strong pain as if a fastball hit me straight in the stomach. I moaned loudly in pain and fell to my knees. You are stupid. Spirit, that fucking hurt. I got hit with one of Seiram's attack spells. I know this since I caught a glimpse of a super fast water ball approaching me right before the hit. Oh, cool. Ah, Seisan, you're hurt. Ha. Looks like pain return works on it. This is great. Looking at Seiram holding her stomach in pain was incredibly reassuring. Now, in the worst case, I can use the same tactic as with the armor bear on it. But even if I do put it in a near-death state, I have to make sure I still have enough strength to finish off Raina. I can't just have her running off. And, as a final solution, I could have Raina herself kill me. I'm pretty weak after all. Can't do what I can't do. Ruru. Must not have expected that. Seiram's mad. Behind her, the fountain starts moving. Forming a strong current, the water in the fountain begins to whirl. What? She's not trying to hit me with a tsunami, right? But she should know by now that attacking me will only work against herself. And regardless, I don't recall having any reason to wait for the enemy to prepare their move. I kinda don't have anything to counter it though. Whatever, I'll make do with some harassment to start. I throw as many black hair tentais as I can. At Raina, by the way. But before I can, Seiram comes at me. Literally, her woman-shaped figure shoots towards me. Under her dress, I can see the same swirling currents that took out my red twines. Looks like she's connected with the water in the fountain. Her lower body is now a long, winding tempest of water, which kind of reminds me of a lamia, a monster that is half human, half snake. And I am practically a sitting duck with this veritable monstrosity zooming towards me. I scream in attempt to run the hell away, but I'm caught. Two watery arms catch a hold of me, and I am now face to face with the see-through woman. She hugs me closer, And I went inside her. Phew. AgBBL. Blub blubblebub. Naturally, I'm inside her body made of water. Seiram is a spirit, and I'm sure there's some magical mojo going on with her, but physically speaking, the body is still water. Inside that sort of environment, I'm more than liable to drown. Gra, Bluga. But I still have pain return, and drowning is also pain, no doubt. That means Seiram is also feeling nothing. Coo. Seiram lets out a gentle voice. Here I am, madly flailing in my watery cage, but she isn't showing any signs of pain. Oh no. Don't tell me, because she's made of water, she can't drown. Not just that, Seiram doesn't technically breathe either. And since what I'm suffering is a shortage of oxygen, she doesn't need it in the first place, and so, can ignore it. Since she got hurt for the water ball, I guess she takes damage physically. But damn, I didn't think she could figure out a way to counter my pain return that fast. Stupid beast, trying to outsmart me. Gar, G blublu. Now's not the time to analyze. I need to get out of this fast, and I mean in the next minute. I have no time and not many ways to fight back. I can't think of any way to blast out from the inside. And finally, I have no chance of getting back up. This is simply because I left behind everyone, even Rem, so that I could carry out my plan. Gee glub. This is bad. I don't think I can hold on much longer. Foo fuck. I can't do this, man. Ueda's yelling was drowned out by an explosion. Near the fairy square, Ueda, Nokai, and Yamada were all sent flying by the blast. They crashed a ways off, and had, for a moment, lost consciousness from the shock. Oi, you dudes all right? Wake up. As a mage, Shimokoa was positioned to the rear and so avoided the shockwave that hit the other three. He desperately called out to them, and, still groaning in pain, they somehow stood back up. About time we end you. My sweet Raina will be lonely if I don't return soon. They hear the irritated voice of a man from beyond the curtain of black smoke. It was the guardian spirit Soma Yuto. Hey dudes, can I call it quits? Yeah, this is ridiculous. Shit Momokawa, what's taking so long? The plan had worked. They'd successfully lured the guardian beasts all the way to their fairy square. And with the clone Kotaru's sacrificial rotten bog, Ingard was somewhat damaged. At the same time, the other four had exited the square and blocked the entrance with the logs prepared beforehand. They then hardened the blockade with Shimokoa's fully powered aqua shield. Just like Kotaro planned, all the guardian beasts they lured out had been trapped inside the fairy square. After that, they only had to hold the beasts inside while Kotaru convinced Raina to desummon them. But the beasts would obviously try to break out. Ingard used its massive body to tackle the blockade together with its fire breath. They didn't know how long they held on, and certainly didn't have the leisure to check. They'd reached their limits. After the seemingly endless bursts of Ingard's fire, Shimokoa's water barrier had been exhausted and their laboriously constructed log defense was blasted apart. The three warriors who had been using all their strength and stamina to push the logs had also grown weary. Growling. Called Ingard in a low and ferocious growl. It walked out of the smoke greatly annoyed. One could almost hear it saying, "Thought you could imprison me?" Kotaru's acid bog had only acted as a small deterrent. Though its crimson fur now had spots that were blistered, Ingard boasted no less strength. Ingard boiling in rage, and Soma coldly intent on murder. To make things worse, Ramdane glided behind them, not a scratch on it. They had followed the plan and bought time. But the fight had yet to end since it was now obvious that Kotaru hadn't succeeded in cancelling Raina's spell. How much longer? How much longer could they hold out? Having no clear goal weighed heavily on the four. "D-dudes, we can use that," Shimokoa said, despair evident in his voice. "Legit. Bro, we might as well. Or, you guys can't be serious." They still had one more thing to try that Kotaru had suggested. It was a veritable last resort as the contents of the plan were of quite the dubious nature. Well yeah, can't exactly call it safe. It's now or never, we gotta do it now. Ueda and Nokai were ready. They screwed up their courage with a yell and took out the item Kotaru had given them. Shit. I'll do it damn it. Dragged along with their gusto, Yamada also grabbed that something from his pocket. The three of them now held a small pouch. Its mouth was loose, the contents slightly spilling. It was a white powder. It was the Goma drug. On the off chance they break out of there, use this. It should help you fight better than normal, since it makes it so you can't feel pain or fear. When Kotaru had indifferently handed them this power drug, these three vanguards, for the first time, felt a chill looking at that diminutive boy. And they finally realized that they were facing a shaman. They wanted to complain about suddenly being handed such dangerous goods, but Kotaru was right after all. They wouldn't win in a normal fight against the guardian beasts. After sustaining some damage, they'd be hard-pressed to continue fighting while in pain. They were facing inhuman beasts whose loyalties lay solely with Raina. If they were to surrender, they would not be granted any mercy. So they must fight. Fight as long as their bodies hold, as it was their only way to survive and buy the most time. And to do that, it was as Kotaru said. They needed to suppress both fear and pain with the drug. Relax, I adjusted it so that you won't get addicted with just one shot. No really, once will be fine, trust. They never did believe him on that, but now it was their last hope. Thus, Ueda, Nokai and Yamada, all three partook in the forbidden substance. Abathi, Jijifu, Chapter 143, Shaman vs. Spirit Master, 2. Inside Seiram's watery insides, I stopped thrashing about. Swimming won't do me any good here. Once you're in this damned aquatic prison of a body, there is no reason in struggling, there's no way out. Now's around the time my oxygen bar runs dry and my HP starts to drop instead. But no worries. The shaman is weak. Weaker still when, like in my current situation, he hasn't had any decent prep time. I can proudly admit I know exactly where my strengths lie. But I went and did it. Despite knowing that this guardian beast Seiram was protecting Raina, I carried out my plan anyway. Even a single one of these guardians are way too strong. Even with superior Rem, no, even if all of us ganged up on one, I don't see a way we could win. I mean, she's literally made of water, right? Don't think physical attacks will work that well. So despite my hesitation at first, I did it regardless. What I'm trying to say here is that I wasn't underestimating these things thinking I could take them if it's one by one. But let me just say this, if it's this one here, I can work something out, no problem. Bloob. Curse time. I open a palm and let some blood flow out. It's my blood. A shaman's blood, black bloodline. That blood quickly dissolved into the fluid currents. Should be enough. One drop is always all it takes. Now, let's get the party started. Eat acid, rotten bog. RRHR. Wah. With an ear-splitting scream, she spit me out. It was so fast, I couldn't react at all and landed face first on the grass. My nose, my poor nose. My nose is numbed from the pain, but I still make out the damned water spirit screeching like she was calling Onisama at Raina. Huff. Ha. Ha. Ha 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 ha. Like that. That's the feeling of getting your body getting pumped full of acid. Operation complete. Feels so good, I'm cackling like a generic villain. Right now, Seiram is screaming in suffering and agony. The cause being naturally, me, as I'd manifested my rotten bog inside it. This instance of rotten bog made using my own blood didn't need to be in the ground. It called forth its acid on the spot. Usually, the curse makes a bog of a limited radius, but there's always plentiful bog acid to go around. I estimate it's enough to easily fill up a bathtub. I blasted the water spirit with all that acid smack dab inside the stomach. Kia. Sei-san. Nu. Sei-san. Oh. Kia. Yeah, of course, Raina would notice. And not only because of the screaming. With the bog acid bubbling inside, the Guardian's watery body was quickly saturated with the stuff and the whole thing became a vivid muddy red. I can hypothesize that Seiram should be fine with some poison or other harmful liquids getting inside her. If she's meant for combat, this sort of defense, immunity, internal plumbing, anyway, she ought to be built in with that kind of stuff. But if the icky piles up so much it literally makes her color change, I doubt she can clean up fast enough. She was in too much pain to do anything. Seiram, right now, couldn't focus on her enemy or her master. She could simply writhe under my cursed acid as it melted apart her delicate liquid body. But it still isn't dead. Let's not leave things undone. Soar, O wings of misfortune, rooted in this contrabeat butterfly. Been a while since I used this one. This time, I'm using antidote made from blue flowers as the root. This curse will turn my poison relief into a poison aggravator. Seiram is currently in a state where her whole body is bubbling with poison, so this will work just wonders. The swarm of butterflies makes their way towards the red and rotting creature of water. With the power to seriously ruin your day, the butterflies quietly and gracefully land on her as if she's a delectable flower. RHH. Just as the swarm touched Seiram, they became phantasmal particles of light and vanished. And with the last of its death throes, the guardian beast was no more. Seiram's body lost its shape as she splattered onto the fairy squaregrass, now looking a lot like sewage, like a disgusting pile of sludge. It was me, a weak shaman, versus her, an overpowered guardian spirit of water. My victory was solely due to exploiting its elemental weakness. Yup, looks like guardian beasts aren't all that smarter than normal ones. To win, Seiram should have kept hitting me with water balls, killing both of us. If she did, I'd be dead, and Raina would be fine. She thought she could kill me indirectly by drowning me inside her body, but that plan didn't go that well now, did it? Guess I can say I was sure Seiram would never choose to sacrifice herself for a lowly shaman like me. Ultimately, it was Raina herself who didn't want to lose her precious guardian. Sure, if she actually played that master part of Spirit Master, she'd be wary of my rotten bog and realize how it was, affinity-wise, disastrous for Seiram. She should have come at me with the resolve to lose her beast. See, I don't actually know if these spirits can be revived, or if they die when they're killed. But there are certainly no extra lives for Raina herself. Even if she lost Seiram, she can just strive to get stronger as a spirit master, and maybe in the future, she would have gotten her hands on an even stronger spirit, maybe even a higher tiered Seiram, like Greater Water Spirit or something. And there you have it. Raina was a fool to think she could get by doing absolutely no work. That's why she lost. Raina. Hi. Her last ray of hope gone, Raina's face died in fear. In her eyes, I must look something like a devil or the Grim Reaper. Not that I disagree. Any last words? I draw my insta-kill weapon, red knife, and inch towards her. No, please, no, don't do this, no. Raina quickly degraded to a sobbing mess. Come on. We were in the same team for a bit, so the least I could do is hear your parting words. Goodness, the same egotistic child as ever I see. But that's staying in character, I guess. It's thanks to this attitude of yours that we ended up like this. But you don't regret any of that, do you? Sure. My words won't get through to you anyway. Guess, this is it then. I don't need the whole let you beg for your life and then kill you shtick. I stop around 3 meters away from her. Raina herself is so weak, even I could kill her with just a knife. But you can never be too careful. I'm thinking of those action dramas where the two people get into a last struggle, the one with the knife finally ending up stabbed instead. Yeah, no thanks. So I'll be using black hair bind to murder her safely from a distance. From here, I can stab the neck or heart or wherever I please. Die, bitch. Kaya. With 100% accuracy, my red knife pierces Raina's neck. Not. The scorching red blade won't reach. It stopped dead right at her neck. What the fuck? Can't move it. Move damn near it. No. My black hair tentacle isn't moving no matter how much I push, no matter how much mana I pump into it. It's completely frozen in place. The hell, man, don't fucking tell me. In the crisis of her life, Raina awakened the psychokinetic ESP sleeping inside her. Fucking possible. How the even? No wait. Maybe not so fucking possible. It's not ESP, but I do know of something similar. No. It's not. Sacred tongue. Word of rejection. That's what the sage Takanashi Kotori had. It's a self-defense magic that, from just her shouting, any physical attack would be rendered immobile. I've seen it in action too, so I connected it to this. I already know there's intermixing of skills amongst different callings. So Word of Rejection is likely a rare skill granted to mages and not a special skill only for the sage. Hell, I could even believe Raina suddenly getting this power now that she lost all her spirit beasts and was forced to fend for herself. Who knows, it could even be one of her 3 starter skills. Motherfeff. You just had to get a stupid power up. I am not letting this become a hero turns the tables with last-minute Deus Ex Machina cliché. I retrieve the knife, planning to finish her with my own hands. Good thing Sacred Tongue, Word of Rejection doesn't deal any damage. That time when we had to deal with a swarm of ants plus the mantis, the skill was overruled. With willpower and tenacity, I should be able to do the same. So I make my attack to end this. Nu. Get away. I had you. Gah. Under the power of Raina's utter and complete rejection, my body was paralyzed head to toe in the "I'ma stab you" pose. I can't move, damn it. Wait, I'm having trouble breathing and I kinda feel something, like something grating inside me. It hurts. Gah. I had you Momo Kawakuan. Shut up you. I can't stand that squeaky voice. It grates on my mind. Shit, what the fuck is this? Is this really Word of Rejection? No, maybe not. It could be a stronger skill that stops the enemy and causes damage. Don't come close to me, ever again. Guo. It feels like all the muscles in my body are tearing off and my head stings like crazy. I have no idea how, but I'm definitely sustaining bodily damage. It's not like I was cut or tackled, but this damn pain, it's like a telepathic attack on the mind or like a physical effect generated via pure mana. Damn it, I can't think of anything to fight this. And why the hell isn't Pain Return working on her? Did this power nullify even that? No, it's because this isn't being considered an active form of attack. Raina is simply standing there while I'm doing the attacking, so there's nothing to return. Another way to look at it is that Raina simply laid down a trap, and I stepped into it on my own. If the enemy doesn't directly attack, Pain Return doesn't have a target to act on. Get out. Gha. Blood spurt from my nose. Now it's even causing bleeding. Fuck, I'm gonna die at this rate. This mystery skill is gonna kill me by bleeding me dry from all the pores in my body. Should I back off for now? I kinda feel like this power isn't preventing me from backing away. Meaning, I still have the option to retreat. Yeah, right. I'm never gonna get another chance to get this close to her if I let this go. I just know it. If I let myself accept this rejection, there's no looking back. I can't do that. That means this, right here, right now, is my one and only chance to kill Raina. Get out. KHR. But my willpower isn't enough, won't move my body. I'll be dead before I can muster up that much. No use, I can't reach her. No matter how I struggle, I'm forever a mere 30 centimeters away. My flimsy morsels of courage and guts weren't doing shit to this invisible wall. Pain is gnawing at my head and everywhere else. And it's getting worse. At this point, my nose is gushing and I think I'm crying out blood. Blig. And then there's the vomit. That boar stew I treated myself as a last supper of sorts is all over the floor now. Ah, hell, I'm really gonna die here. I'm done, I'm so done. In the end, a chum like me can't even hope to get vengeance. The thing called pain, it makes everything its bitch. My seething desire to murder is cooling fast. It's enough. I tried. There's things you can do and things you can't. A shaman just can't win against a cheat tier calling like Spirit Master. It's time to face facts. Yamajun wouldn't have wanted me to do this. If he saw me right now, I bet he'd tell me to stop, with that worried look of his. So this is enough. I really did get close to killing Raina. Let's leave it at that. Isn't it fine? Just let this girl wander the dungeon forever with that fake Soma-kun. Yeah, I'm just fine. Yeah, I'm fine not killing her anymore. Kill you. So I'll just get some help. Raina. I'll fucking. Yo Higuchi. Lend me a hand here. Help me kill like you. Kill you. I drop red knife. And in its place, grab Higuchi's butterfly knife from my pocket. It's unbelievably sharp. And somehow, just holding it makes me itch for murder. It's like the thing is possessed by all of Higuchi's malice. Am I real life? I can move. With this knife, I can move. Those infinite 30 centimeters are finally reaching zero. Nu. I hate UOOH. Scattering fresh blood from my nose and eyes while vomiting relentlessly, I go for the kill like a zombie seeking prey. Everything hurts. Everything's heavy. I trip on my feet, knife on the ready. When I came to, I was on top of Raina. I'd blanked out for a second. But the knife was still firmly in my hand. Kaya. Where? Having become my mount, the girl seems to have finally lost it. She cried and screamed and struggled violently. But she lacked the strength to push off even a scrawny guy like me. Raina's rejection was still working, mind you. Every baby punch of has felt like holes being drilled into me. Quickly, I have to finish this quickly or I'm dead. Ha, ha. Reinaaaa. I point my shaking knife at Raina's petite chest. I don't have the strength left to stab it in. So, I'll use my body. I'd use my weight to pierce her, but looks like there's still some fight left in her. Raina grabs onto my hands. No, don't do it. Don't kill me, someone please. Did-ie. Raina used every ounce of her strength and delayed my hands. Shit. I don't have time for this. I'm so close, millimeters away. One more push. Someone help. Yukuan, help. It's over, Raina. The knife, gently, pierces through. It tears through her school uniform, and at long last, breaches her skin. Then, it ended all too fast. My butterfly knife smoothly reached all the way inside Raina's chest. You. Her eyes were wide open, but I wasn't the one she was seeing. No, there was only one guy she ever looked at. Soma Yuto. And she died, still looking towards him. She died as a simple girl in love. Ha. Well, that's over. And aren't we taking this a little too casually? Don't think it's a problem though. Honestly, I can't think straight anymore, so I'll stop doing that for a while. I can't even lift a finger right now. I collapsed, still on top of Raina, who still had the knife sticking out of her chest. From a different perspective, a scene like this is bound to cause a misunderstanding or two. Whatever. I'm too tired to bother. I'm tired of dealing with this bitch and her stupid whimsies. I did it. I really did it. Right. This is after 10 seconds, 20, or maybe more than 5 minutes after. All that gnawing pain was now simply gone, and when that happened, I came to. Since Raina's dead, her sacred tongue was, naturally, undone. But the damage I sustained is still there, and after that Olympic marathon of I had to use, I feel dead tired. But it doesn't hurt so much that I can't move. Plus, I can't just lie on top of her corpse, totally not into that. Feels gross. I somehow got myself sitting up and looked at her face. Higuchi's was better. Unlike that guy who had accepted his death, Raina must have kept thinking, why me, until the bitter end. Never even tried to consider why I was doing it. With Higuchi, it was a true duel. Both of us went all out with everything to lose. But what happened today? Can I really call it a duel between Shaman and Spirit Master? Was it simply my one-sided vengeance? Is it something that the law, that ethics, or a third party could deem righteous? Yeah, fuck that. It only matters that I deem is righteous. And I really believed that I had to kill Raina Ias. Me. I had to do it. I took that vow, and now I've realized it. I'm tired. There's no joy or urge to laugh now that it's done. I don't regret anything though. No, really, I don't feel anything seeing Raina's frozen in terror face. It's more yup, that's done. It was tough. I'm tired. Guess I need to clean up. I slid out the knife. Didn't consider it, but I guess if you popped the stopper off a fresh stab to the heart, the blood really fountains out. Shit, got some on my face. Disgusting. Whatever, I can wash up later. Both myself and my knife. I'm still pretty damn tired actually. Can't really stand up. Here's a thought, I can lie down again and sleep. But of course, it won't go my way. Finally. I can hear the jolly group of friends entering the square. Raina being dead meant that the guardian beasts fighting them also went poof. Figured. I can hear, yup, all 4 of them. Ueda, Nokai, Shimokoa, and Yamada. Good. All of them made it out alive. The dungeon goes on after all, and they're all precious combatants. Can't have them retire just yet. I should probably get an excuse ready. I thought I planned this all out, but my head is drawing a blank as to how I'm going to explain my way out of Raina's murder. I was considering how to break the ice, but before that, they'd already come running to the crime scene. Oi, Momokawa, where's Ri? At that moment, everything went white. If I had to guess, that was Ueda talking, but I can't see anything now. The light. It's this light. Light so bright and dazzling, it covered every inch of the fairy square. What is this light? The answer to which I should have known. But with the piled-up fatigue, my head refused to work, so I didn't know. No, actually, I might be trying to subconsciously refuse that answer. Momokawa. That voice. That was the only voice I shouldn't have to hear at this moment. I turned to face it. I could have ignored it, but I reflexively faced towards the voice. Raina, with an expression of abject horror, standing there was, wouldn't you believe it, guardian beast Soma Yuto. Shit, this one's still alive. Is me actually trying to be optimistic? Soma Yuto. He was the real deal. Standing there was the one, the only, the hero, Soma Yuto. He'd landed at this fairy square after a transfer. That'd be the gist of how. Yikes, it's Soma Yuto, guys. Oi, give me a break. Dudes, we better get outta here. The totem pole trio's words fell on deaf ears. For both me and Soma-kun. They could be air for all we cared. Is that Raina? Because this guy was looking right at me, no at my feet, where lay Raina in a pool of blood. No, she can't. BDA. He was in despair as if the world had just ended. Yet he, Soma Yuto, is the hero. And the hero never surrenders to despair. For he is the one who drives it back. He, the hero, thus fights. For he loathes the evil that creates such despair. Momokawa, so it was you. Chapter 144, Parting Ways. I'm so dead. I can neither say nor do anything about this predicament. I can't do anything but stare dumbly at the hero that's about to strike me down in rage. I only got a glimpse of Soma-kun's sword approaching me, at least, I think I did. So that's a hero's sword, it suits him. Momokawa, you killed Rei. Soma-kun's wail was silenced by a deafening sound of metal hitting metal. It was a high-pitched sound very familiar to anyone who's lived long enough in the dungeon. It was the sound of blades clashing. Large, brilliant sparks danced in the air. It's beautiful, I thought nonchalantly. Waff. I was hit by a gust of wind. My hair was flung back, and I closed my eyes on reflex. Kotaro-kun. And when I opened them again, there she was. Mei-chan? Yes, Kotaro-kun, I've come to save you. Her smile was that of an angel, nay, a goddess. That beautiful smile, that gaze filled with kindness was directed only at me. Is this how the devout feel towards their god? It must be. I'm certainly a believer now. But the girl standing there was neither an almighty god, nor the goddess of beauty. Yeah, it's been a while, Mei-chan. Futaba Maiko. Calling, Berserker. She was the one person I could trust with all my heart. Futaba-san, what are you doing? Soma Yuto bellowed. Just now, I was about to be cut down by him. He saw Raina's corpse and decided that I must be the killer. I am, though. And as if trying to follow after her by killing me and dying from pain return, he swung his sword. But Mei-chan interfered. She used a huge black halberd and came at him from behind, fully intent on killing him. But as expected of a hero, he sensed the danger and swerved around, right as his sword was about to hit me, and parried the blow. He succeeded in defending, but because of his bad posture, he wasn't able to brace his legs. Soma-kun was thus sent flying by Mei-chan's attack. And again as expected, he landed flawlessly on the ground. Anyway, This is how I avoided instant death. The only reason Soma-kun didn't do a follow-up attack was because Mei-chan had placed herself between us, protecting me. She held the black halberd in her right hand and a black wall shield in her left. She rooted her shield on the ground as if to hide me. So I was now behind Mei-chan, literally the safest place in this whole goddamn dungeon. And now that I was safe, as in not petrified in the face of death, I sanely evaluated the situation. Futaba-san. I knew it, she did betray us. Wait, stop it, Yuto-kun and Futaba-san, both of you need to calm down. Ah, that's nostalgic, I thought as I verified that everyone had survived. Looks like the Soma party that had left me to die hadn't increased or decreased in members. They're all familiar faces. There's your Soma Sakura, glaring at Mei-chan, and me behind her, as if we were her worst nemesis. Then there's Class Rep, the ever-hard-working mediator, who was desperately calling for a ceasefire between Soma-kun and Mei-chan. She kinda looks exhausted. Is she alright? Maybe she wasn't eating properly. I think I'll treat her to some boar stew later. A bit behind Sakura and Class Rep, there was the already shaking in fear from the sudden turn of events duo, Takanashi Kotori and Natsukawa Minomi. I could also spot Kenzuki Asuna, the culprit behind my attempted but failed murder via pushing me out of the transport circle. She was turning pale when she saw Mei-chan, ready to fight and willing to kill. I see, so her trauma from being beaten black and blue by the Berserker is still there. But isn't there something she needs to say to me after all this time? Like sorry or please forgive me or it was wrong of me. I wouldn't forgive her with just an apology though. You three, Ueda, Nokai, and Shimokawa. I see, so you're the bastards that helped him kill Raina. Yamada-kun's there too. Don't ignore him please. And no, they're all innocent. They tried their very best so that the reclusive NET would see reality. They fought valiantly to keep the guardian beasts in check. Blaming them is completely and utterly unreasonable. If you must, then blame me, but playing attorney comes later. There's no longer room to talk once you draw your blades to kill. When there's a weapon pointed at you, words only act as further provocation. That's what it means to resort to violence. We didn't do it. Yeah, we only wanted to rescue. Dudes, this is really bad. We gotta get out of here. Correct you are, Shimokawa-kun. They're the type that just don't listen when they're angry. Well, since Raina is already dead, we can't expect any excuse to pass. I bet that Soma Sakura, she'd say that I had to save Raina no matter what, that I should have absolutely prevented her from dying and never resort to killing her in self-defense. Heck, she'd say that I should have died instead if it was a choice. I fucking bet she'd say all that with a straight face. It was Raina's life power gap my life. For her, it's a matter of subjective value. So even say I was in court and the judge deemed it legitimate self-defense, the Soma siblings still wouldn't have it in them to forgive me. I won't. I'll never forgive you. Look, he's even saying that. His cross caliber looks like it's about to go nuclear. But now, I wasn't in imminent danger. I had some time to think, all thanks to Mei-chan protecting me. Mei-chan, she probably also realized that I was the one who killed Raina-chan. But she still aimed her blade at Soma-kun, her ally just moments ago, without the slightest hesitation. Only because she believes in me. She's the only one in the world who'd say, my life power gap Raina's life. I say this every time, having someone's trust feels absolutely fantastic. If instead she was someone with a half-assed sense of justice, right now I'd be getting the come on, it's better to confess and atone for your crimes treatment that literally never works in your favor. That's how awesome she is. If we can't get out of this now, we aren't supposed to. Okay people, I'd like to explain how this all happened, so let's all put the pointy bits down alright? Aya-san has died. Indeed it's quite a tragic accident and you have some nerve. Momokawa-kun, I will not let you pass off murdering Raina as some kind of accident. Class Rep, would you be so kind as to tell Soma-san to calm down? Otherwise, we simply can't resolve this matter in peace. No Momokawa. I won't listen to any more talk. Soma-kun glared at me in unrelenting hate. Terrifying. If Mei-chan wasn't here, I would have shat my pants under that much bloodlust. I figured him more reasonable than his hysterical sister, but perhaps the fact that his childhood friend was killed sent his composure to orbit. This bitch. Shitting up my life even after death. I cursed at Raina, who I still hate very much by the way. If only we'd met them at the next Fairy Square, we could have set our stories such that we never saw Raina, and it could have been such a happy reunion. At the cost of her life, Raina had managed to get the hero to direct his animosity at me. She practically put a curse on me. Me. A shaman. You can laugh now. But for them to get transported here of all places and at the worst possible timing, I can hardly call it a coincidence. This was likely planned. Like by some mastermind who's monitoring all of us inside the dungeon, or it could have been the gods. Maybe the god of spirit masters didn't like that I killed Raina, and fiddled with the Soma party's transport destination. I could totally believe that. No matter what reasons you had, I can't forgive you for killing Raina. Anyway, I'll leave the matter of a mastermind for a later thought and should focus on the problem at hand. Soma-kun is serious, and is even saying that he won't hear a single excuse from the culprit. At this point, I don't think anyone could stop him. No, maybe Tendao-kun could. Calm the fuck down, he'd say, as he'd literally knock some sense into him with his fist. I glance around to find, nope, no one else popped in. So you're saying I should have died instead? She attacked me, and I was about to be killed. It was self-defense. Shut up. I don't need your excuses. Stop. Please stop this already. We can't solve this by fighting amongst ourselves. Ryuko, we can't make amends anymore. Momokawa-kun, he killed Raina. Killing is his nature. Hey, I'm not a murderous psychopath, alright? I had to kill her. It was her or me. If you got a problem with that, then why didn't you come and save her? Don't push the blame on me when you're the hero and saintess. If you need someone to hate, hate yourselves for not arriving on time, not me. Any negotiation would break down anyway. It wasn't even on the table to begin with. Anything I said now was merely prolonging the inevitable, so I just said whatever. Futaba-san, please move out of the way. Let me avenge Raina. No, you back off, Soma-kun. You heard what Kotaro-kun said. Aya-san died by accident. You can't blame him for it. Even if that was the case. I can't forgive Momokawa. I can never forgive him for stabbing Raina in the chest like that. Don't do it, Soma Yuto. Aya-san wouldn't want you to take revenge, would she? He lost his words, not because I got through to him. And certainly not because Soma Yuto somehow got the mental image of Raina sweetly saying to him, please Yu-kun, don't hurt yourself for me. I was just adding oil to the fire. Me, the masturbator. He was just so angry his words got stuck. If we really fight here, you will lose at least 3 people, you know. Are you really suggesting your friends sacrifice themselves for someone who already died? That's just too cruel. Let's simulate a total war. First, I can take out one of them with pain return. With me dead, Mei-chan will snap and use Reagent X to go full Berserker Mode and wreak havoc. She can definitely kill 2 or more. If we played our cards right, everyone except Soma Yuto would be dead. But then, Mei-chan and I would die too, so no. Futaba-san, I'll say it one last time. Move. If you don't, I will kill him even if I have to harm you. I will protect Kotaro-kun. If you mean him harm, then you're my enemy. I kill my enemies. No exceptions. It's the climax. In the next moment, we might be in a no-holds-barred battle royal. Which means, it's now my turn. I celebrate your death with a curse upon your shell. In blood of black, meat of mud, head only empty. That shell contains a soul no more, but a false heart of dregs impure. Crawl, emerge, and resurrect. Corpse doll of resentment. I was out of mainly stamina, so my mana should hold. And look, I just so happen to have a fresh corpse right here. Raina, if you can curse me even after death, I'll curse you even if you're dead. Now I'll make you work, I'll use you so I can survive. Freeze, you move 1 step and I cut. Raina's corpse reanimated and stood up beside me. I then brought out Higuchi's butterfly knife that I'd put away, and touched it to Raina the corpse doll of resentment's face. And I warned them, with the biggest grin I could muster. You wouldn't want her corpse desecrated now, would you? MOMOKA where? Soma Yuto roared in ear-bursting rage. As for the little sister, she wore an expression best described as disgust beyond perceivable bounds. But freeze they did. Not one of them moved. For them, even the corpse worked as an excellent hostage. Good for you, Raina. They care so much, even if it's just your soulless body. And good for me, I can use that to get out of here. You let us go free here, and I'll leave the body clean. But if I detect even a hint of you tracking us, like with an elemental, I can't guarantee her treatment. Now, if you don't want your cute childhood friend to undergo some intense amateur surgery, I suggest you don't do anything stupid. They have no way to rescue her. After all, the one under the proverbial hood of Raina's corpse is none other than my loyal minion Rem, my ever so adorable little mud doll. And Rem knows exactly what I'm playing at. So there's no way the hostage will run away. The criminal and hostage are on the same team, so we'll both be extra careful not to show any openings. Like if Soma Yuto lunges at me, Rem would gladly use her body to take the damage. With Rem's utmost level of cooperation, I'll have no trouble walking while in the hostage-holding pose either. Let's go, Mei-chan. Looks like it'll be back to just us again. Sorry. Don't be. I'm happy as long as you're there. She really annihilated my heartstrings with that one. I'm really gonna fall in love. Nope, already have. It's to the level where I'm terrified of the mere concept of not being with her. No, keep it together, me. Stuff like that comes after we get out of here safely. Shimokawa-kun, can I get an aqua mist? The guy jumped when I suddenly addressed him. Hold it together, man. Once I'm out, you're gonna need to lead the party. You guys are innocent. I'm the one who killed Raina. If you come with me, they'll come after you too. So this is where we part ways. Thanks for everything. In truth, I would have preferred not losing the war potential, but there's no merit in them following me while I'm being hunted by the Soma party. Whether they want to prove their innocence through discussion, or also run away because of the awkwardness, I'll leave it to their discretion. D-dude. Are you sure about this? Yeah, I got Mei-chan with me after all. If we ever cross roads, let's fight together again. Yeah. See ya, Momokawa. Aqua mist. Under the thin veil of mist, Mei-chan and I exit the fairy square. Momokawa. I'll never forgive you for this. But I'll forgive you anytime, Soma-kun. I hope you can calm down by the next time we meet. Then we can peacefully talk it out. Soma-kun's fiery glare and my icy glance crossed for just an instant. The square was quickly shrouded in mist and we were both out of each other's sights. And so, Mei-chan and I guess Rem in Raina's body makes three of us. Back to the old gang, now that I think about it. And so, the three of us once again entered a tunnel leading further into the depths of the dungeon. Chapter 145, Confession. After taking multiple random turns, we arrived at the next fairy square. When we parted ways with the Soma party, we had intentionally gone along paths different from the direction pointed by the compass so as to make tracking us that much harder. I guess this should be difficult enough. Welp, sorry Soma-kun. Raina's body turned bad after all. Because of the curse's effect, as soon as we'd arrived at the square, Raina's corpse had ceased to move and turned to ash. It's the same thing that happened in Masaru's case. But unlike my best friend, whose corpse doll went bad after receiving heavy damage from Higuchi, Raina's was in prime condition. But it nevertheless crumbled to nothing, which might just have been Raina's resistance of sorts. Seriously, what a bitch. Ha. I heave a deep sigh. Reaching this safe zone after that mess from before really took a lot out of me. I had a lot to think about, but my head was starting to draw a blank. I was in an extreme state of fatigue. Physically as well as mentally. Kotaro-kun, how are you holding up? Tired. I think I'll sleep. I dropped everything I was carrying and plonked down on the soft fairy square grass. I didn't have the energy to make a spiderweave hammock like usual. And this happened just as I went to lie down. What? She was hugging me. This incredible softness, this warmth, and this amazing smell. Mei-chan was holding me close to that large chest of hers in a face-to-face hug. What is it? I'm so sorry. For not staying by your side. My face was buried in her tigorbitis, so I couldn't exactly see her expression. But I could imagine it well enough. Mei-chan, she was crying. No, it's all good. You did end up saving me after all. Her simple act of holding me like this was more than enough. This was my salvation. In heart, in body, in everything. I'm so glad you're alive. But still, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Kotaro-kun. You don't need to apologize. What matters is that we're alive. I'm alive and not in imminent danger anymore. All thanks to Mei-chan. She's someone who could tip the power balance between me and Soma Yuto's cohorts. She's the berserker who had become my ally. I couldn't even begin to express my gratitude for just that. And yet, just what cause did she have to apologize? It was tough, wasn't it? Sure, it was tough. You went through a lot of pain and hardship, didn't you? I did. I suffered and suffered. Almost to the point of death, multiple times. But what about it? We were all in the same situation, all here, in this merciless isekai dungeon with monsters around every corner. The hardship came as a set. Please, Kotaro-kun. Don't cry. I'm not crying. I think. I'll always stay with you. I'll carry your share of pain and hardship. So please, Kotaro-kun, you don't have to hurt anymore. I'm not crying, not particularly hurt either. I'll protect you. Absolutely, no matter what. I just had to struggle over and over, only in order to survive. Anything and everything you've done, I'll forgive them, I'll accept you. Right, to survive even if God himself won't forgive you, I will. It's not your fault, Kotaro-kun, you haven't done anything wrong. So, come on, please don't cry. Please don't hurt. Please, believe in me. Stop it already. If you say it like that, all that stuff I buried deep down, tried to forget, all that shit I desperately tried to ignore, it's all coming back. It was so painful. So scary. Mei-chan was gone and I was alone. Rem was there, so I could manage somehow. We even beat a basilisk. But that was really pushing it. But then, I just had to end up meeting Higuchi. And shit, I had to do it. I met up with others too. This time, we did get along. But it took everything to get there. I had to work hard to get them to trust me. I'm just a shaman after all, I can't fight alone. I got separated, again. Then met more people. It went to shit. Why couldn't she think? Why couldn't she understand? Seriously, why couldn't she at least try? She started hating me for no reason. I killed people. I killed Higuchi. Because he killed Masaru. I killed Raina. Because she killed Yamajun. Was I wrong to do that? Not at all, you did the right thing. Because, thanks to that, you're here alive now. You gave your best to survive, every time. When no one would believe in you, all alone. When you needed their strength, but just being with them only gave you pain, stress, anxiety, misery, and put intense pressure on you. Welcome back, Kotaro-kun. You don't need to hold it in with me, alright? Crying intensifies. Mei-chan's absolutely right, I'm crying like a bitch. Wailing, screaming, the tears just keep coming. But, it's fine, isn't it? It's just this once. Because I've finally reunited with the one person I can trust from the bottom of my heart. Fuwa. I cried, went to sleep, woke up, and yawned, loudly. I ended up doing something extremely embarrassing. Didn't think I'd cry so much in front of Mei-chan. I had zero intention of doing that. No, I'll admit it. I was broken, to the point where I didn't even realize it. My heart was messed up from all the piled up stress. Asuna shoved me out, I missed the teleport, went solo. That was just the first of my troubles. Versus the basilisk, if Rem didn't do what she did, I would have lost. It really was a close call. And just my luck, the next person I had to meet happened to be Higuchi. Monsters, they're scary as a matter of course, but humans, there can be a whole other vector of scary. I could feel no emotion the whole time I had to look at that bastard Higuchi's face. In the end, Masaru ended up dead, and I succeeded in killing Higuchi. But then, Raina stole my way out. I was already at my physical limits, and then thrown into a situation of complete and utter hopelessness. But as luck would have it, Randu-san picked me up. Tendao-kun and his gang, with them, it actually turned out pretty well. We had a good relationship going. I can still think of them as allies I can actually trust. But I can't deny that getting to that point was stressful. I had to employ my low-tier talking skills to somehow get them to accept me. Depending on what I did, I could have ended up as useless trash number 2 next to Randu-san. Maybe even left behind to fend for myself. For better or worse, my fate depended on my own actions. That was certainly an endless source of stress and pressure. That's what it meant to start at the bottom rung of a party. Thanks to my diligence, no, probably thanks to the good nature of Randu-san and the other gals, I was eventually accepted as one of them. But that all went to shit, from one moment of leisure. Well, even if I'd been alert, I couldn't have prevented that Arachne from fishing me up like tuna. After that, that's when I met Princess Raina and her circle of peasants. Looking back, this party felt just as shit as Soma Sakura's harem party. They simply refused to work together in a productive way. Just remembering is starting to give me a headache. So I had to leash them on warm meals, hot baths, and soft bedding. Even Raina couldn't simply ignore the higher level of civilized life. If they'd actually wanted to work with me, I would have given them these amenities anyway, free of charge. The fact that I had to barter for their cooperation just goes to show how untrustworthy they were. I did end up gaining enough influence to have ordering rights over them, and a vague sense of trust had started to form. But it was still a fragile, limited trust. Without Yamajun, who actually held us together. What if Soma Yuto hadn't popped in after I killed Raina? I would have had to lead them through more dungeon. But without Yamajun, I wouldn't be able to do anything as the party slowly broke apart. I didn't have the self-confidence. If this party were to face a truly dire situation, I'm not sure we could overcome it. When it came to that, I would surely leave them and run off on my own again. But then, a shaman going solo is like, seeing how the challenges of the dungeon kept getting tougher, I could only see a bleak future down that path. Ultimately, for me, allies are a requirement. It's better this way. I mean, reuniting with Mei-chan was the best thing that could have happened. Despite my biggest mistake ever, as in, incurring the wrath of Soma Yuto, being together with Mei-chan again, became my salvation. After all, my heart was cornered enough to warrant wailing like an idiot. Doesn't change that it was embarrassing. It's shameful, as a guy. I know Mei-chan is a kind girl, so she wouldn't shame me for doing something like that. But then, she'd also never see me as a man, would she? Damn it, there's already Randu-san who treats me like one of her little brothers. Is Mei-chan gonna treat me like a crybaby now? Come on, where's my romance flag? Kotaro-kun, done changing? Ah, yeah. I was called by Mei-chan, so I put aside my embarrassment and regret, and tottered out of cover. I'd gone to sleep right away after I was done crying my fill, so my clothes were still dirty from battle. Even thought I was that dirty, Mei-chan let me sleep on her lap, without a word. I just can't believe how much she spoils me. I wonder, what if Mei-chan secretly got the mommy unique skill? Anyway, after I calmed down thanks to the sleep, Mei-chan gave me one of her divine smiles and volunteered to do the laundry. These days, I'd gotten used to cleaning up for myself, but back when it was just the two of us, Mei-chan was always proactively doing those chores, and I really helped myself to that kindness of hers. Now, while I do feel a bit reluctant to let her do all the work, my willingness to be spoiled won out, and I indulged once again. That being the case, I was now changed into my gym clothes. And since she was at it, Mei-chan was also in her own gym uniform, currently washing her own clothes together with. She was in her jersey. Seeing that, I froze. Kotaro-kun, what's up? What do you mean what? I'm getting extra eyefuls of your exemplary cleavage there, miss. Wait, is she doing that on purpose? Is this the new trend in girls' fashion amongst dungeoneers? She was wearing our school's signature deep blue jersey. Its zipper, halfway down. But that's normal. You see girls wear it like that in gym class all the time. See, the problem is, she was doing the laundry, meaning that her undershirt and bra were both not at their designated locations, meaning that under her jersey she was naked. Boobies, raw, naked boobies, my friends. And since she happened to undo her zipper halfway in that state, look. You can't not look, I can't not look. Ah, such a divine valley of white. Such an impactful, explosive sense of eros. Everyone in class knew Randu-san as the girl with the most bombastic breasts, but Mei-chan, sweet mother of the Lord. If we went by pure centimeters, Mei-chan topped our class, topped the school, heck, I bet she topped the whole town. And she was actually showing off those ginormous jugs with just me here, meaning, is she inviting me? Is she really? No wait, didn't I just have my face smothered by those naughty knockers? This is insane. My emotions were a mess at the time, and I literally wasn't aware of my tremendous bliss. I only felt strongly relieved by the sense of being enveloped, and wasn't in any state of mind to consider their hugeness, their texture, or their sexiness. Ah, I'm such a dummy, dum-dum. Why didn't I take the chance to get a good feel? Having stepped into such a land of bliss, no well, I dove face first into it. But anyway, I don't remember a thing. No, but this in itself is pretty bad too. Now that I'm back to normal, the radiance of her blessed cleavage are poison for my impure eyes. Oi, I'm getting poison damaged here. Venomic vessel, do your damn job. Shit, I can't. Her massive mammaris looked taut enough that they would burst out any moment, and my eyes simply refused to budge. This is bad. I won't be able to make any excuses at this rate. Mei-chan, your, zipper looks a bit low. I squeaked out, gathering the vestiges of reason left in me to angle my eyes away, but having them constantly flitting back on target. It doesn't go up more, too tight, you see. What's with that sexalicious reason? You're only supposed to find that sort of line in hentai. I see. I kinda feel like they've gotten bigger, you know? They're still growing. No, wait, they're not just bigger. I can tell, I just know. For I am the self-proclaimed top titty connoisseur in class, and I claim that those breasts have transformed into something much greater. In the beginning, Mei-chan's out-of-bounds udders simply couldn't fight the forces of gravity. They sagged quite a bit. However, thanks to her dungeon diet and the blessed body skill, she now had the proportions to put any bust-boasting gravure idol to shame. For her breasts had slowly begun to rise. Like how a space rocket escapes the bounds of gravity, she went from having simply huge tits to huge rocket tits that stood high and proud. It was close to the limit before, but presently, even Mei-chan's one-of-a-kind XXL jersey became no match for her megalithic mountains. Here I stood witness to something truly fearsome. Mei-chan, she might just be the one to kill me. Don't mind it too much. I'll try. Well, I guess it's all right if you look a little. Yup, dead. I'm dead now. Goodbye world. I mean, well, I'm on the bigger side, so I tend to notice when people stare. But if it's Kotaro-kun, it doesn't really bother me, so I don't really mind. I see, sounds tough. I spoke to the breasts. Excuse me. May I please use the washroom now? Chapter 146. How They've Grown. Her motherly care healed my heart while her ballistic breasts disintegrated my reason. Mei-chan made me experience ups and downs in ways more than one, but I was calm now. I'd gone and relieved myself. We'd hung up the laundry on a rope of black hair so the both of us were still in gym clothes, that is, Mei-chan was still in her risk fashion of massively revealing cleavage. So she was now covered up with a blanket. I know I'm in sage mode, but my instincts can only stand so much boobies. I was weak to breasts as is, so more of the same situation would only make my reason crumble like a house of cards. For the above reasons, 'tis quite unfortunate, but for the sake of world peace, Mei-chan's chest had been hidden away. Ah, couldn't I have that bliss for just a little longer? Maybe I can expect more in the future. By the way, you hungry? I don't think I've ever heard her say no to that question. Well, the dungeon wasn't exactly mountains of food. Fairy walnuts might provide our daily nutrients, but they're never enough to be full. Everyone was hungry most of the time. But please understand, I'm by no means implying that Mei-chan is a glutton. I still have a few things. Let's cook something up. Really? Would I lie to you? Mei-chan and I go way back, right? Rather than cooking for guys, it'd be much more satisfying to serve food to her. But honestly, we really had used up most of the boar meat in the last supper before vs Raina, so I had just around 1 serving remaining. Other than meat, I had the herbs that worked surprisingly well as accents, and some bananatitos, and I guess a bit of edible wild grass and mushrooms. For today, let's go with my specialty, the wild boar stew. Is that really bacon? When I took out the last piece of wild boar bacon, Mei-chan latched onto it. Not literally, of course. That's right. Wow, you even have it preserved. Didn't that take a long time? Nope, I can do it instantly with curse magic. Oh right, I got Witch's Cauldron after I'd gotten separated from Mei-chan, so she obviously wouldn't know. I used this power quite frequently for lifestyle purposes, so let's get the show started. Just watch, Witch's Cauldron. I quickly dug a pothole beside the fountain, and invoked the magic. Witch's Cauldron manifested in that stew pot-sized burrow. It's got quite a bit of power actually. Water boils pretty much instantly inside. What is this? It's heating up without any fire. Induction type. Probably not that. I was thinking it just heats up with some kind of magic. Even though it's my own curse, I didn't really know the logic behind it. It's kind of, yeah. My cauldron doesn't just heat, it can also cool, and even make things dry. So just throw in raw meat, and you get instant jerky. Wow, awesome. Mei-chan was getting awe-inspired to crazy levels. However, as a member of the cooking club, her interest in the subject was high to begin with. Witch's Cauldron was practically the ultimate cookware by which you could create countless cuisines. Unlike me, who was okay just having something to eat, she must be completely ecstatic. Also, it can stir on auto, mix like a mixer, and lots more. Awesome. It's so cool, Kotaro-kun. Wanna try it later? Do I? With this, I can make lots of things. Her eyes were sparkling. To be so happy with a witch's cauldron, guess this is where my shaman luck went. Actually, this is the sort of power that should have been bestowed on Mei-chan, not me. Putting down the hot stew, we spoke about all the things that happened since the separation. I kinda feel like I spilled the point form when I was crying on her, but now that I was calmly going over the events, Mei-chan started crying as she listened to all my hardships. Come on, if you cry so emotionally, I feel like crying too. But if I were to see Mei-chan's exposed chest again, my libido was sure to bury every other emotion. Raw TIDs in there after all. Anyway, enough about me. I just got a few new curses, didn't get much stronger anyway. Rem was dead again, for example. I was very curious about what Mei-chan had been doing. With how she instantly stood by my side and pointed her blade to Soma Yuto, I could rest assured that no NTR had happened. In the event that she happened to be smitten for his heroic charms already, I would have met my dead END being cut down right there. As for me, I guess it went well. I would have been mad jelly of them if Mei-chan wasn't speaking of her experience with the Soma party in such a sickened tone. In the time I spent with them, I realized this. None of these people are one bit worried about Kotaro-kun. She said that with such a stoic tone that I felt my spine freeze over. She was obviously expressing how much she cared for my safety, how kind she was, but it was like there was a boundless grudge surrounding her words. Technically, they did search for you, right? But I'm sure none of them wanted to actually find you. No, they were hoping they wouldn't. Well, duh. Thinking from those girls' perspective, they'd rather not meet me ever again. After I'd gotten left for dead, Mei-chan was absolutely furious with Asuna, but because of Soma Yuto's overwhelming might plus class representative's die-hard attempt to calm her down, they'd somehow avoided an instant bloodbath. Mei-chan knew that she'd need their strength to go deeper into the dungeon in search of me. While from Soma Sakura's perspective, as long as they didn't find me, Mei-chan would be friendly. Actually, the bitch would have peace of mind if I'd died somewhere. Yeah, whatever. My approval rating among them was at minus already. Yes, They just didn't like you and could only spew pretty words. I had to try my best just to keep the anger inside. And I don't really remember much of what happened. Holy moly, Mei-chan was dead serious. You didn't have to get that angry. No, from her point of view, I'd been mercilessly left to die, while the group of criminals were moving on without so much as a hint of guilt. Yeah, I'd get mad too. But I didn't forget to memorize what skills everyone had. I see, that's good to know. Since I wouldn't know when they'd become enemies, I paid careful attention to their power sets. Looks like she was planning to betray from the outset. It was a nightmare situation for them, but a complete and utter joy for me. The further we went, the dungeon bosses became stronger too. I listened as she recounted the Soma party's dungeon capturing in detail. I got the feeling that their bosses were clearly much stronger than anything I'd come across. The living armors in the palace zone, the Gogma of Pyramid Castle, and the four-armed Gogma. I'd also beaten a Gogma to exit the jungle zone, but to think there was one of those super strength monsters with double the arms. I'd be dead meat against something like that. The only one other than the Soma party who could manage would be, to my knowledge, Tendao-kun. Really, good job on beating that. It's because our weapons were getting better along with the bosses. Plus, we could only beat the Gogma boss thanks to you. Me? I can't think of any way I could have helped. Well, I kind of used all of it. The reagent X. All of it. I admit I had Mei-chan carry a hefty amount of it, but how did she end up using everything? Yeah, I used antidote to adjust it, but it was still shoddy work. I hadn't determined a safe dosage either. Are you really fine? Yep, I'm really fine. Yeah, I didn't see anything wrong with her. She's awake and focused, and her face didn't look wasted away either. In fact, it felt like she'd actually gotten prettier. I couldn't detect a hint of addiction. Still, please try not to do things that dangerous. Sorry. I was worried, yes, but Mei-chan was no idiot. It must have been absolutely unavoidable in defeating the Pyramid Castle boss. It had served its purpose as an emergency countermeasure. I should be happy it helped in overcoming a bad-end scenario. For better or worse, Reagent X proved its usefulness. I should keep keeping some handy. That's how it went for me. My equipment became better, I learned some battle arts, and got a little stronger I suppose. Yeah, no, I listened to your adventures, so it's no way just a little stronger. Also, there's that too, we can use phones now. You what now? I'm saying we can use our phones now. She repeated with a smile, me still no understand. Kotaro-kun, let's exchange numbers. Under her refreshing smile, I ended up doing just that. It's been a big while since I turned this thing on. I'd put it deep in a corner of my bag, but looks like the little guy still had some juice. I seriously didn't want to consider it, but, Mei-chan, did she actually think that as long as the phones had power, we could use them as walkie-talkies? I'm sorry, but phones, you see, they aren't actually connected via radio waves directly, but, ring ring, it was ringing. On the screen, I could see the caller's name, that of the girl I'd just now exchanged numbers with, Futaba Maiko. Takanasha-san's sage magic. Apparently she can use it to connect phones with calling and texting only. Oh, I see. Curses that Takanashi coterie, to think she could even into phones. Sage magic is a damn cheat just like I thought. Actually, it's her upgrade skill that's the cheat. So she's been using the mana stones, another common type of crystallized mana you read in fantasy, to delve into actual magic item manufacture. At this rate, the gap in equipment quality between us and them would continue to widen. On the last face-off, Mei-chan was strong enough to oppose them. But what if they had something like a rope, net, something to cause paralysis, some kind of restraining weapon, a magic item? They wouldn't have had any qualms about disarming Mei-chan with it. Then, they could also use it on me, effectively rendering my pain return useless. Looks like we'll need to come up with a way to procure good weapons and items on our end too, and soon. That Gogma I fought had good weapons and even a magic stave. We could get our hands on some nice things from monsters like that. Oh yeah, Kotaro-kun, I have a present for you. What is it? Tell me. What can I say? I'm a sucker for surprises. Maybe it's a sinister-looking shaman staff she got from a loot box. Or wait, could it be her panties, like Randu-san gave me? Both those options are practical and useful indeed. I was thinking stuff that would get me reported if said aloud, but I was excited. What I ended up getting were 2 shiny accessories. The necklace is Drop of Life and the ring is called a guard ring. They're both really useful magic items for self-protection, so I was always thinking I want Kotaro-kun to have them. Guard ring, a ring that enables you to use the battle art guard. Drop of Life, a single drop from the waters of life that can heal any wound. It has been crystallized into a small gem and mounted on a necklace. She'd handed them over like giving someone a good luck charm for safe travels, but upon hearing their effects, I was without a doubt speechless. I can't believe my eyes. These are amazing. I couldn't believe that, after all this time, I finally got my hands on something for defense. As a weak shaman, I wanted a way to guarantee my safety as much as I wanted stronger attacks. You've done it now, Mei-chan. We can strategy a lot better with these. Thank you. I feel like we'll have a much easier time with these handy. I'm glad you like them. Do you want me to put the necklace on you? Go right ahead. I'm all for it if it's a cute girl doing it. I quickly agreed to her suggestion, which quickly led to hell. Alright, stay still for a bit. As Mei-chan moved her arms around me as if coming into a hug, the blanket covering her loosened and fell. This blanket, that had sealed the twin monsters for the sake of world peace. And now, the twins were unleashed. Explosive titties in splendid no-bra jersey. And closing in fast. These outrageous, live boobies were swinging in front of my eyes. If I directed my head only a mere 10 centimeters forward, my face would find itself buried in that divine valley. Because of their tremendous size, I could imagine my whole face would fit snugly into the white crevice. I wanna do it, bury myself, motorboat. No, I mustn't. Control. The smell, it's so good. My lord, Ruin Hilda-sama, grant me salvation. I can't, anymore. And, there we go. I'd passed out just now. I was practically on heaven's doorstep. That was bad news. I didn't want to find myself in the afterlife just yet. Geej, thank you. Should I put on the ring too? Sorry, I put it on Ellery Duoy. I could only yell like a buffoon. That was my only means of communication. My sanity had depleted below measurable levels. If she were to do that again, I wouldn't be surprised if I burst. Truly, yesapai no touch. We have our equipment set, let's head back in. You don't want to rest up some more? There's still a chance they've been following us, and I also want to make Rem again. Oh right, of course. Yeah, at this point, I think some dungeon diving is in order to avoid my personal constant near-death experiences. Mei-chan, she's the one person I can wholeheartedly trust. Yet, she was, to me, possibly the sexiest girl imaginable. I'd finally remembered how hard it was to be alone with her all the time. No matter how hard I had it, I couldn't afford to lose her trust. I would embolden my herd, and once again set off on a dungeon adventure with Mei-chan. Hey, Kotaro-kun. Actually, there's something I have to ask you about. Once I'd firmed my resolve, Mei-chan called out to me. Her look, concentrated in emotion, and her expression, extremely serious. Oh, go ahead, what is it? What in the world could this important question be? I straightened my posture to listen attentively. Well, it's about the laundry. Care to tell me who these panties belong to? With a straight face, she presented a pair of leopard print panties. Rip in peace. Chapter 147. Who for art these leopard print panties? I'm sorry. These were something I somehow happened to receive, so please find it in your heart to forgive me. I'd thought up plenty of excuses, but in the end, decided to honestly apologize. I mean, Mei-chan just wasn't like Soma Sakura or the Totem Pole trio who I could play word games on. I trusted her beyond anything, so I didn't want to lie. No need to apologize, Kotaro-kun. I really wouldn't mind it no matter how you got this. Thank you, Mei-chan. No, really, I'm infinitely grateful she could accept my honest feelings. That aside, whose are they? TC8. And here I thought the difficult conversation was over. What now? If I confessed honestly, I kind of have the feeling that I'd be putting Randu-san's life in grave danger. Like, Mei-chan's serious face super scary. That, ladies and gents, was her berserker face. I didn't want to lie to her, but that being said, giving her the whole and complete truth wouldn't be beneficial for either of us, is the sort of convenient excuse I was considering. Like, oi, what am I supposed to do here? I could choose my right to keep silent, but there was a limit to that too. I wanted to be honest to Mei-chan, as much as I could. But can I really just tell her basically everything? About how Randu-san's leopard print panties were simply marvelous, that I used them every night, and couldn't bear to live without this wonderful, 5-star treasure anymore. Could I actually tell her that? No way in hell, it's basically a masochistic form of sexual harassment. I wouldn't be surprised if she just silently brought down the halberd on me after that. At this point, though I didn't know if it was cold sweat or nervous sweat, my face was nonetheless dripping in some kind of bad sweat as I stayed silent. I bet these belong to Randu-san. I think I managed to avoid showing turbulence on my face after she made that pinpoint guess. I don't think I've ever been this close to certain death. I won't fall for leading questions. Randu-san is the only girl in our class who'd wear panties this size. Shit, she'd deciphered it by size. Randu-san was known as the girl with the biggest tits in class, but it wasn't just her chest that was on the up end. Her ass too was large. It should be mentioned that of the girls in Class 2-7, whether it be the hottest group including Soma Sakura, or the average to Ble like Nishiyama-san, they were all of normal size and build. The only one you could say was clearly plus-sized would be Mei-chan. And if you discounted Mei-chan, who was an exception in quite a few ways, the girl who could boast supremacy in the hip department would be Randu-san. Bust, hip, she truly had the combo spice to KO anyone. She isn't as big as me, but she's pretty big. I can't imagine other girls having this sort of imported lingerie. Wait, this was imported lingerie. And this is pretty famous brand too. It's very much like Randu-san. These leopard print panties, their value rating was off the chart. It was a shocking truth. A guy like me would have likely never found out. The next time I use these, I'll be sure to appreciate their splendor to the fullest. There wasn't going to be a next time, was there? I see, that's great. At this stage, I had no hope of covering for Randu-san, and just kept nodding my head like a bobblehead. I'm so sorry, Randu-san, I had no idea about the intricacies of high school girl panty culture, and their owner was easily unveiled by Mei-chan. Well, I was regretful, but that didn't mean I wanted to learn more about panties now. Kotaro-kun, don't tell me. You're the type that prefers a girl's underwear more than her body. No, I am 100% more into the body. I can't lie to Mei-chan. Yup, truth it is. I see. That's right, believe me, I did no such thing as forcing Randu-san to hand over her panties, you see. This is what happened when I got separated from them. Rem was about to go after me, when she'd apparently given this as a parting gift, and well, yeah, Randu-san's the type who'd pull this sort of dirty prank, right? I see, that's good. Good. Really? Hey Mei-chan, are you really thinking that? Is this sort of explanation, that sounds more like an excuse than anything, really okay with you? That kinda makes me worried. But it was a fact that I hadn't told one lie there. Honestly speaking, I had no idea what Randu-san had in mind when she entrusted Rem with her panties. If I had to guess, she was used to hanging around guys, and thought that someone like me, who positively oozed his virgin status, would be happy being given such an article. Alright, so, can I have them? Well, you see, having just one pair is a bit. Mei-chan said, a slight shyness to her tone. Seeing that started making me embarrassed too. Also, I think this size will fit me pretty well as I am now. Oh, of course. Please, go ahead and use it, Mei-chan. This was the crucial bit. I gave in to her suggestion as fast as I could. Thanks, Kotaro-kun. No, you should thank Randu-san if anyone. Today was a sad day. I had lost my important partner for the night, oh sweet leopard print panties. And yet, these foreign luxury panties had now found another master to call their own. It was a happy day too. Mei-chan in leopard print. Not bad at all. Normal girls our age simply wouldn't fill out underwear of this size, but she could wear it snug and tight. Glad that didn't turn into a mess. I was genuinely anxious whether Mei-chan would lose all faith in me after that one. I may have been her life savior, but even I couldn't be surprised if she simply left after thinking I was literally stealing underwear in a harsh dungeon survival situation. It was an insignificant argument that made me feel numb inside, but we'd resolved it. I felt like I had escaped another face-off with death, and gotten stronger as a result. I didn't want to try this again. With the incident of Mei-chan discovering the leopard print panties over with, we did in fact leave that fairy square. We encountered some skeleton troopers, been a long time since I'd seen those guys, and quickly took care of them. I used the bones as parts for remaking Rem. Rem came back, expectedly, in a black skeleton form. For the time, I handed over her equipment, the sword and spear, as is. Welcome back, Rem. Gaga. Hey there, Rem-chan. Thanks so much for protecting Kotaro-kun all this time. You did a great job. Gagaga. Rem looked satisfied having her skull patted by Mei-chan. I guess, in some ways, these two have been long battle buddies. Rem should also be happy being reunited with Mei-chan. And now, with the old team back together, Mei-chan, Rem and I continued on our path. From here on, we were following the compass, and going towards the boss room so we could teleport out. The current zone we were in was all stone, the kind of place where skeletons spawned a lot. I'd made it through some weird places like the jungle and cloud zones, so this kind of normal place sort of gave me peace of mind. But relaxing was sin. This place was similar to the earlier parts of the dungeon, but it was in fact much deeper here. There might be various unknown traps, or simply super strong monsters. Found the boss room. We'd made it to the boss room unbelievably easily. Well, I guess there were times like this too. The room had double doors like the ones we saw back at VS Authors, and from a quick peek, it looked like a large, plain hall inside. I couldn't see the boss itself, must be deep inside. Okay, let's go. We'll be entering head-on this time. I'll keep an eye on the door, so we can run if it looks too dangerous. I had Rem stand in front of me with my wariness on maximum, while Mei-chan, she just fearlessly walked in. Goa. From deep within the dimly lit hall, I could hear the rumbling growl of a beast. The boss was here. Kotaro-kun, stand back all right. I'm here at the door. If there's a problem, we can run. Mei-chan gestured, got it behind her, and took a fighting stance. That's a Goliath. It had a muscle-bound gorilla-like body, a brutal expression on its face and horns sticking out of its head. I'd seen one of these before, so this was without a doubt a Goliath. Tendao-kun had insta-killed this thing, but Higuchi tried to avoid fighting it. It was an easy-to-understand boss monster that relied on its massive strength. Careful, Mei-chan. This guy's pretty strong and also moves fast. The Goliath had started moving before I'd finished yelling that. It was as big as that Gogma, at a soaring 3-meter height, but it had the speed and reflexes to move fast and silently despite its size. The monster was coming straight at Mei-chan, who was standing closest, baring its sharp fangs. It was so fast, I couldn't find the time to send in Black Hair Bind. Damn, it was coming to an all-out melee. I had my doubts whether Mei-chan could actually best a strength-focused monster head-on. Timpete. Mei-chan hemped in a not quite so girl-like, but heroic nonetheless, Timpete, blowing away all my fears. Right after that, a loud, dull clashing sound echoed everywhere. When I was thinking, what the, I could see Mei-chan holding her dark tower shield in front of her, and the Goliath sloppily collapsed belly up on the floor. Break. Then, raising her knight halberd of dark iron, she dealt the finishing blow to the dazed Goliath in one merciless swing. With a ting of metal hitting metal, the Goliath was split completely in two, from head to crotch. Phew, that wasn't so bad. Mei-chan smiled as she observed her work. This overpowered Berserker. I'm in love even more. I don't think I can live without Mei-chan anymore. That was awesome, Mei-chan. You're so strong now. Not really. The battle arts did most of the job. But, you could beat it without using them, right? Sure. Her smile was too much. Still, Now I'd actually seen how strong Mei-chan had gotten. At the point where we got separated, I think she was still strong enough to take on a Goliath, but it'd be a tough battle. Her high base strength and speed, plus the newly acquired battle arts, plus a few high-quality, upgraded weapons, and most importantly, all of the battle experience she's been gathering. She'd grown so much. And she was still growing, even now. Yeah, Mei-chan, you're so dependable. I'm glad I am too, Kotaro-kun. Yufufu, ahaha, we chatted and laughed, while in the meantime, Rem went and picked up the core. And look at that, I got my hands on some fine parts here. The Goliath had not only a powerful body, but also hard and tough natural armor all over. If I used it as parts for Rem, she'd get a lot stronger just like that. So, without further ado, with skeleton Rem placed at the center, I rolled the bisected Goliath onto the hexagonal eye, and also added my last Mandragora. Rise from chaos, bind in foul blood, stand on stained earth. Vile mud doll. OOF, using the Goliath whole was really draining the mana out of me. But I was all rested up, and hadn't fought once so far, so mana stores should be full. I won't run out from this much. Almost, there. Go, Gagaha. With a roar from Rem, black smoke plumed out from the ritualistic hexagon. It's done. The dark gas dissipated, and out came something large and human-shaped. Yup, pretty big. She was really big. Whoa, Rem-chan, you got taller. Gorga. The new Rem was tall enough to easily surpass me, closer in height to Mei-chan. She was definitely taller than 170 centimeters. But that wasn't even the surprising bit. Ooh, you've got muscles. Rem, who'd had been a skeleton by default all this time, now had something akin to muscles on her. But these muscles were not the squishy type you'd find in anatomical models, but a metallic gray that when touched, were quite hard. It felt not at all like living, breathing flesh, but like cold steel. Thin strings of metal had been bundled up in place of muscle fibers. As for how these metallic strands were functioning as muscles, perhaps the contraction and relaxation was all being managed by mana. I didn't quite get it. Rem's steel flesh covered practically all of her body, being especially dense on the arms and legs. Her silhouette looked currently far closer to human than skeleton. As far as vestigial elements go, she still had a skull as a head, but that now had two horns growing out same as the Goliath. The current Rem, with her full body steel skin, a skull head with horns like an oni, and with the much taller height, actually looked scary. In all honesty, I think she's the strongest one yet. Also, she looked more or less like a cyborg, which was super cool I might add. I wonder, was Rem not actually aiming for golem but robot? Rem, you look great. I'm proud of you. Gagaga. The fact that she now had a shinier new body shouldn't fully be attributed to the Goliath parts. Just like Mei-chan, Rem had also grown a lot. It's nice, looking at them grow up right in front of your eyes. From here on, we could hunt as many Goliath tier monsters as we want thanks to Mei-chan. And with stronger parts, I could always further improve Rem. Alright, time to go. Sure. I got into the teleport circle holding the core when Mei-chan suddenly attacked. No, hugged me from behind. What is it? Like this, you'll be safe in case anything happens. I get it. Starting with the thing with Asuna, I had a tendency to incur massive problems right after beating a boss. Like meeting Higuchi first thing after a transfer, like getting kidnapped by an Arachne, like Soma Yuto suddenly popping in. I needed to be extremely careful about the time right after a big fight. I couldn't let my guard down just because there wasn't anyone else here now. There was no telling when and where a new enemy might pop out from. Thanks. I feel much safer. I won't let you go. Really, thanks so much, for the soft fun bags all around the back of my head. Can't I just stay like this? I thought, tasting a little bit of heaven, as the familiar light whisked us away. We arrived at the ferry square safely and without incident. The fact that there being no one from class waiting took a load off my shoulders might mean that I was getting pretty anthrophobic these days. Well, considering all my experiences, I suppose I'd have to. Those experiences taught me that rather than finding reliable friends in arms, I was more likely to chance upon useless burdens and people who want to straight up kill me. I trusted Mei-chan above anything. She was my only true ally. And I pretty much didn't feel like I'd find someone as trustworthy. I didn't at all feel like we'd get a third member. The level of trust one had with her was, practically speaking, miraculous. Mei-chan had a gentle and trusting heart, and on top of that, I'd saved her life, helped her in becoming able to fight, and survived a ton of ordeals together. And making through all that and more together, we'd developed a powerful bond. To look at it another way, if any of that mindset and experience was at all lacking, we wouldn't be trusting each other very deeply. In contrast, losing that trust, getting disillusioned, being reluctant to cooperate and finally, hating each other, all of those could come exceptionally fast. Just one mistake could send all the trust down the drain. If girls find out your masturbating habits, you're suddenly a prisoner on death row. If multiple girls like the same guy, they start burning with jealousy, sabotaging each other and whatnot. People generally tend to focus on the negatives. Doubting was much easier to do than having some trust. Anxiety, fear, jealousy. It could be said that mankind had survived since ancient times only because they possessed these cowardly instincts. What mattered now was that there weren't any others from class here. And if there were, whether they turn out to be friends or foe, I wanted to be prepared for anything. If they became enemies along the way, we just needed to be stronger. On the flip side, if they wanted to join as allies, I'd need certain chains to compel them against betrayal. Those chains as they were, would of course depend on the person. But with my witch's cauldron, I could make good food and hot baths, plus, I could provide decent spiderweave bedding too. Those little things together would make for a hard-to-ignore modicum of luxury in their daily lives. And I already had proof of their effect. They were so good that even that lazy-ass Raina had to think hard before wanting to let go. Us kids from well-off households would loathe to live without them. And let's not forget, I now had Mei-chan to employ the fear factor. I don't think it'd work for people on Tendakuin's level, but if it's someone only as strong as Higuchi, we could easily handle them. Yup, violence was the best assurance after all. Okay, it's fine and all preparing for people, but right now we needed to focus on the dungeon. We should first check out what's going on in this new zone. That last boss battle was a piece of cake, so we only took a short break before heading out. Whoa, this is some place. Whoa, it's like a town. I think I've seen a movie like this. Like, one of those where human civilization had fallen, and they were fighting zombies and stuff. Yeah, just like that. Basically, we were looking at a post-apocalyptic cityscape. The ceiling was way up there, and the city itself looked to be quite large. It was like one of those space colonies you see in mecha anime, or actually, it wasn't in space but underground, so I guess geofront was a better descriptor. Most of the architecture on this place were stone constructs, not unlike the stuff you'd see in medieval Europe. But then, there were also these tall, box-shaped buildings that reminded me of office buildings or apartment complexes back in modern Japan. At a glance, I could see high-rise buildings taller than 20 floors, while 10-story buildings were the median. Magnitude-wise, the fallen city wasn't so different from back home. I didn't know how advanced of a civilization the Astria Kingdom was, as they were the only people we knew of in this world. What I did realize was that the people who built this city must have had tech rivaling that of 21st century Earth. No, we didn't have huge geofronts like this either, so they'd be ranked higher. Well, having a dungeon on this massive scale already spoke for itself. Alright, so this underground dungeon city, that obviously once had people living in it, now looked completely deserted. Buildings were crumbling, roads unmaintained, it also lacked any light of the sun, with vegetation, like the stuff I'd seen in the jungle zone, overgrown all over. The city looked as if it was transitioning from a state where the people had gone extinct to one where it was once again being swallowed up by Mother Nature. At this point, I had no doubt that this zone too was teeming with dungeon monsters. Still, having this sort of vast uninhabited city laid out in front of you really pulls on that adventuring spirit. It got me excited. So without a moment's delay, let's find out just what lay waiting for us inside. Chapter 148, Little Princess. Let's turn back the clock. to a time when I'd just entered kindergarten. In the small playground where all the little kids like me were running about, surrounded by the fluttering descent of cherry blossoms, that was when I first saw her. Dazzling blonde hair and clear blue eyes. My first impression of her was that she was a living, breathing Western doll. Like, she was a character from TV. She felt out of this world. "What are you looking at, Nii-san?" Sakura called from the side, looking displeased, trying to catch my attention. "Hey look, Sakura, isn't that girl a foreigner? I've never seen a real one. Like maybe an American?" That was where the blonde-haired, blue-eyes people came from as far as I could tell at the time, and I distinctly remember having this rather rude conversation with Sakura at that time. "Is this about Adelheid-san? Ada?" "What? Her name's so long. Her full name is Raina Adelheid-Ias." I was somehow rather impressed with the concept of this foreigner and her surprisingly long name. "What, are you curious about that girl, Nii-san?" "Sure, it's a real live American right there. I heard she's actually mixed." "Oh, you sure know your stuff, Sakura. I just learned it the other day, is all." Sakura had apparently learned a lot about this Raina Adelheid-Ias, who was from a different class than us, long before I had any clue. Of course, she stood out due to her unique appearance. But she'd become a topic of gossip for a different reason. "You shouldn't get too close to her." Why's that?" "Take another look." When I looked back, I could see her surrounded by lots of kids. They were all talking excitedly. "She's really popular." "No, see, they're all boys over there." When she mentioned it, yes she was. All around Raina, I could only see light blue-colored smocks that us boys had to wear. The girls, who wore a similar but pink smock, were looking at the crowd from a slight distance. They looked annoyed. How come? Who knows? Isn't it just a coincidence? I'd hope so. Anyway, Nii-san, let's go back to exploring. Oh yeah. Awesome, let's go, Sakura. I'll beat any monster that comes our way. Okay, Nii-san. I had fashioned a fallen branch into my awesome sword, and excitedly went onwards in my quest to explore the new and mysterious kindergarten playground. After that, I'd practically forgotten about Raina. Every day, I played to my fullest with Sakura and my friends from the Dove section of kindergartners that we belonged to. So naturally, I wouldn't have any dealings with kids from another section. Until at a corner of the playground, I could see some of those same friends from my section crying loudly. "This here is Raina-chan's castle. You guys will not be allowed passage." The boys speaking in a menacing voice, making my friend cry. They, as there were a number of them, stood as a wall as they spoke their threats. The castle that came up referred to the new jungle gym complex they'd finished putting up just that spring. It was the type of stuff you could see in public parks, but this one was themed after a fantasy castle. The very top had a cone-shaped roof and ended in a long slide. Many of the kindergartners were desperate to get to ride such a fun-looking slide, but no one had. Ever since the castle had been built, one person had dominated the top of the slide. It was Raina. But strangely, she'd never slid down, always simply sitting there, at the top. And furthermore, no one had attempted to push her aside and use the slide themselves either. As for why, it was because the place was strictly being guarded by the boys in her section. Like knights protecting their princess. The knights were too strong, too forceful for the other kids. Even the older kids wouldn't dare approach them. But a bunch of my friends from class wouldn't take this oppression anymore. They attempted a raid, but had the tables turned by Raina's knights. Team Dove only had a handful of people, while the knights seemed to be consisted of practically every boy in their class. They'd been outmatched. "Stop it, you boys. Don't act so selfish." But among my sad, crying friends, one girl shouted out in defiance. It was Sakura. She had a strong heart ever since she was little. "Shut up. This place belongs to Raina-chan. Get out of here, you dovies. Get out. Get out." Faced against so many boys meanly shouting at her, even the strong-willed Sakura had a strained face, as if she was about to cry any time. That's when I'd finally arrived. My friends were crying, Sakura was about to, and the ones that had caused this were laughing in a self-satisfied manner, not intending to apologize in the slightest. This was the perfect setup for my sense of justice to spring into action. Hey you! Don't bully Sakura, Nii-san. I jumped into the fray, standing in front of Sakura. Who the heck are you? It's another Dovey. Get out. We won't let you have the slide. I was becoming angrier as they kept talking selfishly. No, I won't. This place belongs to everyone. It's not for just you. You're doing something very bad. Shut it. This here's Raina-chan's castle. That's right, and we're gonna protect it. We ain't letting anyone else on. It was childish logic on their part. While they were really obstinate about this, we too had really suffered under that oppression. I couldn't forgive their horrible actions. But the one I couldn't forgive the most was still sitting at her place at the top of the castle, Raina. It's because of her that the boys were acting like this. And those actions were causing everyone else problems. And while all the kindergartners were thrown into warfare all because of the selfishness of one girl, Raina, even then, still sat at her spot, looking at a distance, as if the events unfolding below her feet didn't even register. Seeing her like that, my unforgiveness for her only grew. Her look that told that she hadn't a care for the world reminded me of the cold, calculating bosses of evil organizations in those Power Ranger shows. She looked just the type to have her many underlings enact her evil. So I must defeat that egocentric villainess, I thought. You damn punk. We told you to get out. Now you'll pay. The loudest yelling boy had finally snapped. He came forward to battle and threw a punch at me. He made his right hand into a fist and took a large swing. Yes, he was just a child, but this was clearly an act of violence. However, at this time, I'd already started training with my grandpa, so his feeble punch would be exceedingly easy for me to handle. Yard. My choice of counter was a tackle. This boy was taller than me, but he was still preschool age. His head-to-body ratio was higher than that of an adult, so his balance wouldn't be as firm. This was one of the chief reasons kids fell down so much. So versus this kindergartner, I bent my legs to lower my center of gravity and charged him with my shoulder. My tackle wasn't all that strong, but more than strong enough to take out a small kid. What? The boy who was brought down by my tackle started crying. His arms and legs had sustained light bruises. Mere kindergartners just weren't tough enough to continue fighting in this sort of condition. Oi, what did you do that for? You made him cry. Now furious. Well, as furious as little boys can be at least. The other knights were riled up because of their downed comrade. Seeing that the latter was crying in so much pain, they wouldn't start sending out more to meet the same fate. It was now a tense, wait-and-see situation. Trained as I was, even I couldn't take on more than 10 boys at once. So I made the first move. It's over. Return the slide now, it belongs to everyone. I screwed up my courage as there simply was no going back anymore, and took down the boys closest to me. I didn't punch them. Being so little, my hands would hurt more. These were just little kids. I just had to make them fall over and they were done for, crying like babies. I finished off 3 of them like this. Ooh, this guy's strong, too strong. Their numbers steadily dwindling, the knights started growing nervous. At this point, they were a lot more scared of me than angry. Now, I didn't need to fear them ganging up. Oi, little punk, think you can take us on, huh? Kufufu, he'll be dead meat soon. Just then, 2 new boys emerged from the castle. One was a big guy, so big, I thought he'd be in grade school already. The other one had a devious face on him, and from his hands, I could hear whistling wind. He was rapidly spinning around, a skip rope. The biggest kid in school, in addition to a sly kid who'd brought a weapon. But this level of power was tremendous for kids as young as us. I wouldn't win in a straight fight. I almost started to cry too. Nii-san, you can do it. You won't lose, everyone's depending on you, so you'll win for sure. There, Sakura's words knocked the cowardice right out of me. That's right, this is for my little sister, this is for my friends, I can't lose here. I childishly felt a sense of esteemed duty. You want a fight? I'll give you a fight. Shut up. You're going down. That was the big guy. He was a whole head taller than me, and gave off intense pressure as he charged. Size mattered this time. He probably weighed so much that tackling him would get me knocked down instead. So I waited for him to get as close as possible. He was about to reach in 3 more steps. 2, 1. Phew. I'd jump right, which would be a feint, as I sidestepped to the left, evading the impending collision. I used the same movement to circle behind him. Ha! Before he could turn around, I kicked him on the back of his knee. Targeting that weak spot, I caused the big guy's knees to bend in. Ooh-wah. His balance ruined, I further landed a full body tackle on his massive back, which resulted in him landing face first onto the ground. The big guy's extra loud crying rang in my ears, but I quickly faced the Skippy Kid. Hehe, what's wrong, scared? Scared, little baby? Even with his large friend defeated, Skippy Kid looked not a bit perturbed. Could be that he trusted that his weapon would do the job, or could just be simple self-confidence. He was fiercely spinning the thing above his head, which looked to me like he was quite adept at handling this skip rope of terror. He probably made a lot of kids cry using that. It was still a skip rope though. Unlike a real sickle and chain, it didn't have the sharp and heavy blade attached at the end. But if that thing, going at the speeds it was, were to hit me just once, I'd be downed, crying instantly. I only had once shot at this. His range was so much higher. In this fight, I didn't need power or speed, but enough courage to close in on him. Okay. Shouting my resolve, I slowly walked towards him. But from his point of view, I must have looked scared, hesitant, an easy-to-aim target. You're going down now. The skip rope was extremely fast. The plastic handle was coming at me drawing a large arc. I could see it. I expected him to do this, and I could see his attack. There. I determined my timing and after quickly ducking down, I raised an arm. The softer, vinyl rope part of the skip rope caught on my arm, and as it did, the tip changed direction. Almost instantly, half of the rope pivoted around my arm and arced back to its starting location. In other words, towards Skippy Kid. Higya. The boy cried in pain as his own weapon had been turned against him, hitting him straight on the face. Oof, that's gotta hurt, I sympathized, but it really was what he deserved, bringing a dangerous weapon to a fight. He should now understand the dangers that came with attempting to wield a weapon. That takes care of that. Anyone else feel like joining them? I yelled out from behind the loudly wailing big guy and Skippy Kid. No one else came up to the challenge. I'd defeated all the foes, and thus righteously climbed the castle. This castle had been occupied since its conception, so I hadn't actually approached it at all. So it actually felt a little fun, climbing the diagonally laid out rope net. I quickly made it to the top, the place where the big slide started. Though I kept describing it as a castle, it was still a jungle gym designed for little kids. It wasn't that big at all. Whew. That was when Raina had first looked my way. Her clear blue eyes felt like they would suck me in with how pretty they were. I felt love at first sight for an instant, but kept that a secret from Sakura. I still kept it a secret from her. Get down from there. Everyone wants to use the slide too. No matter how cute she was still the evil boss. I firmly told her my demands. The slide. Yeah, you're taking all your time going down it, and everyone's been waiting ages. Once Raina slid down this slide, we could finally all begin using it. Sure, she was evil, but I wasn't cruel enough to kick her down from a place this high. No. Why not? I'm scared. It's so high. I was surprised. She had closed her eyes and made an expression that she was genuinely scared. Why are you even here then? It's nice. The cherry blossoms. That was when I finally understood. Raina wasn't actually monopolizing the slide, but simply enjoying the higher view of cherry blossom petals as they danced their way to the ground. Though in actuality, the place wasn't all that high. But for preschool-aged children like us, it was surely high enough for us to enjoy a wonderful view. Oh, so you didn't take over the slide, did you? No, I didn't. What are you talking about? Which meant that Raina was only enjoying the view here, while her so-called knights made up their own interpretations and blocked our paths all this time. How come no one noticed? Why did it turn out like this? Raina hadn't done anything wrong. But all those boys preached how it was for the princesses, making a huge scene, causing problems for everyone, which ended up culminating in this great war. Ha! That was stupid. I hadn't one clue why those boys went so far to claim this as Raina's castle. Or at least, the little kid me at the time couldn't be expected to understand. But I was stupid too, deeming Raina as their boss only because I saw her sitting at the top of the castle. That's good then, that you're not a bad guy. I really was glad. I'd finally realized that Raina was just a kid too, just like us. I'm sure that because of how different she looked, with her blonde-haired, blue-eyed, cute looks, that no one saw her true feelings. When in reality, she was no different from my little sister Sakura, just a normal girl. Okay, so you won't mind me using it, right? Sure. Since Raina was only enjoying the view, I was fine to do as I pleased. Once I took the lead and slid down, everyone would know that they can too. That it didn't matter if Raina was here. I was about to make my triumphant return. I sat down, positioning myself on the slide. You're going. But I was finding it a bit hard to actually go through with it under Raina's intense stare. Of course. You're not scared. Nope, it's awesome. Well, it was better than the one at the park at least. This castle slide was a lot higher, and I was expecting a great deal of fun riding it. What, so you do want to slide down? But it's so scary. You want to though? Yes. It appeared that once she saw me getting ready to slide down, she got interested as well. She was free to do it, of course. But it was kind of sad, her climbing all the way here, only to get cold feet. At this point, I just wanted to get this thing over with. But somehow, I just couldn't bear to leave her alone. She wasn't bad, she just looked a bit different, but was otherwise a normal girl. So I could totally become friends with her too. Okay, you want to go together? Yes. That's when I first saw Raina's smile. I was astounded. She sat in front, while I sat grabbing on behind her. And we took off. As tall and long as this slide was, our journey down ended in moments. Hey, what's your name? Once we'd gotten down, Raina looked straight at me as she asked. Oh yeah, I never told her my name, I realized after all was done and past. It wasn't fair for me to know her name, but her not knowing mine, I thought in my childlike logic. So I readily replied. I'm Yuto, Soma Yuto. Yuto. Yukuan then, Raina cheerfully shouted, Yukuan, as she hugged me. The sudden action left me no time to catch her, and losing my balance, we fell with a bang. OFAR. It need not be said that I cried more fiercely than anyone that day after hitting my head on the edge of the slide. At the end of it all, it was Raina who'd managed to actually defeat me. Well, that wasn't very cool of an ending at all. But that was how I first met Raina. Chapter 149, The Underrealm. NN. I felt like I'd just seen a very nostalgic dream. One of innocent children, my childhood, when we all played without a care. It was a good dream, nothing negative about it, but once I woke up, I felt very groggy. I should have had enough sleep by now, but my body simply refused to rid itself of this fatigue. No, I get it. It wasn't my body that was tired, it was my heart. Oh, you're up, Yuto-kun. Yeah. You don't look so good. How are you holding up? I'm fine, class rep, I'll go wash my face. I was glad the first person who saw me awake was her. Class rep was worried for me, but didn't pry deeper than that. Thank you, I need some time for myself right now. First, I needed to freshen up. I splashed my face not with the usual cold fountain water, but with water from a lukewarm well. We weren't at a fairy square. All around us were the ruins of brickwork buildings. At the moment, we were in the middle of clearing a new zone of the dungeon. Unfortunately, or perhaps because the difficulty had been raised, we failed to find a fairy square by the end of the first day's exploring. So reluctantly, we decided on a night watch and camped out. We drew straws for the watch, and I, who had my turn after class rep, was also the last on watch duty. It was currently 3 in the morning. I should do this properly until the girls wake up. I hoped to do it properly, but once I was the only one awake in the silence, the rampant thoughts started again. Why did Raina have to die? She lay in a pool of blood, while he, Momokawa, stood to her side, holding a knife coated in fresh blood. I just couldn't get that scene out of my head, it was seared into my eyes. He was like the devil himself. He killed Raina, But didn't just stop there, he even puppeteered her corpse and used that as a hostage. I was such an idiot, letting them go just like that. After the blinding fog cleared, we did chase after them. We didn't find them. Neither Momokawa and Futaba-san who ran off with him, nor Raina's body. I couldn't even prepare a grave for her. I'd even let her killer get away without the slightest retribution. There should have been another way, a better way to go about this. No, not that. Why wasn't I on time? Why the hell couldn't I come in time to save Raina? Shit, it's my fault. It's because I'm weak. I was too weak to protect her. I can't forgive Momokawa for killing her. But I can't forgive myself even more. I wasn't able to protect her. I believed that I was always doing my best in this dungeon. I'd come to accept my superhuman strength as normal, magic, battle arts, skills. I'd made use of all of those. Most of all, I'd gotten the sort of real battle experience I couldn't even dream of having in Japan. Fighting monster day in and day out, I'd come to see my powers growing endlessly without limit. With this job called hero, I had fought all this time and had become strong. Stronger than the past me, stronger than the me yesterday, and I continue to get stronger. But it wasn't enough. I wasn't nearly strong enough to even hope to protect Raina. What was that best then? I only believed I was doing my best, when the results clearly showed I wasn't. Hiroki, my friend, my buddy, even he was killed. Wasn't I supposed to let no one else die? Not just Sakura or class rep, or the girls with me now, everyone. Wasn't I supposed to strive for the strength to protect each and every one of them? I was naive. This naivete of mine must have put a lot of weight on Futaba-san. Starting from the four-armed Gogma, I relied heavily on her strength to achieve our victories. But that berserker who could stood shoulder to shoulder with me, the hero, had now turned against us. I just couldn't understand what that girl was thinking. I've heard how she was indebted to Momokawa for saving her life. But was that one obligation towards her savior worth protecting him after he'd committed such a clear crime, after he'd killed Raina? Was it like what Sakura said, that she was being controlled by one of Momokawa's curses? Could it be some other reason, something deeper that none of us would know? I didn't have a clue. But the point wasn't that she became his ally. I know. The fact that Momokawa was the one who killed Raina was something like a coincidence. Something like the worst possible thing happening at the worst possible timing. We were in the dungeon, death was always near. Unlike Sakura or I, Raina had none of the fortitude, be it physical or mental, and none of the necessary skills to survive in this harsh, life or death, psychologically grueling life. She was just a normal girl, after all. Raina hadn't changed at all from all the way back when we first met. She was always that pure, innocent girl. She wasn't built for a place like this. Whether it be the myriads of monsters creeping around everywhere, or even other kids from our own class desperate for survival, any of those could have brought about her end. It just so happened that Momokawa ended up with that role. He was yelling out that it was self-defense, but rather than an excuse, that might have been what he really believed. I couldn't think of any reason for Momokawa to want to kill her purely for the sake of it. He wasn't that sort of person in school. He didn't kill her because he wanted to, is what I wanted to believe. That's why I had to protect her. From monsters that'd have her as food, from classmates who'd kill her for personal gain, and from Momokawa, who was someone who could kill with valid reason. From anyone. If only I was there, if I was there at her side, I could have saved her. Damn it. Why didn't I make it? I could think all I want, but I'd always end up back at the same regret. I could despair and cry all day, but I couldn't turn back time, I couldn't bring Raina back. I could only, meaninglessly, regret. I couldn't keep staying like this. I knew that. I realized that, but couldn't bring myself to do it. I could only regret. Nii-san. I jumped at the sudden call, looking towards the caller. Then I remembered that my face right now wasn't something I could show others, so I, very unnaturally, faced away. Oh, Sakura. It's a bit early to be getting up, don't you think? You're still thinking about Raina. I am, a lot. The words stung as they left my mouth. I ended up saying it to my sister. I was hopeless, pathetic. Don't worry. I know we still have to fight, The enemies in this zone are pretty strong. We shouldn't let our guard down, especially when... It's fine, Nii-san. You don't need to be that way, at least, in front of me. She lowered herself and sat beside me, slightly leaning her body on mine. No, I wasn't. Yes, you were. You don't say anything, not to me or anyone. You're keeping everything bottled up. Of course I didn't talk about it. I'm a man, so, no. Before that, there's also the fact that if I became unreliable, it'd bear heavily on the others. We were still trapped in the dungeon. I didn't have the time nor energy to spare to mourn Raina's death. Nii-san, I know it's not easy, and I respect your decision to hold strong. But please, can't you rely on me, just a little? Can't you let me console you? It hurts me, seeing you like this. Sakura. I'm sorry, I worried you again. Right, of course. Of course Sakura knew how stubborn I was being. She was my little sister, someone I'd grown up with my whole life. Please, Nii-san, please just don't try to carry everything on your own. I don't want to be simply protected by you. Let me be your strength. I promise I'll be reliable. I'll become stronger, much stronger as a saintess. Yeah, I will. We'll get stronger. Right now, that's the only thing we can do. Raina was killed because I wasn't strong enough. But I still had people I needed to protect. Sakura, and everyone. I had to protect everyone. And for that I needed strength. I needed power, more power than anyone. The power of a true hero. That's right. We should all strive to return alive. Yeah, I won't be letting anyone else die. This didn't mean I'd accepted Raina's death. All this grief, all this regret, I'd never forget any of it. But I still had others, people very important to me, and I needed to keep growing in order to keep them safe. I still had Sakura. I swore to my parents that I'd always protect her, my most precious person, my sister. I'll do it. I'll beat this dungeon. I'll find a way to return everyone home, no matter what. We were in a dark, deserted town. The buildings here had complex architecture, made of metals and stone. They resembled sightseeing spots in Europe. The town exuded a sort of finesse. The place didn't look too old and there were few collapsed buildings. But no one lived inside. There wasn't a single sign of people having lived in those buildings. The air here felt stagnant, and there was the faint smell of blood everywhere. There were also the growls of creatures that were surely not people. Werewolves incoming! Natsukawa-san, who took point as the party's thief, yelled sharply. And at the same time, I heard the familiar awu, a ferocious werewolf's howl, along with piercing bloodlust. They'd noticed us and were ready for a fight. Asuna, guard the rear. Got it. I went out front, leaving Asuna with the others in case of a multi-front attack. I was beside Natsukawa-san in less than 3 seconds, but the werewolves were also fast. Those bloodthirsty creatures with crazed, red eyes had already come to striking distance. Werewolves, as their name implied, were humanoid monsters with wolf-like heads. Their bodies were covered in black fur, and they had physiques like bodybuilding muscle men. As if they'd been previously human, most werewolves had some form of clothing on them. Though these clothes were ripped, torn, and didn't function as any sort of covering anymore. Some of them even wore random pieces of armor. The one in front of me had its pants legs ripped in half at the bottom, and wore a shredded vest, an overall common appearance. UODH8. If it had simply charged in, it'd be no different from any other monster. But this werewolf wasn't a simple beast that solely used its claws and fangs. It held its own weapon, and brandished that weapon in a practiced manner. Its strength was on par with that of a living armor. The latter was in full plate armor which gave it a higher defense, but the werewolf made up for it with agility. These man-beasts ran, jumped, and kicked off walls with tremendous accuracy, hunting their prey with a 3-dimensional attack style. These monsters also hunted in groups, and would encounter those at quite a high frequency at that. Their presence alone raised the bar very high in this part of the dungeon. 2. No, there's 3. Natsukawa-san, mind leaving them all to me? But I'll be fine. And there may be more of them lurking around. Mind keeping an eye out? Okay, will do. The monsters we face got stronger. But in all our effort coming this far, we'd done the same. As for me, I had to become stronger than anyone. I needed to be a lot stronger than I am now. In contrast to the heated emotions in my heart, my sword was calm, quick, and focused. Was the first sword art I learned, and as such, it was easiest to use. I would calmly analyze my opponent's movements and cut, and if my body allowed it, use all my strength to slice them in half. Woa! The werewolf I slashed had been bisected and dropped to the ground. These creatures were tough enough to steam through most shallow cuts, but they couldn't possibly avoid instant death once they were split in two. I'd finished the first of them in one strike and immediately moved to intercept the second. FSH. VR rotate. My next challenger had its upper body crammed in muscle. It had arms as thick as logs and carried a large warhammer. This one seemed to be particularly focused on strength. This muscle-bound werewolf was charging towards me in wild breaths, but I didn't neglect the third one that had been standing on a roof to the side and chose this moment to launch an attack from my blind spot. This werewolf, a thin one that carried a spear, practically shot out from atop the red, triangular roof. I don't know if they'd planned it or whether it was a coincidence, but the situation did in fact turn into one where their opponent would focus on the big, hammer guy in front while the slim spear user would secretly strike their vitals. If I focus on one, the other gets me. Meaning, I simply had to take down both at the same time. I could finish this easily if I used cross caliber, but that'd serve nothing. This fight was one we could win easily, so I will make use of it to train, become stronger, and hone my skills. I can't use the hero's finishing move every time if I hope to grow. So I'll be handling these foes with the weapons and skills I can use anytime. Force boost. I invoked the magic that boosted my strength, one I learned when I first defeated the armor bear. At the same time, I drew a sword from an unseen scabbard. Sword storage, dimension magic of the light element, used to call forth weapons. An Alice blue magic circle quickly formed on my left hand, which is when I visualized my desired blade. Sword storage, select, blue lightning blade. This skill, sword storage, was something I'd learned after the Goma battle. It allowed me to create a weapon from nothing, a really powerful magic. As the description says, this skill employs a magic that manipulates space, dimension magic. My sword storage couldn't store anything and everything, it was limited to bladed weapons under a set size and quantity. Though the name says sword, I could actually put in spears, axes, and even those flimsy wooden bats that Gomas used. The classification for weapon was pretty flexible. Thanks to this loose definition of terms, I also put some potions in there for emergency use, but I normally used this skill as per intended. Now, the weapon I called from my sword storage this time was Blue Lightning Blade, one of the magic swords Takanasha-san had created with her upgrade ability before we'd gone into the Goma's Pyramid Castle. Line Curis Sagitta. I made a thrusting motion with my single-edged sword of lightning directed at the spear-wielding werewolf swooping down from above. There was an undeniable disparity in reach between sword and spear. The latter was said to conquer any sword with its comparatively threefold higher length. But that didn't mean I had to display 3 times or more skill in my sword to beat the longer spear. The solution was much easier, more accurate, a sure method to beat the spear user. What I did simply amounted to shooting lighting out of my blue lightning blade, killing the werewolf from far away. My magic, Line Curis Sagitta, caused an intense, blue crackle of lightning, skewering the swift monster. Gyoa. I observed the spear werewolf, its pitch-black fur singed and shredded, as it fell limply to the ground, out of the corner of my eyes, while brandishing my sword against the muscle-bound werewolf that had come striking distance to me and was about to swing down its steel warhammer. Voa. Ha. The large werewolf's hammer and the sword in my right hand clashed fiercely. And the one to be blown away was the one who lacked in strength, in this case, the werewolf. Good thing I casted Force Boost. I'd clearly lose in a test of power without it. As both a practitioner of the Soma style of swordplay and as a hero, I wasn't necessarily a power fighter. But monsters didn't follow rules, the creatures of this dungeon didn't play fair, and there were lots of instances where the extra strength can mean the difference between life and death. Many monsters moved in groups, packs or swarms, which would lead to situations where evading their attacks would mean that my companions behind me would get hurt. Normally, I'd face an opponent like this Warhammer werewolf with my speed, but this time, I deliberately faced it head-on in an attempt to test just how far I could go with pure muscle. If a simple force boost amplified my strength so much, I could expect the buff spells from Sakura and the others to push it much higher. But monsters came in very large sizes as well, those called bosses. I couldn't rely solely on strength against those. With Blue Lightning Blade in my left hand and the Paladin's sword in my right, I used both weapons at once to finish off the now out-of-balance Hammer Wolf. Voltec Blazer. This was a technique combining the dual-wielding battle art of Dual Severing, Blazer, and the innate power of the Blue Lightning Blade. The azure lightning from the latter could copy over to its paired blade, doubling the power as Voltec Blazer. If I used my Blue Fire Blade in this technique, I'd instead have Burning Blazer. Since the element greatly influences the technique, the name of the battle art changes to match. Although, most of the time it wasn't that I plan on using these techniques, but it just happens that I have the weapons on hand to utilize them. Even this time, it was only because I judged that I'd need Blue Lightning Blade to defeat the spear user and ended up with this combo of blades. Regardless, this already weakened werewolf would have been beaten just with Blazer, so with the might of lightning added in, the monster had died before it even hit the ground. Seeing the corpse, which had become nothing more than burned black pieces of meat, I thought it was a bit overkill and I should reflect on it. Not on the cruelty, but the fact that using unnecessarily powerful techniques like this wasted a lot of energy. The fight never lets up. So it was imperative that I be as efficient as possible in order to clear the dungeon. That should be all of them, Natsukawa-san. Do you see any more? Nope, looks like we're in the clear. Natsukawa-san reported after cupping her ears to confirm any existing presences over a wider range. There was always the chance that other werewolves would come to their aid hearing sounds of battle, which could draw in other kinds of monsters as well. Somehow, we've been very lucky to have Natsukawa-san and her adeptness at detecting enemies. Soma-kun, sorry I left it all to you. No, I wanted it like that. Please don't worry. Okay. But, if I could, I kind of want to be your Nii-san. We should continue. We really need to find a ferry square by today. Natsukawa-san, who looked like she wanted to say something with her fists curled in front of her in a determined pose, was interrupted by Sakura suddenly calling from behind. I was the one who wanted to fight on my own this time, so she really didn't need to mind it. Natsukawa-san was really too kind. Yeah, we should. Alright, let's get going, Natsukawa-san. Oh, okay, sure, ha. For some reason, Natsukawa-san made a dispirited expression as she passed by me, and with her in front, we began walking again. Natsukawa-san, if you're tired, I can switch with you. Are you sure you're alright? Chapter 149.5 Shiromine Academy Class 27 Attendance Record Total, 41 students. Boys, 22 students. Seat number 1, Azuma Shinichi, Summoner. Boys Class Representative. Died versus Tendao Ryuichi. Seat number 2, Itoseiji, Thief. Died in the first author's fight. Seat number 3, Ueda Yohei, Swordsman. Archery Club. Seat number 4, Uyama Daisuke, Karate Club. Seat number 5, Kusaka Hiroki, Knight. Soccer Club. Died in Demon Sword Wielding Boss Goma fight. Seat number 6, Saito Mosoru, Warrior. Archery Club. Murdered by Higuchi Kyuya. Seat number 7, Sakurai Tuya, Archery Club. Seat number 8, Seitu Yuya, Aeromancer. Murdered by Higuchi Kyuya. Seat number 9, Shimokawa Junasuke, Aquamancer. Seat number 10, Sujino Takashi, Judo Club. Seat number 11, Soma Yuto, Hero, Kendo Club. Seat number 12, Tokushima Yudai, Baseball Club. Died mysteriously in the forest. Seat number 13, Tendao Ryuichi, King. Seat number 14, Nokai Shouter, Warrior. Seat number 15, Nokojima Haruma, Sword Mage, Art Club. Seat number 16, Hayama Rewrite, Basketball Club. Seat number 17. Higuchi Kyuya, Thief. Died versus Momokawa Kotaru. Seat number 18. Hirono Kohei, Swordsman. Soccer Club. Died in the second author's fight. Seat number 19. Momokawa Kotaru, Shaman. Literature Club. Seat number 20. Yamakawa Junikairu, Cleric. Drama Club. Died after receiving an attack from one of Raina AI's guardian beasts. Seat number 21. Yamada Genki, Heavy Warrior. Baseball Club. Seat number 22. Yokamichi Hajime, Cannibalizer. Girls, 19 students. Seat number 31. Raina Adelheid Ias, Spirit Master. Died versus Momokawa Kotaru. Seat number 32. Ijima Moyumi, Swordsman. Murdered by Higuchi Kyuya. Seat number 33. Kitauji Rurika, Swordsman. Cooking Club. Murdered by Yokamichi Hajime. Seat number 34. Kizaki Akane, Pyromancer. Volleyball Club. Suicide. Seat number 35. Kisaragi Ryuko, Cryomancer. Girls Class Representative. Seat number 36. Kenzuki Asuna, Dual Wielder. Kendo Club. Seat number 37. Seitu Aya, Archer. Died in a fight with a horde of Goma. Seat number 38. Shinohara Emi, Aquamancer. Illustration Club. Died in a skirmish. Seat number 39. Soma Sakura, Saintess. Archery Club. Seat number 40. Takanashi Kotori, Sage. Seat number 41. Nagai Yukiko, Cryomancer. Literature Club. Murdered by Yokamichi Hajime. Seat number 42. Natsukawa Minomi, Thief. Track and Field. Seat number 43. Nishiyama Minori, Aeromancer. Brass Band. Died in the second author's fight. Seat number 44. Nonomiya Julia, Knight. Tennis Club. Seat number 45. Hinajuku Soyo, Archery Club. Seat number 46. Himino Hairi, Succubus. Seat number 47. Futaba Maiko, Berserker. Cooking Club. Seat number 48. Yoshizaki Maria, Warrior. Tennis Club. Seat number 49. Randu Kyuko, Geomancer. End of Volume 6.